Right, hey, good evening everyone. Welcome to Saturday night here at Raceface. My name's Alan Patterson and you're joining us live from Misano. A very wet Misano, as you can see. We are in round 3 of the endurance series here this evening. The 6 hours of Misano. That's the list, or the original entry list for the endurance series. We do have 23 cars on the grid here, although that list shows 38 entries. A lot of teams can't be here, load shedding, etc, etc. But you get a good idea of the teams that should be racing and should be joining us this evening. Right up at the front of the grid, we have Ryan Barrington-Smith in the pink and white BMW for Logistical Nightmare Racing. It's LNR, the Expendables, and next to them the PWSR car with Chris DeSantis this evening, who is picking up the reins and doing the driving, or the start of the stint for PWSR, with the other drivers starting later on. Then we've got Jason McGregor right behind them in third place, that you can see, flying the flag for Hybrid Academy. Awesome looking liveries coming out from Hybrid as well. Right behind him, Daniel Rose there as well, moving across to the Aston Martin, as you can see. In fifth place, I say as you can see, but we were on far away cams. Let's go to this camera. Pretty much middle of the screen, that Aston Martin going through the apex, the silver one, that is Bernard Burnsy King. Sixth place, it's Niall Bullion flying the other flag for LNR, the blue BMW it is. Eighth place, another hybrid car, it's Ryan Ottens in the hybrid, the blue hybrid car. Ninth, it's Gideon Renner for Kinetic Simworks Racing Vibe Team, and Gavin Scruton, eighth, Gavin Scruton in ninth. For Team Try Hard Racing Green, the green and black BMW, and 10th it's Dwayne Hall for Retro Esports Retro Serenity Racing. So that's your top 10. We're going to pop down to the front of the grid and watch from Jason McGregor's point of view the pink Mercedes there, and we'll see this field start. It's the 6 hours of Misano. We're starting now at 7 o'clock. We'll be going until 1 a.m. Sunday morning, so sit back and enjoy the stream. Welcome to everyone on the YouTube. Thank you for joining me. Here we go. We've got green and we're starting, and I see one car has gone back to the pits. Can't tell you that is now, but let's focus on the start. We see Chris taking a very opportunistic first corner pass there around the outside for the PWSR Honda, and he heads down to through sector 1 and he goes into the lead. Jason McGregor looking after everything and hanging on to the Mercedes. He's dropped back 2 positions. So Daniel Rose come through and Bernard Burnsy King, but pretty much everyone getting off to a good start. I saw one of the green and black cars struggling through the first complex, so there's been a problem there. And I see Chris Heineke listing as it's Chris Heineke coming out the pits. There we go. So he went back to pits. At least he's here and got started and connected, so all good there. And this is the car I saw struggling. It's Gavin Scruton. He had a terrible start and obviously had a problem in the first couple of corners, so he's all the way down at the bottom. But let's go back up to the front end. Here we go, and immediately position changes already. We've got Barrington-Smith in first, Daniel Rowe in second place for R Motorsport. I'm not sure if he I didn't get a skin or anything from them. That's strange, so I'm not too sure there. And Chris DeSantis for PWSR just ahead of Bernard Burnsy King as they go through the sharp hairpin at the end of the long back straight and start feeding back to the start finish line. Gee, it's been a while since I've been here. It's over nearly 2 months, so just catching up on everything. Hopefully everything's working and you can hear everything. Hello to everyone on the YouTubes and welcome. Daniel de Villiers was there. Steve Koenig, who's doing commentary at the live motorsports endurance event today. Hopefully he'll be joining me a bit later. The 43 Joker, Gian Kleinans is there. WT, how's it? And Kaylan Mawa, good evening. Cool, so we're up and running. First lap done and dusted, and Berry's hanging on to his lead. Daniel Rowe right there. Chris DeSantis hanging on to third, and Bernard Bernsey King looking a little bit further back. Here's the blue car. It's Ryan Ottens in the blue Hybrid Academy Shake. Great looking liveries. And just behind him in the pink one, there's Jason McGregor in the pink Hybrid Academy pink car. Then just behind him, it's Gideon Renner, Kinetic Simworks Racing, one of the green and black BMWs. Niall Villion, here he is for Logistical Nightmare. All the way from Scotland is Niall driving. And behind him, it's Jean Leroux in the Kinetic Simworks Racing Force BMW. Sunjin, Hybrid Academy BMW, there he is. He was super quick on Thursday night in the BM. So he's had a lot of practice here and is ready and good to go. Eric Kirstein right behind him in the Team Tryhard Racing blue BMW. Again, some funky new liveries and some twists on the default liveries. Cars are looking great out there. Kurt Glashagen, the first of the Lambos. This is Ground Zero Racing. That's an awesome looking livery. Black Lambo with lime green Valentino Rossi highlights. Ron Kleinans just behind. I think he might be doing a solo run here. No team in that Audi. Just behind him it's Daniel de Villiers for NFS, usually in the Nissan, and he's here tonight in an M4 with Wild William Wentworth just behind for Hijanons Racing. I like that. And then we got Mark Guy in the other K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. That also looks great. And he's down in 16th place. So big field tonight. And I will try and cover everyone. There's a whole lot of action going on back here. Look at this. This is Niall Bullion. Also very cool trick livery for the LNR boys. Sean Buck's crowd from Logistical Nightmare, and he's all over the back of Gideon Renner. It's not actually, it's Jean Leroux's drop back, or he's got past. Jean Leroux in 8th place. Daniel Rowe is busy closing in on Ryan Barrington Smith. Daniel, superlative real motorsports racing driver here in South Africa, and very comfortable and very quick in the Aston. But Barry's hanging on to the lead at the moment. WT on a bike tour. Lekker. Ride safely wherever you are, and yeah, don't be Vinca. Just take things nice and easy. There's no rush. The Joker 43, the 43 Joker shouting for Eric Kirstein's car. That's the Team Tryhard Racing blue, and wanting them to get the win. And Eric Kirstein right here, busy in amongst a dice with Sunjin Pillay for hybrid ahead, and Kurt Glashagen behind in the Lambo. Just going a little bit further down back in the grid, we've got the whole evening. Yeah, we have Mr. Reginald Mitteleni, my other fellow commentator, and he's out in one of the Hondas, racing for Noob Nation. And we see Mark Guy going backwards in the Lambo, or Ryan, at least Reginald, coming forward. The Mark Guy's just been past. Gareth Hawkins here racing for Gameface Racing. Also very trick livery in that Aston Martin. Bruno Peterson at the back there for Team Flat Out Racing. That's the blue and black BMW. And another custom livery, great to see. And Gavin Scruton He has caught up to the back of the field after his drama, so he's going to now proceed to try and pass 21 cars ahead of him and get himself to the front end of the grid. Chris Heineke, is he going? He is. So Chris... Yeah, Chris, all right, I was checking lap counts that he didn't have a disconnect. For Slick Racing, it should be him and Marcus. And there we go. Oops, Gavin Scruton having a bit of a mare coming through the final corners there. Gonna make sure everything is working how it should. And replays all working. Right, back up to the front end again. Here we go. It's Berries just ahead of Daniel Rose. So no rush, no panic. This is 6 hours. Guys need to kind of pace themselves. Lazarus, good evening. And he's shouting for Bernard Burnsy King and Mr. Barkhuizen. Bernard doing really well in the Kinetic Simworks Racing Talk. It's a gunmetal silver liveried Aston Martin, and Bernard running really well. Starting to apply the pressure on Chris DeSantis just ahead. Chris, who was a late call up here to PWSR, can give you some background. Our resident aliens, Kieran Patterson and Cody Sheridan, neither of them could attend to tonight's race. Cody having a big birthday event, and Kieran Patterson involved in some coaching and cricket tournaments. So we've had to call on reserve drivers, Chris, to get into the Honda, and JC LaRue, who will be climbing in a little bit later this evening to do the other half of the 6-hour stint. Excuse me. John LaRue giving Jason McGregor a headache of a time here. He's right under his rear wing as they go through the first sector, the right, left, right. And just behind Niall Billion, watching on for LNR. Going on board here with Jean LaRue and looking at the back end of the hybrid car of Jason McGregor that's running defensive into this big, long, fast left-hander. Now he's going to try and undercut him. Jeez, he might get this right. Let's go to the helicam. They're side by side. That pass is done. John LaRue doing a good switcheroo and comes into the big hairpin onto the long back straight, and he is ahead. Jason McGregor going to keep on trying to get that position back and re-attack, but position's changing. So there's racing happening. Oh, now that's another story I need to tell you about. I raced in the entertainment spring series, or whatever, the leisure race on Thursday night. We had a practice run here, and I was also running the Aston and had a good result there. But I noticed a lot of our regulars picking up a couple of drive-throughs in an 80-minute race. Misano is renowned for getting track cuts or issuing track cuts. There's a couple of corners where you just cannot abuse it. You run 4 wheels beyond that white line into the red and white curbing, and that's it, bang, you're going to get a track cut warning. And we know what happens here. We've got 3 of those before you get a drive-through, and this is quite a bit of a schlep of a pit lane. So you're going to drop at least 45 to 55 seconds for a drive-through from getting track cuts. So although the guys need to go like the wind, they also need to be aware of running off the track and getting warnings. Yeah, Hansi Racing as well. He did have problems with the ISP and wasn't sure if he was going to make it. Cool. I don't see him on at the moment. Oh yes, there he is. Hansi, here he is in 18th. Team Try Hard Racing Orange. They managed to get internet working, and he's on and he's going. Just look up ahead, it's Reginald all over the back of Ruan Kleinans, who I think is doing a solo in the Audi. I've also got a feeling, I'm not 100% sure, I know there's 2 or 3 people doing solo drives this evening. Thanks, buddy. Thanks very much for the cool comments. I kind of try and keep it on topic and also fun. I've listened to some commentators and other streams, and the guys kind of get waylaid and carried away, and yeah. And I haven't done it for at least 8 weeks now, 9 weeks, because I wanted to race a little bit. So it was a bit of a break for me, but yeah, here we go. I am doing all the endurance races, including the 24-hour at the end of the year. So, but that one will need other commentators to help with. Reggie, oh, there was almost commentator's curse. I must tell you about the situation. I think it was the previous the 12-hour, and I had Reggie on in the commentator's booth, and at about 11 o'clock it just went really quiet. Although he was connected, he just wasn't answering, and he actually fell asleep in his rig. So we finished at 1 or 2 in the morning, and when we all disconnected and everyone else had finished the race and gone, the next morning I came back online and Reggie was still in the commentator's booth, fast asleep. So he had literally fallen asleep. Peter Solomon, good evening. How's it? Thanks for joining us. Right, Daniel Rose made the pass while I've been talking blah blahs. So he does get past berries. Yeah, so Reggie just fell asleep. He just stopped talking at like midnight, and that was that. We never heard from him since. Oh, in the background, Chris and Bernard King. Oh, Chris and Bernard, and I think Bernard helped Chris right there, because Chris was in the middle of an accident. I'm gonna go and look at that again. Alright, the replays are working, let's watch. Oh, so Chris runs super wide. Yeah, missed his braking point. Bernard does an inside there. Chris is going to try and do the undercut. Does get an undercut back. Bernard got the inside. This is how Daniel Rowe went past me. And oh, there we go. Chris was having an accident and Bernard actually helped him out there. So, oh, and another one right there. Almost a little bish bash with Ryan Ottens. But back live, here we go. And Burnsy up into third. Ryan makes it into fourth. So all the usual suspects now creeping up to the front end of the grid. And Chris now picking up pressure from Gideon Renner, who's also wanting to look to get by. Chris also having to make a decision this season whether he's going to stick with the BMW or move. I have chosen to move. I've left the BMW and I've gone back to the Aston Martin for a season or two. So we'll see how that goes. But I did try 1 or 2 races with the Honda. It's super sketchy, and yeah, as you can see, Chris is struggling now with the car, having had a good start, but he didn't hurt anyone. Just got to get back on the track nice and safely, which he does, and he's fallen back 5 places. He's down in 10th now, I believe. So he does struggle with the mid-engine cars, and although Kieran and Cody are quick with these, not a lot of people are. It's not an easy car to drive. Bernard, Daniel Rowe at least, very comfortable in the Aston Martin. As you can see, he's moved across from I think they were running, Hybrid was running Mercedes. And then I saw Bernard, what do I keep on calling Bernard? I saw Daniel in a Porsche as well in a race not too long ago, so I think he was also trying them out. Then this last recent ACC update, then obviously a couple of cars got a nerfing, and some got some bop adjustments, and the BMW definitely got hurt in my opinion. So I've left that car and I'm going to run Aston for a season or two. As I see as our fearless leader Bertus, ooh, Barry's having a bit of a moment there in the background. "15 minutes in, only 5 hours and 45 minutes to go. I believe later on I might get Steve Koenig might join me, and Russ Siebold might actually join me. So I'm going to just sit and wait and hear and see who is available and who's going to come and talk a little bit with us. All right, just looking at the updates on Discord. I see Chris did ask to be updated to driver 1. So that's probably why he was a delayed start and from the pit lane, because of Marcus maybe not being able to connect or having a load shedding issues. What is promising is the rain here. We are seeing a single line of rain for the next 30 minutes, but it's not as bad as it was in round 1 from Mount Panorama. So that bodes well for change in conditions, that it might actually stop raining, and we should see the guys having to make strategic pit stops to go from wets to dries, which is what we've all been trying to do for, you know, a long time. Yeah, for sure. Daniel makes anything look easy to drive. I totally agree. Oh, and as I say that, he also has a little bit of a slide into the hairpin. I was ahead of him on Thursday night, and you know, you see him coming in the mirrors, and he kind of just keeps on coming like the tide. And it was around here. I got really bad exits here at the end of this long back straight and through the hairpin, and you can be all over the place. And Daniel Rowe, he knows exactly what to look for and where he needs to be. He was next to me through here, and over here I was on the apex, and he went around the outside of me through that little kink and went past, and there was just stuff and dust, and that was the end of that. So always good fun to follow the likes of Daniel if you can for a good couple of laps, because he Hansi's in the pits, man. I've seen him in the pits now for 2 laps. The aliens do show you a different way around the track, and you can only learn from following them or watching the replays. This late apex story, heavy braking and then late apex turn-ins and getting on the gas earlier. Kieran keeps on telling me that's how you got to do it. I still can't do it, but I am getting quicker slowly but surely. Oh, there we go. Hansi's rolling. So he isn't out of the race. He's just taken a really early pit stop. It's possibly a pressure issue, or maybe he had a huge accident, and he's been in there a long time. I think he had to fix the car. Can you change setups on an Enduro? No. Sorry, Peter. I'm watching 4 screens here at once. So the car setup, the only thing you can change is what you have access to as far as electronics goes. So you can change things like ABS, brake bias, traction control, electronics. You can't physically go and change dampers or roll bars or camber, that kind of stuff. That's preset. You've got to have the setup done from the week's worth of practice before the race that you're in. But you can change tire pressures. Obviously you can change tires, and you can change the electronics that you use to drive the car. That's it. Oh, Chris has got a drive through already after just 20 minutes. Jean-Ray, thanks for the update. So Hansi had a disconnect. At least he's reconnected and back in here. So that was 2. It's another bug in this game, that if you disconnect and reconnect, you sit in the pits for 2 minutes and 30 seconds or something. It's kind of to prevent people having a huge crash on the opposite side of the track, escaping out the game, then reconnecting in the pits, loading the setup and driving out. You would you know, then you're negating the whole point of the crash. So a disconnect, the game sees that as a big crash, and you had to escape to pits, and so you're forced to literally sit in the pits for, I think, a 120% of a Spa lap time or something to that effect. So it's 2 minutes 30 seconds. You're always going to go lap down whether you like it or not. I see Gideon Redder just got into the pits now. I don't know if that was a disconnect or if that was an accident, but there we go. Okay, all good. I'm going to change the view to the basic HUD view. So this is the driver's perspective. You can get to see Daniel's controls in the bottom right hand corner. We obviously can't see things like what his current fuel loads are, his pressures, but you can see on the screen his traction control, brake bias, ABS settings and such. You can also see he's on map 1, so he's not running a softer fuel mapping for the engine power. He's running normal power and just managing it with his right foot. And that again goes to show the skill of, you know, real racing drivers. I watched a lap once of Nils driving the M6 around some track with 0 traction control, and he wasn't far off the quick lap time. So, you know, to be able to drive this with no traction control is that's how the real guys drive. Then we need traction control to help us maintain control. Right, we have a drive-through, and who might that be for? I think that is... there it comes. It's William Wentworth. Here he comes. So he's got a drive-through. Also, we're 25 minutes in. This is what I was saying about the guys running wide and off-track. You do that 3 times at pace, you're going to get into trouble. Gideon Renner hasn't moved, so I'd say Gideon was also possibly a disconnect and reconnect. So he sits there for 2 minutes and then eventually will roll. Half an hour, give or take 4 minutes. Let's see what's going on. Daniel Rowe leading. Ryan Barrington Smith hanging in there. He's only 2.2 seconds back. Bernard Bernsey King currently in 3rd place. Let's change this camera. Ryan Ottens. Oh, look at this one. Ryan Ottens. Jean Leroux. Oh, going hammer and tongs right now. I've missed this, but we'll keep an eye on this for the next couple of laps. And this is your top 5. Niall Bullion back in 6th, Jason McGregor for the other hybrid car in 7th, and Eric Kirstein hanging on to 8th, all of them in the top 10. And on a wetter Misano with this field, these are excellent positions to be in, considering the quality of the field tonight. Jean Leroux, we're going to go to his helmet view. In car, also you can see running full fuel map, traction control at 8 on the BM. You've got to put a pile of traction control for this car to work, but it still seems to be decent and relatively quick. Runs through there in 2nd and lets the car grunt out of there, as is Ryan in the Mercedes up ahead. The big V8 of the AMG Mercedes, you literally go through almost every slow corner in 2nd. It's just got so much crank and torque. Jean Leroux looking surprisingly stable, and you can clearly see a bit of a dry line also in the rain. So the track's not glistening. There is a bit of a dry line running around here. Yeah, there's a couple of puddles, and you've got to steer clear of the red and white paint because that's super slippery. But I think we're going to watch the weather, because let's have a look now. Sorry, there we go. Okay, so there in 10 minutes the rain stops. There we go. So we're going to have change in conditions. This is going to be exciting stuff. There, we're back at normal. Look at the top at the weather. So in 10 minutes, just after 10 minutes, the rain's going to come to a stop. Cloudy, and then the track will slowly start drying out. Hopefully we'll go all the way to sun. And that's happening at 33, so make it 43, 45 minutes. So a good 15 minutes before the usual 1 hour pit stops. So that's going to throw everybody in this field out of whack and out of sync with their normal five stint pit stops, if that's what they've set up. And we're going to see some drivers might stay on their wets all the way up until the hour and just drive them into the ground, but I don't think they'll have the pace to do that. the different sounds of the BMW versus the AMG Mercedes. At least the Aston Martin, sorry. Aston Martin just rumbles and grumbles along. Look how smooth he is in this car. It's just insane to watch. Turn the steering wheel and the car goes. Now Daniel's super controlled, eh? Let's go and see Ryan Ottens and listen to the Mercedes. And then we'll go down to Kurt Glashagen and the wailing Lambo. This is one of my favorite cars, except I just cannot drive it. But the engine sound, I love this with the Audis. I kind of repeat myself when I do these long races. I was lucky enough to go to Europe a few years back. I went to the Spa 24 Hours when they still ran the GT1 cars. And I saw the Aston Martin DB9s and the Maserati MC12 and the Celine and the Corvette C6. All of them, I saw them live at Spa, and wow, the V12s, you should have heard those cars. So this is the next best thing to a V12 as far as a wailing engine note goes. I mean, we're not talking rotary Mazda RX-7 kind of sound, but it's still an awesome sound the Audi and the Lambos make. Put the timing back on. There we go. Right, Eric Kirstein in attack mode. Here he is, not too far back from Jason McGregor. Within a second, John LaRue still going at the back of Ryan Ottens as well. I'm just going to jump quickly between the cars that are actually in close proximity dices. Yeah, sorry Peter, I was a little bit quick there. Kurt Glashagen hanging in 11th. And Mark Guy having a drama, and he's all the way down in 18th at the moment, having a huge dice here with Gareth Hawkins. Sorry, yeah, I've got a 30-second delay going on here with YouTube, so apologies, I took the deltas off there. Gavin Scruton, Gavin Scruton and Ruan Kleinans. Those dice happening here. Gavin Scruton, I had a huge fun little half an hour with him earlier on today, just testing the Honda for Chris, and we had a very cool dice and lots of overtaking. Oh, I just had a moment. I heard a moment. Let me just go back here, just ahead of them. Oh, it's here. Rano Peters had a little turnaround in the BM there, but he's got going again. Wentworth running. Gideon Renner, he's gone. Hansi Marburg is running. So we've already lost 2 cars. Chris Heineke is gone. And unfortunately for Slick Racing, and Gideon Renner has disconnected, unfortunately. Hello Mr. Buck, how you meneer? All the way from Ireland. The fearsome leader of Logistical Nightmare Racing, and Niall Bullion, Scottish driver, also driving all the way from Scotland, and he's doing well with Ryan Barrington Smith, the other LNR car, up in 2nd place. So Sean Buck's going to be super pleased with 2 cars almost in the top 5. Go to Reginald. Hopefully he doesn't... oh, Reginald all over the back of Chris DeSantos. It's the Hondas. So Chris doing his utmost, but he knows he's very out of depth with the car and a lot of the drivers here. So doing his utmost and damage control to hang on to the car during this this tough wet session. Going back up to 5th place, Jean Leroux and Ryan Ottens. Jean Leroux looking super quick in the BMW. Ryan usually up at the front end of a race. And yeah, seemingly being put under a lot of pressure from the BMW from Jean Leroux for Kinetic Simworks Racing. Unfortunately, don't have a points positions thing at the moment. Bertus been a little bit delayed and struggling to get some updates and stuff done, so I can't tell you what the points are. I'll go and have a look and see if it's been updated. Oh, there was almost a big send there from Leroux. Gee, he was looking. Kleinans, Ruan. He's chilling here in 17th, I'm afraid. Oh my word, somebody just got a DSQ. Chris? Okay, I need to go and have a look at that. Let's go back 30 seconds. Right, so Chris is going to have a spin out in between the hairpin. And he's going to... Yes, right, so this has happened to me before. And now he's going to just drive onto the track like that, and you get a DSQ for doing that. Yo, I know that's my team, but jeez, that's bad luck. He is going to be spitting because of that. So, PWSR is out of the race for sliding through the infield between the back straight and coming back to the main straight. I don't think it's a bug of the game per se, but you actually have to turn around and drive back onto the side of the track that you slid off from. Otherwise, the game gives you a drive through. Wow, that's going to just kill the boys, but oh well. That is bad luck. Yeah, I knew exactly what was going to happen because it's happened to me. It's a very strange part of the track, and if you do that, the game picks it up that you've driven the wrong way and it just gives you an auto DSQ. Excuse me. I'm going to... I am laughing even though it's my own team, because I can imagine he is just going to be screaming. I'm going to go back to Jean Leroux here because this is quite a close dice for the moment. No, he's not happy about that, but anyway, that was funny. There we go. Hey Chris, yeah. It says I got a DSQ for driving the wrong way. Yeah, I've just explained it. No, you can't do that. It's done it to me as well. You have to drive back onto the track, the part of the track that you drove off from. I don't know if it's a bug from Misano, but you can't drive back onto this part of the track like you did. You literally have to turn the car around and go back onto where you fell off from. So, yeah, you're coming. It didn't see you go around the hairpin, so it thinks no, it's a full on you're going the wrong way. Anyway, never mind, man. Right, Eric Christine, let's go and have a look. There's a challenge happening. Jean Leroux was challenging. Okay, so Ryan holds on to that position, but let's watch Eric Christine pushing also on Jason McGregor here. Chris spitting. I knew exactly what happened. That's the only way you can get a DSQ at this track, and it's happened to me. That's why I knew what you did. So yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, Darren. Chris, you were just trying to get the quickest lap. Yeah, we know your style, bud. It was funny. It is funny. I'm going back to Jean Leroux because I'm just looking at the two closest dices for now, guys. We'll pick up everyone else on the race. Gideon Renner, is he back? He is back. So Gideon Renner has reconnected. If he had a disconnect, he's back. So we're at 21 cars at the moment. We'll go and watch Reginald just now and see what he does in the Honda. He should have a whole bucket load of moments in that car. No worries, Chris, don't panic. I already said while you were driving you'd kind of stepped up to the plate here to cover for our resident aliens. It's no worries. Ruan Kleinans, let's go down to 16th. Ruan Kleinans arriving at the back here of Renault Peters's BMW. I've got a feeling, I think Ruan Kleinans is doing a solo. He's one of the guys doing a solo. Daniel Rowe is listed to be driving with... Hold on. And this is one of them that I'm not 100% sure of. We just found that. WT Buerta, if you're still there, I now see the pictures of your GS Adventure. Very nice. I do miss mine. I used to have one. There we go. So, Hybrid Academy Panenka is Daniel Rowe and Johan Bega Grobler. Sorry. So I'm sure Johan is here and I'm sure he'll get in the car. So Ron Barrington Smith for Illinois Expendables with Sean Stradham, Paul Fenter, and if he's racing he might or might not, Giancarlo Schooler from America. But I know Sean Stradham was in and I think Paul Fenter will be driving a little bit later. So that team is full up. But these three, Kevin Scruton, Peterson, Kleinans, all within striking distance. There comes Mark Guy in the other Lambo down in 17th. And behind him, Gareth Hawkins, my other fellow commentator, also hanging in. I need to actually close my camera app and restart it with the disconnect. So just give me 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back with you. Here we go. So Gideon Rennie in the pits. Not sure if this is a retirement. I think it is. I think he's had a disconnect or a hardware failure or what. He's sitting on 11 laps with the rest of the field on 23 laps. So I don't know. I think Gideon's given it up. Daniel Rose starts lap 24. Here he is. Berry's 6.5 seconds back. Bernard Bernsey 6.6 seconds. Ryan Otten's 2.2 seconds. And top 5, John LaRue. Still busy trying to get past the big Mercedes. We'll go on board for a couple of laps and watch John LaRue fight here. Now, WT, I've got to say, I upgraded from a Suzuki 660 Tenere to a BMW, a 1200 GS Adventure, but it had been in an accident and it hadn't been put back together again properly. So, but I only found this out after like a year of having it. The forks weren't even. There was something wrong with the steering, the neck area, the forks, etc. But I bought I commute and drive every day 30 Ks, just under 60 Ks to work and back. And the traffic in Cape Town is hectic. So I had a scooter that I'd been using, a Suzuki Bergman, which is so much easier to drive, the 400. And then I sold the big BMW and I found a 650 scooter, also the Suzuki Bergman, a 2015 model. And it's so much more comfortable and easier. I just got cutful with changing and clutching and gears, whereas the big scoots, it's a twin 650, but it's auto, or you can switch it between manual and auto. They've discontinued them now, you can't buy them anymore, but it's so much easier and more comfortable to ride to work and back. Got a huge electric windscreen, heated seats, heated grips. So yeah, the BM was fun, but I don't do tours and I don't do long distances, etc. It's for me to get to work and back. John LaRue following in Ryan Otten's footsteps here. The gap out almost a second at the moment, so Ryan managing to get in some quick laps. We're almost at rain stop, as you can see at the top of the screen. It's got clouds, so that's an awesome sign. And we're at now, we've been running 45 minutes, so I was expecting the rain would stop sometime now. Ryan Otten's ran a little wide there. That lets Jean LaRue get very close again. Long way to go, so we'll have a lot to talk about, and we'll chat just now when if and when Steve Koenig arrives. He's busy commentating live. Ooh, big catch there by Jean LaRue. It's getting a tank slapper of note. And Stephen Koenig's been commentating on the GT3 races and the endurance series from Aldo Scribante, I think, or Port Elizabeth. So yeah, they're very nice, very comfortable. But even the Yamaha, the T-Max, they've also discontinued. It's just something is very strange happened, and all the as you know, they've got a special name, Maxi Scoots. They've just discontinued them because they've got so heavily priced. I think they were pricing the Yamaha 550 T-Max at something like 170 or 180,000 Rand new, and the Suzuki close to 200. So the South African agents have just stopped bringing them in, and I think overseas they've been discontinued as well. Yeah, okay, I've got you, WT. Big and heavy, I understand. I'm not that far off you, but I'm not that big. But I do miss my BM. It was a normal GS Adventure, but I got it sprayed up and powder coated and converted it to like a triple black look. Had a nice box on and all the rest. So, and the missus and me enjoyed the bike. But also the new LC BMWs, I mean, the prices are just ridiculous. Like 250 or 280,000 Rand. I don't have money like that. Oh, there's a big DT for Mr. Hall. Dwayne Hall from 9th place, he picks up his first drive-through, and he's going to have to waste some time going through the pits. We can still see there's a couple of drops still hitting the windscreen here on Jean LaRue's car. Eric Kirstein's moving up, eh? So Eric has got past Niall Bullion, and he is now right here with Jason McGregor. There we go. And Dwayne Hall comes straight into the pits. Oh, Jason McGregor running super wide through that section. Oh, and he gets a huge tank slapper there. Is he gone? He is. He's hit the barrier. That's such bad luck for Jason McGregor. Let's go and watch that happen. So here he is. He comes down to the double right-hander, and you can see in the mirror. Jeez, you can't even see out the mirror. There's so much BM there. So Jason's watching that. You can hear the revs on the car, and here the car loses. He hits too much of that curb, and oh, he hammers that barrier. So I think the bonnet's up, and he has hurt the car a little bit. Yeah, there we can see it. So he's going to be carrying a couple of seconds of damage, but I'm sure he'll try and hang on to that until the next pit stop, which is not far away if we are doing hourly stints. So let's wait and see what transpires here. Going back to Eric Kirstein. Eric and Niall Bullion running well here now in 6th and 7th. I'll give you some laps for comparison. Last lap, Daniel Rowe 141.6 in the lead. Ryan Barrington 42.2. Bernard Burnsy King of 42.0. Ryan Ottens also 41.6. Jean Leroux of 41.6. So people are starting to get quicker. The quickest laps on the track was a 141.5 by Daniel Rowe earlier. So let's just keep an eye on the cloud weather icon widget, because these drops are going to stop and then the track is going to get dry quickly. And just get my app running, so I'm not dropping frames. Everything's good on my stream. Remember, you can upgrade the stream. I'm sending out 1440p 60 HD, so you can go to super high res quality. The game looks amazing in that quality. Bit of a gap now. Jean Leroux up the road here and still following in the footsteps of Ryan Ottens. So nothing big here. Reginald Mittelani, look at this man. He's all over the back of St. Pillay for hybrid. And right behind him, Gavin Scruton in the big BMW. Wow, watch this. Yeah, you got to come through that so carefully. Let's drive with Gavin for a bit. Sunjan usually up and in the top 10s and top 5s when he's racing. He's got super quick with the help of the other aliens at hybrid. So I find it weird. He's struggling a little bit here and down in 12th place at the moment. He's not happy in the rain. Reginald doing well in the sole remaining Honda. And Gavin Scruton here with sliding through in the BMW. Don't forget, those of you who are watching, please click on the like button. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. And it helps Raceface to grow and helps to keep the hobby and the sport going. Helps us to get more sponsors involved. We are looking for some big sponsors in the final 2 rounds if possible, especially the Spa 24 hours. And we're going to try and get some monetary sponsors involved, so that'll at least get some prizes for the drivers that are still in the endurance series as we round out 2022. Going Reginald, and he is looking here to try and get through under the back of St. Pele's BMW. Oh, there's the tank slapper. He does well to catch that. Right, we're almost at the hour and the rain's still going here, so that 10 minutes has extended itself out to almost 30 minutes before the rain stops. Gonna go and get a cold drink just now on the hour. We'll see as people start pitting. I'll tell you what this is going to do, because this is now going to make people wonder when Rowan Kleinhans gets his first drive through in the Audi. But if this is going all the way to the top of the hour and then it stops raining, the drivers then need to gamble putting in their next pit stop, because a lot of people are going to stop then. Do they then put the dries on and struggle with the temperatures, or do they put wets back on and, you know, keep the wets on because there's grip while the track is still damp and dry? This is going to provide us with some entertainment this evening, ladies and gents. I think Bertus and the admin guys may have just got the weather spot on for this round, because what we've been looking for is changeable conditions. Start in one condition and then change to another, not just be continually wet or continually dry. And there you can clearly see the racing line developing. Oh, there, the rain stopped. The rain has stopped. Let's go in car quickly. Oh, Reggie! Careful now. That's almost a mirror of what Chris did. Let's watch that. Oh, Gavin Scruton does well to miss him, and Reginald did the right thing to stay on that side of the track and not get the disconnect. So anyway, it happened to him as well. Warren Lee Sheehan, how's it, buddy? Thanks for the comments. Race is interesting. Getting ready for your stint in car 404. Excuse me. Yeah, Gavin doing really well. I had a very cool dice with him earlier this afternoon and on Thursday evening. So Gavin very comfortable in the BM. But there, the rain has officially stopped, and you can see the track is now damp. The condition at the... Oh, look at that, Reggie! Oh, Reggie! What a slide. Got to watch that again, boys. Yeah, oh, he did well. Didn't hit the barriers, but there we go. So Reggie struggling. The Honda, as you can see, is not easy. So Chris, don't feel bad. Wentworth and Myberg in the pits. Kleinhans in the pits doing his drive-through. Warren, good luck then for your stint later. I think the conditions are changing. The pit stop now is going to be what do the boys put on the car as far as tyres goes. Let's go up. Daniel down to 41.3s. So all of a sudden the boys are getting quicker. The quickest lap was a 41.1 now. So as you can see there, the wet is now drying, and drying quickly. If the sun comes out, and now we see cloud for the next 30 minutes. So if the sun comes out, it'll dry quicker. But ambient at 21 and track at 27. It's still a tricky decision what to do and what tires to put on. So let's wait and see. I'm going to go and look at... here's Mr. Wentworth coming out the pits. Who was in with him? It was Hansi. Okay, Hansi's still there. Team tryout. So maybe he's had a disconnect and another reconnect. Hansi is on 25 laps, where the leaders and everyone else is on 32. Yeah, Warren, as long as it's dry. All good, man. So changeable conditions for sure. Gavin looking at the back of Sunjin. I don't know, Sunjin just not looking happy and not at pace here. I don't know, maybe his tires are not correct on pressures. He's much quicker than this. His quickest lap of 41.9 where Daniel Rowe and Ryan Ottens are doing low 41s and 40s. Guillaume, how's it, buddy? Shouting out to Mr. Daniel de Villiers, who is currently in 9th in a BMW, not a Nissan. Depending on where you are, you'll be taking over when Eskom allows. Yeah, he's running well. I know Chris was saying he was shedding in Johannesburg in the southern suburbs somewhere at 8 o'clock this evening, which is like now. So let's wait to see who and what and where, and hopefully it doesn't affect anybody else out there. Oh, I've got a little bit of a funny looking screen issue with Mr. Wentworth back there. Look at that, it's only his car. It's most strange. I've never seen that before. Alright, hang on. Happening with berries as well. Okay. Let me find out what's going on here. Why is there this stutter happening? So just bear with me while I try and solve the problem. Oh, Daniel Rowe carving through traffic already. Everything looks good on my side. Let's go back to Ryan Berries. Interesting. Daniel de Villiers, he looks smooth. Funny happens with some cars, strangely enough. It's interesting. Don't know what it is, but I will keep my eye on it. If need be, I'll do a system restart, yeah? Hey, Daniel de Villiers, as we've been talking about him, he gets a drive-through. How's that for bad luck? And you can't call that commentator's curse. Darren, watching this makes me so jealous. I need to find a teammate to race endurances. Oh, Mr. Tsebo Moloto is taking a break. Yeah, buddy. Put your name out there. Ping a couple of people. There's a couple of people that were looking for teamies. So, you should be able to get in a car. Daniel Rowe leading. I'm going to monitor his progress and see when he comes in the pits. We're on the hour now. You can clearly see the dry racing line here. I'm going to get a cold drink, so give me 2 minutes and I'll be back. I'm going to leave the car on the camera on Daniel Rowe. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Our shedding, my shedding's just finished. Everything good this side. Renault Peterson 15th in the pits. So he's coming in. This is 2 minutes under the hour for flat out racing. So here we go. Now we're going to start seeing tire changes, guys going on to wets and dry, at least onto dries. Excuse me. Still have this weird... Look at this. How odd is this? It's only when I select certain cars, because look, Daniel's good. Okay, I'm going to do a stop and reload of the game quickly, so I'm just going to put everyone... I'm going to just run this awesome video, so bear with me here. I'm back. Here we go. All looks good again. I don't know. I think there might have been some leftovers from disconnect or whatever, but here's Bernard, and everything looks smooth and is running like it should be. Okay, let's catch up and see what's going on now. Reginald in the pits. Kurt Glashagen peels into the pits. Here he is. Cheers, by the way. I thought maybe I would be being joined by our admin guys, Russ Siebold, etc., but it looks like he's... Oh, shame there. I just saw a message from Chris Heinecker. He had a technical issue start. That's when he started in the pits. And then a power dip while on the generator 10 minutes into the race. So that was the end of slick racing. Bad luck there. Right. Everyone's coming in now. So let's keep our eye on Daniel. Oh dear. Jean Leroux gets his drive through just after the hour. That's an expensive penalty. So Daniel running long, which tells me that they're going to try and inherit a pit stop back. In other words, run the car as long as possible and see if they can get away with maybe a final pit stop, which is just a splash and dash or something like that. Anyway, I do not see I don't see Russ online, so I don't think he's going to be joining. Oh heck, Gideon Renner, he had a disconnect earlier. His steering wheel disconnected, so that's what happened to Gideon Renner. Oh, that's such bad luck. Sorry, guys. Jason McGregor here for the Pink Hybrid Academy team. He is the last car still on the lead lap. So 10th place and upwards are on 38 laps. Mark Guy on 37 laps, now starting his 38th lap. There he is. see Jean Leroux into the pits to do his drive-through. So he's getting that done and dusted. Gareth Hawkins and Hansi Meyerberg in the pits. Gareth Hawkins on 36 laps, so he's 2 laps back, and Hansi unfortunately 25 laps. He's 14 laps off the pace already and has due to huge disconnects. Ryan Barrington Smith, Ryan Berries as he's known here. I think that is... That's a driver change. I think, is that Dwayne? Yes. So Dwayne van Skalkwijk's in the car from Wild William Wentworth. No more stuttering. That was a really weird thing. I haven't seen that before. And he looks like he's trying to unlap himself here from Berries. He is. Berries doing the... I was going to say doing the clever thing and letting him go, but he is actually dicing him. Okay. These guys need to be careful, yeah? This is all happening. Alright, there we go. Ryan Barrington Smith chilling and deciding that's not your fight. That man is he is 2 laps behind you. And there we go, Daniel Rowe into the pits and Eric Kirstein into the pits at 69 minutes. So guys wanting to get some racing in and get try and unlap themselves and at least try and stay in the hunt and stay in the race. So the pink car in the background there, Ryan Barrington Smith, your new leader. Ryan Ottens in second place. He's not that far back actually, 3.7 seconds. So here we can see the track is completely dry now. It's just clicked over from green to fast. So no more moisture or wet or damp sections. Here comes Ryan. You can get good lap times in for this pit stop. You can see you drive around that corner and go all the way there before you have to hit your limiter. So Ryan comes in, and Jean Leroux here for Kinetic Simworks Racing, he comes up and he will now take over second. Daniel Rowe in fourth. So Daniel Rowe's pitted from first and he's out in fourth place. That just goes to show the pace. There he is, 2 cars back. Here come Jean Leroux's running through. Oh, Gareth Hawkins in the background running super wide. Daniel Rowe stays in the car. Sixth place, Sean Skitter now in the car for LNR. He's taken over from Niall. And I'm sure we'll see Sean back behind the wheel a little bit later this evening. Barrington Smith hammering it into the pit lane. Oh, that was close. Oh, I would hesitate to guess he was too quick there. I'm going to go back and watch that again. Let's do this from the helicam. No. We're going to follow him into the pits and we'll see where the line and the board is. Oh, that's super close. I really hope he doesn't get a... I really hope that's not going to be a stop-go 30. He literally, it looked like he was over the line. What in the heck? I don't know why this does this. Something weird happening with my ACC. With this funny stutter jitter that's happening. This isn't the internet. This is on my machine. Right, he is out. Okay, so he managed to get out and there wasn't a penalty. So he obviously was at speed at the line. So good stuff. I don't know if he's changed cars or if he's staying in the car for a double stint is Ryan, but looks like it's still him at the moment. Christopher Radloff has got in the other hybrid car. We'll have to come back to that one because there's the stutter again. Oh my word, I don't understand why this is happening with some cars and not other cars. Sean Skitter for the LNR BMW, comfortably in 5th place. So, 2 LNR cars now clearly in the top 5 with Barrington Smith in 3rd and this BMW in 5th with Sean Skitter behind the wheel. Eric Kirstein for Team Tryhard Racing Blue doing really well and up into 6th place. And he's about to come past the BMW of Van Skalkwyk. Reginald Mataleni back down there in 17th, still going. Here we go, Eric Kirstein makes the pass on the slower car. I think Hansi's given it up. He's just sitting in the pits, he's not coming back out again. That's bad luck, Hansi, man. I'd be interested to hear if anybody knows why this is happening. This stutter, it only happens with certain cars. Look there. It makes for an unpleasant viewing experience, Mr. ACC. Okay, Reginald, he's doing good here. And I've got a feeling Reg might be doing a solo in the Honda. He's always been talking about it. I'll tell you, in that 12-hour, he was even talking about doing the Spa 24-hour in a solo. And I was like, yeah, right, buddy. Who in their right mind's going to even attempt to do that? But Reginald clearly wants to. Hope you guys are all with me on the YouTubes. It's got very quiet now, but Daniel Rowan first, Bernard Bernsey King in second, Ryan Barrington Smith stays in the car and is in 3rd place, and Christopher Radloff skipping just behind. I mean, it looks ridiculous. I don't understand how one car can do that and the other car's dead smooth. And it's not my GPU. I'm running 140 frames a second here. Sean Skitter in the LNR BMW, one of the nicer looking liveries. An updated color scheme coming out from LNR from the usual orange and white and black colors. Gian, thanks buddy. So Reggie confirmed he's doing a solo in the Honda. I should have put him in one of the voice channels here so we could go and talk to him every now and then. You go and see if he is in one. No, he's not. Eric Kirstein, Team Try Hard Blue, and he's doing well. Car number 4 up in 6th place and running good. Then the rest of the field and a jerky car right at the back again. I mean, it's not even a mode that I'm in. It's whether it doesn't matter what I'm in. Can be in the normal HUD and it's still jerky. Look. Very weird. But if I disconnect and reconnect, then it seems good for a bit. See what my PC temperatures are doing. I'm busy running my fans and everything at the moment. My GPU's idling along at 56 degrees. My CPU's at 61 degrees. Everything's good. Weird that. Voltage good, no problems. Ruan van der Vesta is in the Lamborghini. Gotta love it. Sit in the passenger seat for a lap or 3. So let's make it blank. You are watching the 6 Hours of Misano, here brought to you by Raceface. Let's just thank the sponsors. Resource Complete, Speed Labs, PWSR, and DS Films. Christopher Radloff all over the back of Ryan Barrington Smith. So Christopher Radloff showing better pace in the Mercedes. This dice has been going on since it started with Ryan Ottens earlier. I think it was his car. Cars look superb out on the track, I must say. Always nice to see custom liveries out there and the teams representing their own team sponsors and colours. Eighth place, I have Mr. Martin Rautenbach. So he is in the car going for Kinetic Simworks Racing Force and going well. we've been going for just on an hour and a half now. We did start in the wet, for any of you that have just joined us on the YouTube, and it was wet for the first hour, and then we had pit stops, and everyone has obviously gone to their dry setups. When I say dry setups, I literally mean putting the dry tires on. The car setups are whether they chose to have a hybrid or a dedicated wet or dedicated dry. That we don't know. But dry tires are on, and quickest man on the track at the moment is Daniel Rowe, 1:35.2 his best, and that was his last lap that he's just done. So he's starting to push the loud pedal. Bernard Bernsey King doing 1:35.8 his last lap. Ryan Barrington Smith 1:35.6. Christopher Radloff for 1:35.5. Sean Skitter in 5th place, a 1:36. Eric Christine, a 1:36. And Dwayne Hall, a 1:35.8. So that's where the pace is at the moment. Everyone's slowly getting quicker. The track's not optimum, as you can see at the top. It's still listed as fast. So I think once it changes, and hopefully it does, and more rubber goes down, it'll tick over into optimum. The temperature's good, it's 26, and then we should possibly see, and as I say that, Daniel Rowe does just do a 1:34.9. So Daniel Rowe is pushing, and now it's not jittering with him, so I have no clue what is going on here. Sorry guys, but just bear with me. Seems to be a really strange issue, whatever it is. Looking off the back of the roof of the Aston Martin. And Daniel Rowe up the road by 23 seconds over Bernsey King. Those are lap cars back there that you can see. Aston Martin's 1 and 2, then a BMW, and then a Mercedes. So a bit of a mix and match with the manufacturers at the moment, which is great to see. Not a dominating one make formula here. And the Lambo, Van der Westhuizen up into 9th. The other one, R. van Wyk, is in the car now from Mark Guy. And Ryan van Wyk, 17th place. And only 6 seconds off... oh, I see Mitteleni just went past this Dwayne van Schalkwyk BMW. This is Wentworth, William Wentworth's car. So Ryan van Wyk catching up to this BMW. And is Reginald... He is. No, there's Esterhuizen. So Essie's just up ahead. That BMW is one of the leading or faster cars, just up ahead of them. But Ryan van Wyk coming on strong in the Lamborghini and catching up to the back of Dwayne van Schalkwyk here. So let's watch this. The K-Pax BMW. This team, the original K-Pax Racing, is in America, and our very own South African Jordan Pepper races for K-Pax Racing. Jordan Pepper, who left when Bentley retired from official team entry in the GT3 series. And Jordan Pepper moved to America, and he's running as a team driver for K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. Essie Esterhuizen in the car here. We were talking about this earlier, wondering if I think Genre was in the car earlier, and I wasn't sure if he was doing a solo or not. Down to 19 cars now, as you can see. Gareth Hawkins, last man on the track. So Hansi is finally disconnected. Pace difference, just FYI. Daniel Rowe up at first place. His best lap of 134.9, and the slowest car, which was Dwayne, this BMW, 137.3. So almost 4 seconds. Not a lot, 3.5 seconds between the quickest and slowest cars, but it makes for interesting racing because the quicker drivers need to do appropriate negotiating and overtaking, etc. Right. It's taken Ryan 2 or 3 laps, but he is now slowly getting onto the back of this BMW van Schalkwijk. So we'll stick with him, and hopefully we'll see a nice clean overtake move. This is for position, 16th place. And the clock up at the top says 4.5 hours of racing to go. So we're here we go. Lamborghini up the inside on the long back straight. They're side by side, but he will be ahead by the time they come to the first kink. Great camera angle. They're showing the pace of the cars through there. Flat out, then hard braking into this quick right-hander, and more braking for the hairpin. Oh, Hansi, sorry, bro. I was wondering what was going on, man. Oh, Jean, thanks, buddy. I wasn't sure what was going on there earlier. Thanks for the updates. Hansi, that's bad luck, dude. Guys were saying earlier they weren't sure if you were even going to start because of internet, so I feel you, bud. At least you did make a plan and got going and then disconnected and reconnected. It's not cool. Tough one. Okay, I'm jumping up ahead to Christopher Radloff because why? He is closed in on the back of Ryan Barrington-Smith. This now for third place, the last on the podium, last position. Even though it's early days, but a position is a position. And Barrington-Smith knows certainly how to run defensively and run fast. Last laps. Ryan, a 135.6. Christopher Radloff, a 135.5. So Radloff going to work out how he can get the overtake done. He's having a look. Yeah, Hansi defers, buddy. Don't worry about it, man. Grab a few beers, enjoy the stream with me, and we can chat and talk. And oh, look at this. Radloff super close. Barrington-Smith knowing where to position the BM right in the middle of the track. We'll see now. He wants to get a good drive out of this. Oh, he's trying to do a send, and there is contact. He does slow down and let Ryan sort the stuff out. So good gentlemanly stuff, but that was a big send from Radloff. I don't think the contact would have incurred too much damage, but on they go, and no harm, no foul. Okay. Ryan van Wyk, the Lambo, caught up to Reginald. I'll just watch that. I'm not going to jump there now because this one is a little bit closer and more important right now. I'm sure Chris Radloff's going to try again somewhere. Barrington Smith gets a good drive out of that sharp hairpin and manages to hold the position all the way up this long back straight. Oh, they run wide through there. I think if he's... Oh, and he's very wide here. I think he's let Radloff in. Now he's on the inside. They're going to... Yo! Let's go to the helicam here, because this is all happening. Good racing by everyone involved. Oh, Radloff runs a bit wide but gets it back on the track, and there could be a couple of track cuts happening there. This is some entertaining racing to watch. Let's stick with this from our helicam view. Right, Berry's managing to stretch out almost a second now. I think Radloff might have pushed a little bit hard. Track still fast, hasn't gone optimum. So the rubber is going down, but it's taking, geez, almost an hour to get up to optimum conditions. Have a look at Van Wyk now, because he is still there just behind Mataleni. The original puts 1 foot wrong in that Honda, and Ron Van Wyk is going to pounce. Lamborghini is such a mean looking car. I mean, it just, that to me is a you know, that's a supercar. The Honda is just like a GT car, but the Huracan is such a mean looking car. Wailing down the back straight they come. Oh, Original runs wide. So we've got these two dances happening for 3rd and 4th and 15th and 16th respectively. These are the closest two dances on the track at the moment. But I'll keep my eyes on all the other all the other cars and positions. Excuse me. Niall, how's it, buddy? Good effort there. Nice opening stint, man. Car looks amazing, and you guys have 2 cars in the top 5, so Sean and the team must be super happy. Tell you, old man, I said how's it as well. And I haven't been racing. Oh my word, Radloff turned the Mercedes into a wheelbarrow there. Gee whiz, he was flying all over those sausage curbs, and that could have scraped away some of the diffuser underneath the Merc. I'm just saying, but anyway, that's allowed Berries to get a bit of a gap here, so Ryan's hanging on to it, but gee, Christopher Radloff was looking at the ground out the windscreen of that Mercedes. And he immediately gets down to business and closes back up onto the back of Barrington Smith. I don't know if their temps are 100% in this Mercedes. It just looks a little bit untidy. I think he might be pushing hard, but it looks like he's struggling a little bit with the handling. So possibly the tires aren't right, but we'll monitor it as we go forward. Yeah, doing good, man. Yeah, it was a great opening stint. A couple of dramas for some teams further back. Our team, unfortunately, Chris had it was a very strange disqualification, but it happens. Along that back straight, if you fall off on that second last corner and you kind of cross over and get back onto the road going back to the main straight, the game sees that as you cutting the track going in the wrong direction, and he got disqualified, so our car's out. But oh, and look at that, Radloff again closes right in. All right, here we go, side by side, helicam view. Both cars even speed. It's a drag race. Who's gonna, yeah, Ryan's gonna back out of it. Let's see how Chris Radloff gets through there. He does. Ryan's trying to do the undercut. He is on the inside, and he does do the undercut. Jeez, awesome racing going on here. Everyone showing full respect for the other driver, and some very close, clean, honest racing happening. That was awesome. Wrong cameras, sorry. See, look, he's working so hard on the wheel that I don't know if the tires are a little bit overheated or what, but as quick as Chris is, the Merc seems to be a handful. As well as him just driving really hard to close in on Barrington Smith and make the pass stick. So some good racing by both gentlemen involved. Daniel Rowe, on the other hand, 135 threes, while these guys are doing 136 fours and 136 eights. So Daniel Rowe is just hammering laps in, and his pace is just relentless. Oh, Ryan running wide there. That could be a track cut. That's the next stumbling block that both these guys are going to have. They're going to, I'm sure, will receive drive-throughs for track cuts. There they run wide. You run too wide there, you can get a track cut. So we'll see it happen in the course of the next 4.5 hours. I think you have to be super diligent to be able to drive this track at pace and not get a drive-through. It's not easy, let me put it to you that way. How's Scotland, Niall? I need to come and visit. I really must. I don't know if I'll ever be able to. I'd like to come and buy my family kilt. There's a company here that offers to import it for you, and the currency value for the length of the material and making it up and everything, it's so expensive, man. I didn't realize it's actually that expensive for our specific tartan colors. So my missus is going back overseas to Redcar in 2 months time to go and look after her mum, and I cracked a joke saying maybe she should see if she can try and get it or find it or whatever. It'll be a lot closer then. Oh, so it's raining again. I'm not too sure about how the weather is at the best of times, but I know you guys are heading in towards winter now. Look at the other race, also the same. Just as close. Ryan van Beek still right under the wing of the Honda. Reginald managing to put some huge defense on, and he's holding that Lamborghini back. But he runs wide there. Oh, I think this has just done it. Top speed. Look at the Honda's pace. He was very wide out of that hairpin, and the Lamborghini didn't make any inroads on this gap. Only happens right towards the end here. Yeah, I got you. But she's down near Newcastle Airport, so still in the UK. So still a ways to get to Scotland. I mean, I think over the border is Ireland, isn't it? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on the geography. Reggie's out there, and there goes the Lambo. Reggie's given up. He was far too far off track, and he couldn't cut back in. Almost runs into the back of the Lambo now. So Ryan needs to now just put his head down and drive and see if he can get the gap. And look at this. Reggie's going, no, hang on, buddy. I'm coming back at you. You're not taking this position. Reginald doing a send up the inside. Ryan has to leave the gap open. Yeah, it is. Oh, you're right. Very north of England. I must go and look on Google Maps then. These guys are having a huge race here. Reginald holds on to the position. Yeah, let me have a look here quickly. Top man. Yeah, okay. I see where the border is. Alright, got you. Alright, sorry. Yeah, I'll get that mixed up. Ireland's over there. Oh, well, we'll see. I don't know if she's got the opportunity to travel or not. But if there's a shop nearby, I could maybe send it to her. We'll see. I'll have a look into it. Right, Radloff holding on to the position ahead here of Ryan Barrington-Smith. So this pass must have happened while we were watching the other cars, but Ryan Barrington's not going to give this one up so easily, so we'll watch them for a bit. 4 hours and 13 minutes left, and look at that, the track's just switched to optimum. So track temperature 26, ambient at 20, which is still cool, but optimum track, so lap times should come down. Daniel De Villiers, our leader, at 135.9, and his best at 134.7. These gentlemen, Radloff doing a 135.4 and Ryan a 135.5 respectively. Oh, cheers, Neil. No, I will let you know once it happens. She's we booked her flight for November, I think. So she goes over for 5 months. I'm going to enable autopilot for a little bit and just see if it's been updated. Daniel Rowe, your leader, at 64 laps. And up the road from Bernard King by almost 40 seconds now. Daniel de Villiers having to put some huge defensive moves on Mr. Pillay, who's trying to get by for Hybrid Academy in the BMW. So that's what we currently see. This is some good stuff. Always must be careful to run, not to run too wide there, and this corner. And we see cars coming into the pits there. That's Van Skalkwijk for Higanons No Team Higanons with William Wentworth, and he's into the pits from 18th place. Oh, Daniel runs a little wide down there. Allows St. John to close right up. Oh, they're almost side by side here. I'm going to turn off the autopilot and we'll drive manually again. St. John looking. Putting Daniel de Villiers under all sorts of pressure right here. Pits. Daniel in. So that's going to promote and allow St. John to move along. There he goes. Right, let's go back up here. This is Ryan Barrington Smith again. Almost at the hour, as you can see. So nearly 2 hours done of the 6 hours from Misano. Oh, look at that. Look what's happening in 30 minutes. A line of rain. Half an hour into the stint and we've got a yellow flag here. Okay, that's been cleared already. Someone must have been a little bit wide. That was car 404, I do believe. That was Gavin Scruton. Okay, he's cleared and all going okay. But there we go. So we're going back to rain, ladies and gents. I told you this was going to prove an interesting round. And we can see it. Oh, let's go back to Reginald. Reginald having a go here with Ryan van Wyk in the Lambo. The NSX is actually a gorgeous looking car, as was the previous one, but now this one is really nice. Raced in America is the Acura. Right, on we go. 2 hours of this race done. This man, Daniel Rowe, who came up in the rain from, I think his qualifying was 4th or 5th place. And got into the lead, and he hasn't shown any signs of losing that at all. He is currently on 68 laps, and what is the gap back? Wow, Bernard King, here he comes, and he's in 2nd place. So the gap's almost a minute and some change between 1st and 2nd place. Daniel Rowe's pace, just outrageous, the lap times he's doing. Last lap a 135.0, Bernard King a 135.7. The whole field doing 135.8s, 35.9s, 36s. Only Daniel Rowe in the low 35s and 34s. 3rd place, it's the other hybrid car. It's Christopher Radloff here, Hybrid Academy Shake. And he's doing a great job in 3rd place after having a good long 30 or 40 minute dice as they climbed up from 4th, I think, up into 3rd place. Sorry, he was further back than that. And now managing to slowly but surely put a gap between himself and Barrington Smith. They in turn are in 4th place with Sean Skitter, the other LNR car. Here it is here. And they are in 5th place, so 4th and 5th for LNR cars. Eric Kirstein for Team Tryhard Racing Blue. He's doing a great job, and he's up into 6th place with Dwayne Hall for Retro Serenity, calmly going about his business undercover like a ninja. And he just gets on with the job at hand and gets the results. Martin Reitenbach here for Kinetic Simworks Racing Force, and he is in 8th place, followed by Ruan van der Westhuizen in the Ground Zero Racing Lamborghini Huracan. And these guys in 9th place and doing well with the Lambo. And then Sunjin Pillay in 10th for Hybrid Academy Apex Racing, the BMW. And yeah, as I say, that rounds out your top 10. Gavin Scruton in 11th place. This is Team Tryhard Racing Green. And Essie Esterhazer, the only Audi in the race, in 12th place at the moment. They're doing well, and also just 2 laps back of the leaders now. Keo Mouton, here he is in the BMW for NFS. Ryan van Wyk in the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. He's just had a huge dice with Reginald, who is a bit of a ways off him. So Reginald's had a moment somewhere that we missed. Robin van der Merwe now in the Hybrid Academy pink car. He's taken this over. Jean-Ray Boerter for Team Flat Out Racing. Dwayne van Schalkwijk. Higanots. He's still out and lapping. They're in 18th place, and Gareth Hawkins rounds out your and Dwayne van Schalkwijk just got a drive-through in the BMW, just up ahead of them. Gareth Hawkins in 19th place, and that's the field. So started with 23 cars this evening. A couple of disconnects and disqualifications happening, but that's what happens in racing. It's all about the endurance of the sport. So 4 hours to go, and at the moment it's Rowe from Bernard King, Radloff, Smith and Skitter. That's your top 5. I'm going to take a little immersion break. I'm going to leave the camera on Radloff, these guys, and the helicam view, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Had to go and get another cold drink. Drink lots of cold drinks on these long evenings. Hello, Daniel. And Mr. B. How's it? Kiamaton, here he is for NFS. And in 13th place and going well. Bernard King putting in some exceptionally good laps here and running a nice clean race in second place at the moment, ahead of the dust between Radloff and Ryan Barrington Smith. So this is going to be a good result for KSR Racing's Talk team, as long as they keep this pace up and don't suffer any big problems. Hello Cornet, how's it? Yeah, it's not beer, but it's still alcohol. Cheers, mana. Radloff and Barrington still at it, although there's a 3-second difference there. Should be seeing some more pit stops now, but yo, there is rain in the next half an hour, according to the weatherman. So guys are enjoying the pace now, but I think what they're going to be in a predicament, because a lot of them are going to be running out of fuel soon, so they've got to pit in the next, give or take, 2 or 3 laps, and then they're going to have to come pit again in half an hour because the rain's going to start, and then the dry tires are going to be useless. So I think Bertus has spun us an awesome difficult server, and everyone's wanting this mixed weather conditions. Well, here we go, here we got it. It's not the whiteout kind of rain that was Mount Panorama in round 1, but it's challenging in that it's changing conditions, you know. So let's see how the guys deal with it. I just saw up ahead there Reginald. Here he is. Right, so he's got Robin van der Merwe, who's trying desperately to get past Reginald's Honda. Robin, I think, is one of the new sign-ups into the Almighty Hybrid Academy team, and he will hopefully grow and get quicker and become more consistent and so well done to Robin. But right now showing a whole lot of pressure, and old Reggie up ahead in the Honda is watching in his mirrors more than the windscreen. Oh, it's going to look at 7th place, Dwayne Hall. Dwayne Hall right under the wing of Eric Christine. I always find it amazing how in the endurances the races come and go. They're like, you'll have 2 or 3 dices to watch, and then it gets a bit boring and I struggle to find something interesting, and then in the blink of an eyelid you've got 3 dices happening all up and down the grid. Oh, Gavin Scruton, drive through, track cuts, bad luck, man. But it is expected, especially on this track. It's so tough. You get a drive through just by looking at a corner crooked. Van Hall's trying to work this out. Eric Husty, oh, there's almost a rear end touch there. Hall carrying a lot of pace around that double right-hander, and he almost ran into the back of the BM of Christine. I think we're still going to see drive-throughs for the likes of the Rose and the Kings and Radloffs and Barrington Smiths. I don't care how good you are, when you're running those huge... Oh, look at that. Look at the line that Hall takes through there. But when you're running the quick lap times and the fast, consistent laps, you're bound to put a wheel more than you're allowed to off track. And if you don't lift and slow down, that becomes a track cut. And we all know what happens there. That corner there, right, you've just seen it. That's very easy to get a track cut. Yeah, if you cut the hairpin too much, you get a track cut. Outside of these 2 left-handers. So easy. Hall just looking so much quicker than Christine right now, and trying to work out how to get by here. It is 9:10 tonight, and we've just gone under 4 hours left of this race. We're going right up until 1 a.m. There comes the BMW of Kiyomuton, who had the drive-through. So he's paid the penalty, and he comes out in, Gavin Scruton, sorry, 11th place. Is that right? Yes. Cornet, if you're still there with us, is Kabillion still racing? Is the man still around, or was that just a little fleeting whatever? Are you guys still a team, and is he still racing? Sure. Dwayne Hall has all different types of speeds through various sections in comparison to Eric Christine. Mr. Hawkins gets a drive-through down in 19th. I've noticed a couple of teams have packed it in or stopped racing. The novelty's wearing off. Oh, Eric Christine, he's just got one. The cars we're watching, he's just got a drive-through. And he very gentlemanly just gets out the way. It doesn't help to actually defend the position if he's going in the pits. That is now a different type of a gentleman. So good for you, sir. You just let Dwayne Hall go right past, because it's pointless trying to hold him back. And clearly Dwayne Hall was pushing enough to force the track cut to happen. So Eric Christine's got a drive-through. Wolfman Willie. Burnsy in the pits from second place. But just going back to, the COVID days are now gone. The lockdown, that obviously gave everybody what are we going to do with ourselves? And that's how we all got going into the sim racing world. But I've noticed over the period, we've just gone through, me and myself and Kieran and our team, 3 years. And Reg Mitteleni gets his drive-through in 15th as I'm talking. We started at another league which has only managed to hang on running AC and ACC races, and they don't even get to stream their races anymore because of the people that did do it. Obviously, they've got lives to live and other things to get on with, and nobody else is kind of offering. I think that's Bernard King. It is. Burnsy King comes out the pits just ahead of Dwayne Hall. Eric Christine goes into the pits to serve his drive-through. So Burnsy goes in from second, comes out in net fifth. Bertus's league here, Raceface League, is arguably and easily the biggest league running at the moment in the country. And there's at least four, possibly even 5 categories in various skill ratings. So it's a good place to race, and we've all invested a pile in our equipment and stuff. It's going to be something that needs to stay with us for a while. So. And then the other league that's obviously around, which is LNR. Mr. Sean Buck and the boys there. Anyway, I've been enjoying racing again. I've literally commentated the entire year this year. And thanks to the other guys that picked up, and Doughaber, Steve Koenig and Janneman Price, all of them who have picked up the live stream for the last round, season 10 I think, of Raceface, or 11, I'm not sure. And it allowed me to go and race with Chris, my partner, and we had some fun in Pro-Am. We're all going up to Pro, and I'm going to race Pro again this season, so we'll see. Okay, what's going on? Daniel Rowe is going on. 1 minute 34.6, his quickest lap, as he goes up the inside of that Team Green BMW. John Rebuerta is in for Team Flat Out Racing. He's back in the car. And Eric Kirstein now back in the pits from 8th, so he's going to be doing a driver change. Reg Mataleni down in 17th after completing his drive-through. So Radloff into 2nd, and that promotes Barrington Smith into 3rd, with Bernsey King having done his pit stop, and he is down in 5th. So Radloff, Barrington Smith, and a bunch of other guys hanging on for the rain. And look at the weather. It says it's raining 10 minutes, so it is closing in. It's getting a lot darker. Track temp is down to 25. And it's cloudy. Dwayne Hall at the moment, the closest to us here. He's following Bernard Bernsey King, who's just got past the BMW there of Van Skalkwyk. Who kindly moves over and lets Dwayne Hall go through as well. So this currently the closest to us on track. This is the Jason Isherwood team of Retro Esports. Jason lives around the corner from me here in Domingo Flay, Table View area. Also has a big community. There's a whole lot of other esports gaming. But they just kind of sneak around in these racing events and just end up in the top 5s and higher. So they put on a great show. I've noticed who we have lost and I don't see much anymore of is Black Widow Racing, Team Black Widow. Jason Luck and Hannes van Beek, I think, and a couple of other people. This is where you need to find, you know, the enthusiasts to help keep the teams rolling over. Oh, that was Reginald. Reginald Mitteleni just getting out the way and letting them come through. Here he is. But yeah, to have enthusiasts within the team, then, you know, carry on with the team and race still as teams. And I'm sure we'll still see them come back and race every now and then, because all of these guys have invested heavily in equipment. Jason Luck, I know, has got Fanatec stuff and expensive rims and pedals and stuff. It's an investment in a sport, so I'm sure we will see him back. Oh, here we go. Here comes our leader. Reginald staying right out the way, as does Van Skalkwyk, and Daniel Rowe takes both of them literally in one corner. Dwayne Hall really pushing along here now and giving Bernard Bernsey. Here comes the rain. Here we go, boys and girls. So everyone out there currently on slicks, and now we're going to see this place turn into an ice rink. Everyone's going to be heading into the pits. Oh, maybe not everyone. Certainly these two aren't. It usually takes about a lap, 2 at max, for the track to get wet. So let's watch with interest now what happens, because it's going to be happening. They're already sliding. The last laps here were 135.2 and 135.8. And yeah, that grip is going right out the window as we speak. Van Schalkwyk's first into the pits, then SC Esterhazy. So they're not wasting time. Most of the guys will be able to get at least a lap, maybe 2 laps in before they really have to pit. And you can see the reflections from the headlights on the track. So the track's getting wet already. The track is listed now as greasy from Optimum. So it's on its way to being wet. And I think we'll see a couple of yellow flags, and I'm going to literally just jump around when I see them. Exciting. Rain's coming down. We look in car, you can see the drops on the windscreen. Bernard Bernsey King's also got some. There was a yellow flag, but it's cleared. I think they were just wide. Are they coming in? Oh, these are brave men. Not yet. They decided to stay out. Ooh. Hawkins in the pits. St. John Pillay. Kirstine in the pits. Esterhazy. Esterhazy's on his way out. See him possibly at the bottom of the screen. There you can hear him. In the Audi. And there we go. We've got rain for the next 3 weather times. So at least half an hour it's raining, if not longer. So track's going to get wet. Look at that. Bernsey King running defensive. He goes up the inside of the track, and Dwayne Hall going up the outside. Bit of a squirrely moment as they come into braking. They both run deep. Cars are starting to lose traction now. Last laps were 139 and 140 from previous laps of 135s. So they're already 5 or 6 seconds off. Oh, to Blanche gets a drive through. So that Aston Martin coming in from Hawkins was too quick into the pits or out the pits. And they're going to have to come back in and do a stop-go 30 for speeding into the pit lane. Now you can see the track's getting wet. Christopher Radloff comes in from 3rd place. These guys are definitely going to be in now. It'd be silly not to pit. So 6-7 seconds. Here we go. Yo, look at this. Dwayne Hall is throwing the dice for Retro. He's decided to hang out and stay out. And there the pit lane lights up. Radloff, Skitter, Bernsey King, Mouton, Van Wyk. There's 7-8 cars in the pits. Everyone's coming in. Dwayne Hall's taken this opportunity to try and hang on to what's left of his tires. It's damp. Look at the track weather widget. It's not greasy now. It's gone damp. So he can't stay out much longer after this lap without it being super slippery. His last lap was a 143.9 from a 135. He's 9 seconds off the pace of the dry track time. Radloff gets a drive through literally as he comes out the pits. Oh, that's bad luck, Chris Radloff. I knew they were coming. Daniel Rowe into the pits, our leader, so Hall needs to just literally tiptoe the last couple of corners. He's trying to obviously jump positions, and he is. He's up into 3rd place. Barrington Smith also hasn't pitted yet. Let's go and see where he is. Here he is. And here he comes. So Ryan comes in. Ryan Otten's carrying a drive through, so he's going to have to do this. He's halfway around the lap. Dwayne Hall, he must be pitting now. He's literally crawling around the last couple of corners. He can't even get around the hairpin. Look how wet it is. There, Barrington and Rowe both in. Yeah, Rowe's out already. So here we'll see Hall now peel off to the left. And here he comes. So he did manage to... That lap he stayed out. We'll now do a comparison. We see Sean Buck in the BM for LNR from 5th place, and Barkhuizen in the other Aston Martin. So he's taken over from Bernsey King. and we'll see where they come round, having pitted early to get the tyres done. Bega Krobler's in the car, so it's a handover, all done and dusted from the almighty Daniel Rowe. Barrington Smith currently in the pits with Dwayne Hall. Otten's now coming into the pits. He's got to get his drive-through done. So boys are on the wets. The track is listed as damp. It's starting to glisten, and that'll mean wet shortly. It's not going to go flooded. It's not raining hard enough. But damp or wet, either way, it's still wet weather tires. You can't be out there on slicks at the moment. Dwayne Hall's rolling. Barrington Smith has just gone out. Still in the car. A lot of... Ooh, yeah, just hang on to that. A lot of driver changes in all the other cars. So a lot of new names on the board. Sean Buck's in the car. Barkhuizen's in the car. Corne Strauss is in the car. Sunjin's still driving. Skuman's in the other car. Devon Alley's in 10th place. He's taken over. Kurt Glashagen's in the other Lambo down in 18th. Paul Fenter's in this car. So driver change. He has taken over from Berries. So Paul Goimilis Venter now in a pink car, not in a yellow car anymore. So all those drivers, welcome. Hopefully you've joined us and come onto the YouTube channel. Great first hour or 2 hours. You guys have done awesomely well. Johan Bega Krobler in a very comfortable position at the moment. About, jeez, it looks like almost 1.5 minutes up the road. It's almost a full, no, it's not a full lap, but it's at least a minute 20 is clear. Paul Venter in second place for LNR. Ryan Ottens in third place for Hybrid Academy. Sean Buck, the other LNR car, the BMW, up into 4th place now. And Jason Isherwood gets into the Retro Serenity BMW from Dwayne Hall, who did an awesome job. He's given Jason the car in a great position, and they are in 5th place with Bernard Barkhuizen not too far back after Daniel King's awesome effort. There he is. And that's your top 6. Corne Strauss climbing into the Kinetic Simworks racing car. I've already forgotten who he's sharing this with. I'll have to go and look on the paperwork, but never mind. So, good couple of first 2.5 hours worth. We're heading towards halfway through the race. 19 cars still out there, so good healthy field, and it's all still to play for. Oh, just heard a BMW struggling. There it goes up ahead. No, that BMW. Is that Kia Mouton? It was. It was Daniel de Villiers' teammate, and the NFS MW, I'm not sure what that all stands for, but he was having a drama through the hairpin. Track still listed as damp, hasn't gone full wet yet. Jean Kleinans back in the wailing Audi. R8 V10, same as the Lambo motor. And the next best thing to a V12. Not much chatting or discussing going on anywhere actually in the endurance series, so everyone seems to be comfortable, all good. Good stints put in by our opening drivers, and oh, this is Sunjin Pillay. He's handed the car over. I need to find who's this. Yeah, St. John, here he is in 8th place. It's Werner Schumann giving him a hard time in the Team Tryhard Racing blue car, Eric Kirstein's car. And he picks up a little bit of a clout and a coming together there with, I think that was Ryan Ottens, if I am not mistaken. It was. So I think there will be could be a possible time penalty handed down for that. It was a little bit unnecessary, but anyway. Ryan pushing along hard and trying to close in quite quickly on the Paul Venter BMW, the LNR car up the road. And St. John moves over, and here comes Werner Schumann again. Not too much drama there, didn't lose too much places, and this race continues. Schumann, Eric Kirstein's teammate in the TTHR blue car, having an almighty dice here with St. John Pillay. Looks like St. John might be doing the solo actually. He hasn't had a driver change as far as I think. Oh, catch it! Schumann does catch it, gets a huge tank slapper, catches that one. William! Stands for Need for Speed Game Car, the M3. Okay, shot buddy. Need NFS MW. You guys can see, it's not me. I'm not a console driver, so thanks for sharing. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Got it. Hier gaan ons. Dwayne van Skalkwijk doing well here. Nice metallic emerald green multiple layered BMW, very cool. Jason Isherwood, look here, he's closing in as he usually does. He's 1.8 seconds off the back of Mr. Buck for LNR, and this again is the Retro Serenity Retro Esports team car. That's they finished very well in the last round, I think, in the top 3 at least, and they're about to get into the the podium position soon. Shot William. So he is doing a lone drive. That is St. John Pillay for hybrid in the BMW. 6 hours all on your own. Ish. I'd need a crane to lift me out of my chair, never mind anything else. No way I could sit in this thing for that long. Even now, after like hour stints, I've got to get up and stretch. My backside gets sore. And I'm in an ergonomic chair here. I don't even have a rig. A lot of traffic going on right here, including Bernard Barkhuizen in 6th place. Here he is. So he goes by past that BMW, and Bernard Barkhuizen 1.7 off the back of Isherwood, who's 1.1 off the back of Sean Buck. So this is now becoming a 3-way dice here for 4th, 5th and 6th place. Track still damp, eh? Not wet. Interesting. Three hours, 28 minutes and counting. Paul Venter a little bit up the road, the Logistical Nightmare Racing, the Expendables team. And he is doing 144s. So he's not quick enough. Ryan Ottens, here he is. Did Paul just spin? No, he didn't. Ryan Ottens coming through 2nd and 3rd corners. He is about 6 seconds back, and he's doing 142s. So Ryan Otten's going to drive his way right up into 2nd place in about the next 10 minutes, give or take. Beggar Krobler, last lap, a 143.3. He is super quick and easily in first place after that immense stint put in by the hybrid drivers. It's very hard to like hold on to or even dice with Daniel Rowe. In fact, it's he's an exceptional driver, and he knows exactly what he needs to do to get the job done. So, you know, he knows how to put you under pressure, he knows where to position the car, and his car control is exceptional. So hybrid currently leading this round 3, the 6 hours of Misano, but we have another hybrid car here, the Hybrid Academy Shake, Ryan Otten's Mercedes in 3rd place. And then we got to look a little bit further back to find the next one, which will be St. John in 8th place in the BMW, who's having a mega dice here with Werner Schumann. I'll leave it on here for now. And then Robin van der Merwe, the other hybrid car, the Mercedes, down in the pink Mercedes in 14th place. William, do you know if Bertus is getting in a car at all for any team? Is he driving tonight? Werner Schumann for Team Tryhard Racing Blue. This is Kirstine's teamie, and all over the back of St. John Pilley's BMW. I think we should see a pass happen here soon. Almost side-by-side action up the back straight here. Schumann and Pilley. Bertus driving with Martin Reitenbach. Thank you, guys. So we'll see Bertus out in the car just now. Oh, Kurt Glashagen, he gets a drive-through. Telling you, I guarantee literally every driver tonight will have a drive-through, or every team at least, not driver. Oh, Werner catching a big slide there. I might actually boot up my broadcast PC and just let it do some updates. I built a second PC which is supposed to act as a broadcast PC for our Team PWSR races, but I should be able to get other footage from that car, from that PC as well. So run split screen here with like multiple views. Could get a bit complicated though. Right, let's see how Ryan Ottens is getting along. We look in the distance. We're looking for Paul Venter. He's 15 seconds up the road, so that's the gap between second and third. And Sean Buck 11 seconds back behind this lot with Bernard Barkhuizen there in the distance. We just saw it. Let's go and look there. Bernard Barkhuizen arriving on the back of Sean Buck's BMW now. There it is. And he in turn is behind the Mercedes of Robin van der Merwe down in 14th. So Sean Buck going to want to get past that Mercedes as soon as he can. No. Yeah, I didn't see Martin on the track here or Bertus, so Maybe Bertus's internet has failed, dude. I mean, unless Martin gave the car to somebody else. Oh, Paul Fenter, there's their drive-through. Told you. This track is an absolute you-know-what when it comes to off-track limits. Paul Fenter pushing hard in second place, and well, it took them, what's that, 2.5 hours, just over 2.5 hours to get their first drive-through. So I suppose that's cool. He'll probably and should come in and get it done, and he does. So, oh no, and he hurts the car by hitting the barriers as he comes in. That's not what you want to be doing there, meneer. Right, Ron Ottens, here he comes. So, hybrid car, and he just gets a drive-through. Oh, look at the Lambo. Oh my word, we need to... Careful now. So that's the K-Pax car. I think that is Van Wyk. It is. Let's go and see what happened to him. Here he comes, coming to the final corner. And he's maybe going to hit a curb or slide. Oh, he goes far too wide. Hits a sausage curb. Tank slapper, and he's... It is not a good place to be. The Aston Martin comes around for... It's a Hunter Blanche, and manages to avoid it. But yeah, there we go. So as I said, Ottens also picks up his drive-through. So the second and third place cars now have drive-throughs. Paul Fenter's completed his. He comes out and he's in 5th place. So Ryan Ottens will have to do his. He'll come out and he'll be in 5th place. Because that'll promote Fenter back up to 4th again. And he's going to come out right between Fenter and Jason Isherwood. So this dice here is where Mr. Ottens is going to peel out once he does his... let's keep a watch on this one. Track still damp, and same schedule for the next half an hour. All happening as we come up to the middle of the race. We're going solidly now for 2 hours 40 minutes. Thanks for hanging around on the YouTube, watching the stream and chatting, and it just helps for the evening to go by. We're here until 1 a.m. and it's only 9:45. Ugh, 3 more hours. I don't know if Mr. Koenig's going to join me. He's, if he's still commentating for the endurance series. I don't know when they finish. I know they finish late, so that might only be a 10 or 11. But hopefully he'll just walk in, and we'll have a backup, another commentator here. I'm going to want to go and get something to eat just now, and another cold drink or 3. So just bear with me as we go along. Lovely, 28 people watching. Welcome everyone to the YouTube channel. You are here with us at Raceface.PRO. You're watching round 3 of the 6-round endurance series. This is the 6 hours of Misano. We are, oh my word. But Jason Isherwood just drive into that Mercedes. I think that was a quite heavy contact there. That's the Mercedes of Robin van der Merwe. It was totally accidental though. I think Robin was in the middle of a slide and trying to gather the car up, but not too much harm done. Ron Otten's yet to come in here. There he is. Don't hit the barriers. He doesn't. Awesome, thank you. Tristan de Nobrega, good evening, gent. Welcome to it. It's been a while. It has. Martin was out before the rain. Okay, I don't know. Let's try and find out what's going on there. Right, Ron Otten's cruises through. He's going to come out by these guys. And they caught up in traffic. And they just go by, and he's going to be in the background behind them. There he comes, somewhere back there. Oh, he's still coming out. So he's a bit behind them. So he did lose quite a ways. But he pops out, I think it's 6th. He might stay in 6th or 7th. Where's Cornet? Yeah, Cornet's still coming off the back straight. So Ryan Orton's in 6th place. But jeez, the traffic's thick here. Look at this lot. Paul Fenter going by the other Sean Buck BMW. This is for position. So the LNR cars here are 3rd and 4th respectively. Sean Buck just trying to stay out of everyone's way. Let's Paul Fenter go through. So Bernard Barkhuizen, Sean Buck, Paul Fenton, Isherwood, 4 cars all racing here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jeez, it's closed up right completely here. Sean Buck going again. Isherwood is now behind him. There he is. And the Lambo, the K-Pax car of Ryan van Wyk running very wide off the back straight. And Robin van der Merwe there in the background also in this dice, but a lap or 2 down. The pink hybrid car, it was doing quite well in the opening stints, and then it kind of lost a whole lap somewhere. Maybe also disconnect, I don't know. So, Bernard Barkhuizen into 2nd place now with the Aston Martins, so they are 1st and 2nd. But 3rd place is a light here right now. We're going to just hang around here and watch what happens. This is Paul Fenty in the pink car. Then it's Sean Buck in the blue car. And then it's Jason Isherwood in that pink and black car. Yeah, Tristan, will do. Let's go back in car. Here we go. We're going to sit with Jason Isherwood. And we'll watch all of this happen. And I'm going to just, I'll leave it like that. Yeah, William, you know, everyone's like, we're so tired of the same old weather and dry races. And so he's been working hard to understand the server settings properly. And it looks like he's nailed it now, because we started in wet, it went to dry, and it's gone back to wet. So we are having changeable conditions, which is what everyone's been asking for. Jeez, look up ahead, they're all catching slow cars. It's the Aston Martin of Tablage. And the Lamborghini, and it's the blue BMW there of Eric Kirstein's team. So these guys coming along quickly, and they're coming up to a bunch of traffic. This is going to affect everyone. Paul's the first man to try and get through, and Aston Martin's not going to move over easily. That's your Hunter Blanche. Gareth Hawkins' teamie. Now Mr. Sean Buck trying to get by without any dramas. Difficult place to be, and on the brakes, you don't want to get drive-throughs, and here we go. So they all get through, including Jason Isherwood. Yes, there we see the car in the mirrors. Yo, Chris. No, it went dry, buddy. You went away and went and played with your big engine. It did dry up for 40 minutes, and the guys had some awesome hot stints, and it started raining again just now. So it's all happening, buddy. Shot, Tristan. Yeah, I agree. God help anybody now who goes and complains about it was rain. Burgess will just ban him for like 3 months or something. The whole idea is to try and have changeable weather conditions. I agree, it mustn't go one to the other, to the other, to the other, but you don't want consistent wet like it was Mount Panorama. That was just rubbish. It was so difficult. This has proved to be entertaining. Guys had to change pit strats because they all had to go into wets halfway through an hour. So everything is all confused and changed around. Tell you what, old Sean Buck is driving awesomely well here. And Jason Isherwood pushing hard. He's looking now. Can't do a send down here. This is dangerous. Well, you know what I mean. Your big engine, your real BMW engine. For those of you that don't know, Chris has a E46 track car that was once supercharged, and I don't know what happened, but it almost killed him once or twice. They just decided to rebuild the motor, and it's going back to normally aspirated. And he's imported all these special pistons and screws and washers and spring washers and gaskets from America, and he's rebuilding this motor, and it's sitting in the garage, and that's where he's at with it. Well, Jason almost ran out of talent there. So a lot of the leading teams, as I did look in my crystal ball and saw many DTs being issued. We await the leader to get his DT because literally everyone else has got one. So I'm convinced that Daniel Rowe might have picked up one or two track cuts. Johan Bago must have run wide here or there, but they haven't been issued one yet, so they're doing super well. Almost halfway through the race. Literally everybody else, a good number of people have got drive-throughs. Now, to mitigate it, Daniel, Chris has to save money so that he can save money for the huge amount of petrol he will use when he does put the car back on the road. Driving around in a Toyota Taz, I think. So he's oh dear, Jason Isherwood does run out of talent there. Gets a tank slapper, manages to catch it and not hit anything. And Robin van der Merwe comes past in the hybrid pink Mercedes. There he is, but that's just an unlap. But that's taken the load right off the back of Sean Buck. And Paul Fenter has managed to put 3-4 seconds up the road on Sean Buck. So the LNR cars are third and fourth. But yeah, this BMW, Chris has had it for a couple of years, and it's not. It's a black track machine. I always forget its name, man. It like comes to me in like the strangest times. Jezebel, that's it. So you can go and YouTube it. He's got a couple of videos online of the first engine build that was done, as well as some track days at Swartkops and Kyalami and wherever. And now it's on its second or third rebuild and being changed again. The S54. Right, 8 minutes away from halfway through this race. Jason Isherwood now going back up the inside of Robin van der Merwe in the hybrid car. And he continues to try and get back up to just behind Sean Buck. Ryan Ottens a little ways further back in the other hybrid car. Not far, but there he is. It's actually only 4 seconds off the back of Jason. So Ryan Ottens closing in after their drive-through. and they're busy driving back up the grid. Oh, let's go here. Werner Skuman, Team Tryhard Racing Blue, and Sunjin. They've just gone past Sunjin actually. Let's go back 30 seconds. Here we go. So we'll see the pass happen. Gee, how close is this? Sunjin runs defensive. Werner brakes early. Sunjin misses his braking point, runs wide, and the pass gets done. And all of that right in front of Sean Buck of the LNR car, currently in 4th place. There's some hectic racing going on. Devon Ellis in 10th place. Gian Kleinans in his Audi. And they're just doing laps and running 11th. Johan Baker Krobler on lap 103 as we get to halfway. Looks like it's going to be about 105 laps after 3 hours. Bernard Barkhuizen, here he comes down the back straight, back into 2nd place. They're on 102. Paul Fenter, there he comes on the back straight, 102. Sean Buck, there he is, not too far back. Just behind him, there is Jason Isherwood for 4th. And there is Ryan Ottens for 5th. So we have 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th within about 10 seconds of each other. Starting to get busy. Honda, Reginald, did he have a moment that we missed? Reginald racing for Noob Nation. Track's still damp, so it's a slight drizzle here. Not really getting wet. Oh, there's a car coming out the pits. Ryan Ottens, he had to take avoiding action there. Oh, there it is. That's the pink BMW. It's Paul Fenter. Oh, it is. The Paul Fenter had a massive moment, and he has fallen behind Ryan Ottens. So he had a problem coming through the 2nd and 3rd corners. I thought I recognized it, I just wasn't sure from where. Let's go back and have a look. We'll go back a minute, so bear with us here. Right, here he is. Let's see what's going on. Oh my word, look at that. We just caught it. He had a massive tank slapper through turn 3, and it threw him the other way on the outside of the track. Here he comes, and there you can see, there comes Ryan Otten's BMW, Mercedes. And so I said, oh, there's 2 pink cars here. The Paul Fenter for LNR had a massive moment. He has dropped down from 3rd place all the way down to 6th. Gonna have to wait for this to go live again, so it's still going to be at least 30 seconds or so. We're currently watching replays now. And here we see Ryan Ottens as he closes in on Paul Fenter. Sure, that was a big moment. And there the pass has done, as you can see. So Ryan Ottens in 5th, Paul in 6th. So it's never over, eh? This can catch you out at the most inopportune times. And I mean, I know we can see there's a bit of a racing line there, but it doesn't matter. It's still damp. Cars are still skittish. There's Sunchen just up ahead. So Robin van der Merwe in the Mercedes catching up to the back of Sunchen Pillay. But Robin trying to unlap himself. Sunchen's a whole lap ahead. And these guys, in fact, a whole lap ahead of all of them ahead. Anyone pitting yet? Well, they won't. I don't think a lot of cars will pit on the hour. Some will, because they did in the previous stint. But then the rain came like 30 minutes after the hour, and that's when everyone pitted to put wets on. So the pit strats are going to be a little bit out. Oh my word, Robin just bailing out of that one in the Mercedes. And now Paul trying to get by him. And he does so. Little bit of team orders here as Ryan Ottens does a send up the inside of St. John, who literally just lets it go because it's not his race right now. Oh, Ryan Ottens running deep. St. John almost gets up the side of him, but that's giving or allowing Paul Fenter to close up. Here we go, halfway through the race. No change in the weather still for the next half an hour at least. Sean Buck slowly extending his lead over Jason Isherwood. I'm going to take a little break and get another cold drink, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Had to get a little sandwich and another cold drink. Johan Bagger Krubler and Daniel Rowe. Oh. Here they come towards the hairpin going onto the long back straight. Second place, Bernard Barkhuizen, is just off the long back straight. So that is the gap from first to second, whichever way you want to look at it, forward or backward. In other words, they've almost lapped the entire field. Third place, Sean Buck, who we're watching now when I was away. And he's got Ryan Ottens, who has caught up to him, but hasn't got any closer since that. So Ryan Ottens into fourth. Jason Isherwood not that far back. Here he is. The third, fourth, and fifth, 2 seconds apart. Then big gaps all the way back down the field. They are second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth are all on 111 laps. Corne Strauss 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th on 110 laps. Jean Kleinans, Mouton, Van der Merwe, Genre. This is 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th on 109 laps. Reginald Mitteleni 16th, 17th on 108. And then 107 and 106. Oh, Van Skalkweg. Next drive through to be completed. Williams' teammate. Here we go. Mr. Kirstein's BMW just getting kindly out the way as this fast bunch arrive and proceed to go past. Jason Isherwood now needing to do the oh, almost loses control, holds on to it, and track still listed as damp. Ryan Ottens just got past. Go back and see this. I just saw it happen on the screen. Sean Buck is still in front here. Here we can see. Oh, look at that. Oh, Sean Buck gets a huge tank slapper. Manages to catch it, but now he's under huge pressure and Ryan goes around the outside. Nice driving there by Sean Buck and Ryan respectively, and that pass is done. Bumble, how's it? Welcome to the channel, buddy. Thanks for coming and watching the racing. Right, you're looking at Ottens, Buck and Isherwood on the screen. There's Ottens at the bottom, then Buck in the middle, and then Isherwood. This is third, fourth and fifth. Fat dice going on right here, and we'll watch them for until the next pit stops, which is about 10-15 minutes away. Jason Isherwood is starting to look racy. taking very aggressive lines and gets a good drive through that complex out of sector 1. Sean Buck under more pressure here to lose the place. I go into the braking zone for this fast left-hander. Sean Buck closes the door firmly in Jason Isherwood. Now they head out towards the hairpin onto the long back straight. Everything done according to the book here. Ryan Otten's moving around just up ahead, possibly needing to either cool tires, find damp spots, or just trying to break the toe from these guys. Last laps for your info: Ryan Otten's a 144, Sean Buck a 145.6, Jason Isherwood a 143. Oh, Kurt Glashagen in his Lambo gets a drive through from 17th. This track is relentless. Another one. Bertus, how are you? As usual, let me turn your microphone on. So here we go. Here's Bertus. Hello, Bertus.
Hey, Alan. How are you?
Good, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. I think I've been having a lot of chats with the guys watching tonight, saying finally we've got changeable weather conditions. Nobody can complain now about it's boring, the same old, you know?
Yeah, but it seems like it's sort of going into like a certain cycle or a certain setting, and then it just stays there, gets stuck somewhere. So but I give up. I've tried. There's this simulator for the weather, or weather simulation site, where you can go and put in different settings and you try, and it gives you like the probability for the different conditions. So for this specific one, I selected one where I think the possibility of a full wet race is like 6%, and the possibility for rain is 20%.
Okay.
And possibility for a full dry race was 75 or something. And so I would have expected
more dry.
A dry with maybe 1 or 2 stints of rain. And it seems like
well, listen, we're only halfway through. We're only halfway through, so let's not write off the rest of the half of the trip. We had an hour and a bit of wet, then we had an hour of dry, and then we've had an hour of wet. So we'll see what happens.
Let's hope it dries out and we can have a dry rest of the race. But I don't know. It's I just don't. I think the ACC weather system is broken. I think they need to fix it.
It's not 100%. I agree.
I mean, the rain setting is literally 0.1. It's not even on 1.
Sure.
It's 0.5.
Okay.
0.5.
Okay.
So 0.05. Yeah. So it's like the least I can put it on. So I don't know.
It's all good. What happened to Martin's car? How come are you not driving?
Martin's car?
Weren't you sharing with Martin Rautenbach?
Yes. So we've got 5 guys in the team. So each one is doing 1 stint.
Okay.
Cornet Strauss.
Cornet's driving now. Okay, there we go. All right.
Yes. He's in the car. He was looking for a team earlier on.
I saw that.
And I tried to find him a team, and then I couldn't. So I said to my team, guys, do you mind having Cornet in the team? And they were like, no, he's cool.
Yeah,
just bring him in. So because else someone would have had to do a double stint. So so now it works out like everyone can do 1 stint, and we'll see how it goes. But so far so good. P7, I think we're happy. Well,
we're watching a very tight race here at the moment. Ottens, Buck and Isherwood, they were a second apart for all 3, and this is for the 3rd spot on the podium. Very interesting and close dicing been happening all through the race, and all the drive-throughs. I kind of I predicted literally the whole field will get drive-throughs, and we've been watching it happen since the start of the race. So this track is very unforgiving.
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, even in our normal races, our sprint races and the 80-minute races, you can count on everyone at least getting one.
Yeah.
So, well, most guys getting at least one. So for me, in those races, part of my strategy is just to keep it keep it out of the track limits, and then I usually make up a position or two. So
I got you. So Bernard Bernsey King on YouTube saying you must put the rain setting in the trash bin.
Yes. And William Wentworth, Bertus is bad guy. Yes, okay.
I told you. I said, dude, if anybody gives you a mouthful now because you've been working so hard to get this weather right, then you're just going to ban them for 3 months.
Oh yes. I'll just write there. Let me take notes. William and Bernard.
That's it. How's the internet there? Is it okay? Have you stabilized?
Oh yes, no, everything is fine now. I'm still not 100% happy with my ping, because I got a slightly better ping previously, but yeah, for now it's okay. I'm happy. It's consistent, so that's good. So good. Yeah, no issues with download or streaming or anything.
Okay.
The whole family was busy watching movies and stuff earlier. Everyone on their own tablet or device. So while the race is on, So bandwidth is fine. Yeah, ping is okay, and we'll see how. I still need to do my stint, so I'm probably gonna have to bring it home. I'm gonna be doing the last stint, so we'll see. If I get through it without a disconnect or anything, then I'll be happy.
Yeah, look at. Right, this is now turned into a four-way because Paul Fenter's also joined this party. So 3, 4, 5, and 6th place, literally within a second, as you see them. Super close at the moment. But the rain is still there for the next 30 minutes, and the track is still damp. It hasn't gone to wet. So it's not raining enough to make it wet, but it's enough just to keep these guys on their toes. We've seen a couple of, there in the background, somebody running out of talent. It was the blue BMW.
It's so cool to still have. I mean, we had 22 or 23 starters.
23,
and still have 19 cars on the grid with less than half the race left. And still some close battles. So.
Oh, definitely, all good. So, but these guys are having an almighty dice here. And like I said, Jason Isherwood, his retro esports, they're like ninjas. They just kind of leopard crawl into the top 5, and the next thing the guys are there,
Yeah.
Dwayne Hall and him, they just kind of sneak up on you before you realize it. And oh, wow, Sean Buck almost ran into the back of Ottens there. Gee, that was close. So we'll go on board with Sean Buck now and just watch him for a bit.
But Isherwood and Hall isn't even. I mean, they don't race often.
No.
But
when they do, they're always in the top 5.
Yeah. They've been. Oh, another close call there.
Sure.
I mean, they're almost becoming endurance specialists.
Agreed. I mean, I think they came in the top 3 in the second round. Retro.
Yeah, the first one, remember that epic last hour between them and Hybrid.
That's it.
Where I think it was Hall who they were in front, but I can't remember what the issue was, but I remember
the Isherwood issue.
The Isherwood issue. They lost it with like 5 laps to go.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they had to save fuel or what the issue was. But yeah, I mean, it was a very close, very entertaining race.
It was. Anyway, so we see Van Beek in the pits with the Lambo. So they're at 2.5 hours. The rain started an hour ago now, so everybody had to come in and change tyres. So I expect we'll see everyone pit soon. Because the strategy definitely changed the on-hour pit stops to when the rain came, you know, which wasn't on sync with their normal pit stops. So it's at least thrown a sufficient curveball to mismatch the people doing pit stops on the hour.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I know that Barkhuizen and Bernard King, they were 3 laps short of pitting at the right time, and then they were on the wrong tires. But our team, KSR Force 465, they finally we managed to get it right. We pitted right on at the right time to switch to the correct tires. So that worked out well.
Well, right now, Sean Buck's taking a lot of pressure from Jason Isherwood, and Paul Fenter slowly but surely catching up. Paul Fenter, before you joined, was like in 3rd place, and he had a massive tank slapper through turn 3, the long right-hander where the pit lane exit comes out. And it's a huge slide. You're going to see it on the YouTube shortly. Jason Isherwood coming off the back straight. So you're watching the YouTube channel, they're only just going onto the back straight. It's like deja vu now. If I turn that volume up, you'll hear me echo, but I won't do that. But watch the braking now in the second last corner. You'll see the slide here.
Oh, I see. Well, he kept it.
He did.
Well done.
Well done. That was awesome. So, so Paul had a huge flick off, and to try and gather it up, he opposite locked, and it gripped the car up, and he went over the pit lane and off into the sand trap. So he went from 3rd down to 6th, and he's slowly been driving his way back up here. So, but it's good that we've got, you know, obviously Daniel Rowe is Daniel Rowe. He's an exceptional, talented driver, and you know he's put such a huge gap on the field, and Johan Bago Krobler doing his work. They almost a lap up. Oh, Sean Buck's run out of talent. He outbraked himself. You'll see going up to the long left-hander, and he's just dropped back 2 positions. So I'm obviously commentating on the live feed, but you'll see it happen now. It's at the end of this little straight.
Maybe you should stream your on Discord if you can.
I can.
Possible.
Yeah.
I see. Going off there. Yeah.
That's a good point. Then you can watch that. Stand by. I'll get it fixed for you. All right. You should be able to see that.
Here we go, yes.
And there Van Wyk gets his drive-through. I think that's the second one for them now. So the Lamborghinis are swapping drive-throughs as they happen. But, so Otten's back into 3rd, Isherwood 4th, Venter up to 5th, and Sean drops from 4th down to 6th place. And there Kleinans gets another drive-through in the Audi. That's the only Audi left in the field. But besides that, I said earlier, these endurance races go in ebbs and flows. It's like there's a flurry of activity, and then everyone gets gaps, and everyone then does pit stops, and then there's 5 seconds between, and then they all come back to each other later on in another dice, you know.
Yeah.
So it's good to see it happening, and there's some good racing going on all the way up and down the field here. So, and we've had a good fair bunch of people on the YouTubes come and talk and watch and all the rest. So. It's all good, man. I was hoping Koenig would arrive. I think he might still be commentating on the endurance series, but I don't know.
That's possible. Yeah, I know he's busy with the endurance series.
Yeah.
I don't know where Russ is. I don't know if you've heard from him.
Not at all. He was online and he disconnected. So I think he's not available this evening at all. I don't know where he is. He said he would talk to me this morning when he messaged me last night, and I didn't hear from him since. So I think he's very busy.
He is online, but it seems like he's online on his phone.
Oh, so, yes, I can see that. Yeah.
He said to me that he'll let me know.
Okay.
But yeah, he's busy.
Yeah, yes, sir. So the only team I'm currently waiting for the drive-through to happen, which will happen, is Bago Cropland Daniel Rowe. They have to. Everybody else has literally got one. So we see Bago Cropland, here he is, and he's just gone into the first sector, and Bernard Barkhuizen is going onto the long back straight and almost running off the track. So whether you go forward or backward, he's almost a lap up or a lap down. Doesn't matter which way you look at it. That's how far up the track Cropland Row is. So yeah, they did really well. My teammate Chris, he started well, managed to jump everybody and get away into the lead, but it wasn't to last. And then eventually everyone settled down and started passing him, and by about 25 minutes he got a huge tank slap at the end of the main straight.
Oh no. The
back straight. And you know, it kind of brings the car into the infield in between, before the hairpin. And then what people normally do and what he did, and Barkhuizen. Oh dear.
Sure.
Jeez.
Managed to keep it straight. Sure.
That was a big moment for him.
Close.
Yeah. And so Chris just carried on through the grass onto the track, coming back to the start-finish line, you know?
Yeah.
So he short-cutted that whole section and cut out the hairpin, and he got disqualified.
Disqualified. Oh, yes. That happened to me before.
And me.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I saw it happen, I just started laughing, because that's the only thing that could have happened.
Yeah, yeah. So, no, that's... I mean, that's little... I mean, before the
hairpin.
Is it the hairpin?
Yeah,
the last
it's a little
hairpin.
Piece of grass before the hairpin. You cross
if you
that.
Cut it,
yeah, you can cut.
Yeah, it happened to me. I think it was either the first time we've ever raced at Misano or the second time.
Yeah. And
I remember I had a tank slapper in that little kink thing.
Yeah.
And then. And then I went on the grass, and I was like, okay, well, let's just slowly rejoin.
Yeah.
And
never do it again, but
never. Yeah.
You only do it
once. Yeah.
That's it. Oh, there's Sean Bucks drive through, so it's his second one, I think, now, or their team's second one. And watching Robin van der Merwe, they were very well up earlier, the hybrid car, and then something happened. I don't know. Jason McGregor was driving. He started.
Yes.
And the next thing, they were like 15th or somewhere. So I don't know if there was a disconnect or what happened, but they've had a bit of bad luck.
Yeah. But I remember them being a bit slow at the start, because Renner and Renner from the other KSR team.
Yes.
They passed them after sitting behind them for a couple of laps. Unfortunately, Renner's wheel disconnected, so...
yes, I saw that. Gideon Renner, that's right.
Gideon Renner, he had to retire, and it's unfortunate, but I guess that's part of life. Who are the guys, because I know a couple of the PSR guys couldn't make it today, so who were the guys who were going to drive?
Chris was going to start, and then JC was going to take over from him.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Cody's birthday, so that night he turned 20, so that's a big day for him.
Sure. Yeah.
And Kieran has had an awards evening after doing a cricket day today, coaching.
Ah, okay, awesome.
So he's gone to an awards session. Hi to Marchant Mouton on the YouTube, shouting for Guillaume. I'm sure that's brother.
Yeah, he can let us know if it's his brother, but Guillaume, one of the usual the regulars in the Raceface races and leagues.
How's it, Rob? Rob Wentworth there as well. Glad to have you here, even though it's late, but you have joined us in a good thick dice going on at the moment with third, fourth, fifth and sixth place. Well, not six anymore. Sean Buck had to do a pit drive-through now, but we can see Otten's ahead of Isherwood and ahead of the pink car of Paul Benter, and it's all still to play for with 2.5 hours left. So we've been going for 3.5 hours already. It's way past your bedtime, Lucas.
Oh yes, no, for sure.
How did your Olympiad go?
Oh, very, very good.
as usual.
Yeah, no, everything went fine. I mean, yeah, I know it doesn't like. I know I'm slow on messages and stuff and posting things
Yes,
and so
sir.
on, but eventually everything happens.
I know, it just requires us to ask you 14 times for those things.
I know, but it's not that I'm not gonna do it.
I
It's
know.
just like
You're
I
too
just
busy, man.
I just need to get around to it, but it will happen, you know.
All good.
Yeah, it's no, but the Olympiad went very well. We had 60 the top 60 learners in primary school on no in the high school. The top 60 high school maths learners
Okay.
were in the finals on Tuesday, and the top 60 of the primary school learners were in the finals on Wednesday, and they all had an hour to do their little test, and yeah, but kids are smart,
Yeah.
did well, and yeah, the whole thing went very well, obviously, but yeah, I mean these kinds of events, even with with like the endurance races and events like that which I host, it's you're so dependent on the server
Yeah.
staying up,
Yeah.
staying alive. So
External forces, exactly.
if there's a server crash or a mass disconnect or whatever,
Yeah.
yeah, it can be quite stressful. We've had one, and it was like the weirdest thing, but the whole data center was down, the whole and all
Damn
the
it.
data center websites and everything. So it wasn't just us, but it happened in one of the elimination rounds last year, with like 10 minutes to go. It happened. So there were only a couple of kids affected, but
Okay.
yeah, we made a plan and they managed to finish their test, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was a stressful time.
Lekker. As long as you made a plan and it all went well, man.
Yeah, I know I always have some kind of backup
Plan B.
plan B. So yeah, even with this race, if something should happen to this server, there's another server. The Raceface will always have some kind of
Oh,
redundancy going.
there it
But
is.
yeah.
Drive through for the leading car.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I just saw it happen in the background. It was the exit of that first sector, and he was all over the sausage curve. So they'll pit and come out in first place. That's how far ahead they are.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some corners where, and I don't know if that is. I think I don't know if it's a bug. I think it's just the way it's programmed. But when you cross a certain curb,
Yeah.
even before you can get back onto the track, you get a track cut immediately.
Yeah, no, it's very strict on Misano. I know that.
But I would have thought that even if you go off too quick, if you slow down before you rejoin the track, it should give you. It shouldn't give you a track cut.
They strict at this track. They don't allow that. You don't have a chance to lift and back out of
yes.
It does work on some of the other corners, but they have a couple of corners that are like, it's all or nothing. You can't, you know what I mean? If you go over a millimeter, it doesn't matter what speed, you're going to get a penalty whether you like it or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I saw it on Thursday. I finished that race with only 2 cuts. And the 2 guys ahead of me, Bago and Sunjin, both got track cuts and drive-throughs.
Yeah. So, I also got... where did you finish? P2?
Yeah.
Oh, well, great stuff. Yeah, I was P6 in the end.
I think 6 or 7. Yeah, I was just behind Daniel. So, but I was 4th, chasing Sunjin, and Bago was 2nd, and then he got it, and then the next lap we all passed him, and I got up to 3rd, and then 2 laps from the end, Sunjin got his drive-through.
Oh yes, I remember. And then so I finished. It was probably the closest finish I've ever had. I finished 0.059 seconds behind Bago. We were next to each other. side by side
corner.
over the finish line.
Just that was close, man.
But I think he was just playing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he well, that's what he said. He said he was just playing, but I don't know if he had to manage fuel or what the issue was. But yeah, it was very close.
Okay. Well, he had just come out of his drive-through because he got his with like 4 laps to go.
That's right. Yeah.
No, it was good. I'm a lot more comfortable in the Aston as far as another car goes. You know, I'm done now with the BMW, and so Chris is my partner's going to have to make up his mind what he's going to do. He doesn't need to change, but it would be wise to, because the BM just doesn't have the legs like it used to have.
Yeah, I'm also done with the Bentley.
Yeah, good man. It took you 3 years, Bertus.
Literally 3 years. It's exactly 3 years. Yes.
I know.
I parked the Bentley in the museum, and
Oh, there's Reginald's drive-through now. Reginald's doing a solo, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Sure. Brave man. I was telling the stream about how Reginald fell asleep on us at the last 12 hours.
Yeah.
Oh dear, he was still in the voice channel the next morning.
Oh yes.
That was funny. Oh, Reggie. Right, so Vega's done his drive-through. See, you didn't even see it happen. But that puts they're coming down here. Let's have a look on the track. If they're turning into this left-hander, Bernard Barkhuizen's just gone through the start-finish line and he's into sector 1. So the gap's probably, we'll see, the gap's going to be about 30 seconds now.
In our team, we usually play hot potato with the drive-through.
Okay.
It's always who's going to get the drive-through. If you leave the next guy with 3 track cuts, then...
Reginald just gets a stop-go because he sped into the pit lane.
Oh, no. Yes, see, that's so harsh.
Aiden, how's it on the YouTube? How's it? Thanks for joining us, sir. You join us with 2 hours and 20 minutes left of the Misano 6 hours. It's round 3 of the Raceface.PRO Endurance Series. And we have the legend that is Bertus Hugo in the booth with me. And my name's Alan Patterson, if you didn't know.
The other legend.
The other one. Right, pit lane is definitely lighting up now because it's when it happened an hour ago when everyone had the rain come. So Skuman, Kleinans and Van der Merwe all now in the pits. And we're going to see these guys, Barkhuizen, Ottens, Venter, Isherwood, Buck and Strauss, all of them come pit. Vega out in the lead, him and that Aston Martin, and they just untouchable, and Daniel Rowe, untouchable pace, really good pace. But then you've got Barkhuizen, Ottens, Venter, Isherwood, Buck and Corne Strauss all on the same lap. So it's still all to play for as far as second place goes.
William is in 17th position with Dwayne van Schalkwyk. So I just see Robert asking what position his brother is in.
Robert, William Wentworth, yeah. This is the car
they
that
must have
he's
had
driving.
some bad luck.
Yeah, Dwayne's had 2 drive-through. They've had 2 already.
Okay.
William got one on his own earlier, so yeah, they've been struggling. Right, Reggie's.
They're still in there.
Yeah, no, they're still in the race and carrying on. Johan de Blanche, he's in this this Aston Martin. This is the updated livery that I got from Gareth, Genesis Racing, Gareth Hawkins, and they've also unfortunately had 2 or 3 drive-throughs. It's the drive-throughs that hurt you, man. So, you know, you're trying to keep up to the pace of the rest of the field, and the force of that pressure then, you know, causes the guys to run wide, and you see it on the stream, you see it happening. So It's not easy to drive this track fast and not get track cuts. Let me put it to you that way, and you know that, Bertus.
Yeah, no, look, this is again, it's one of my better tracks. I always have okay pace here, but it's sort of it's finding that compromise between going all out and
Control,
keeping inside the lines to not get a track cut, because
exactly.
it's I mean, as I said before, I think, you know, when you do a race and you can keep it clean and not get a drive through.
Sorry.
You can get at least 5 positions.
Exactly.
Like, you're guaranteed 5 positions if you don't get a track cut, so or a drive through.
Well, that's Christine, and Pillay. They both already had. These are their second rounds. So that's 2 unnecessary complete. That's 50 seconds you lose per drive through. You know, which is equivalent of a lap and a half at least. Oh, now Eric, he runs very wide there. So Eric Christine now struggling and a little bit. He's probably fizzing because of the drive-throughs. Ottens and Isherwood into the pits. And the weather's not changing. Bertus, can you turn the knob down a little bit? Turn the, you know?
I can't do anymore. But I can manipulate the weather.
There you go.
For the next one. I think we should just have a dry track next time. I mean, I must say, this is not like your, wow.
You saw it.
Tokyo.
Tokyo drifted. Yeah, this isn't, I said it's not as bad as the whiteout that was Mount Panorama, you know?
Oh, Mount Panorama was bad.
It was.
And I mean, I was in that race on the mount. At least there's a lot of runoff on this track. So if you do lose it at most, or you outbrake yourself at most corners, you can still save it.
Yeah.
At Mount Panorama, you are dead.
Check out the drive-throughs, buddy.
Yes.
Justin Lotus, the other hybrid car, the pink Merc. So now the guys are struggling. There's Reginald going. Let's see if he didn't speed this time. You see, that line there catches people out. You think you've crossed that line and then you release the pit limiter and that's you buggered.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's
you have to wait until the end.
This is a tricky little one.
It's a long one. Hey, Mr. Koenig.
Where is he?
Look who joined.
Is he in the voice channel?
He's in here.
He's not talking. Steven?
Must be a setting or something.
Steven, you're on mute, buddy. Okay, so Reg is out. There we go. Vega Krobler's in the pits. So all the drive-throughs have been cleared, and that's going to shuffle and chop and change everyone around. Right, Stephen, now you're showing as muted and deaf. Now you're off.
Maybe just change your. Oh, I saw something.
I heard something. Just go again.
It's me.
There he is.
There we go.
It's always you, Steve.
It's definitely. I've been fiddling around with so many settings to work with the SAGT and SAES. We weren't using this. So yeah.
How are you?
Just finished it. I'm good. Tired.
Awesome. I'm sure.
A bit buggered.
Yeah.
We just finished with the endurance racing and taking a look off the side of my screen. I had the Raceface stream going, and it seems like a bit of action in the rain.
Yeah. It's been fun all night, buddy. So I've been waiting for you. I said you'd probably get you after 10. So I was right.
Yeah.
Welcome and thanks for joining us, my man.
Thank you very much for having me.
Anytime.
It's always an honor to be in the booth with you guys, especially for the Raceface Endurance, which has been phenomenal all season. And we got Bego Krobler up in first place. He's been having a huge amount of fun, finishing out at the top of the GT3 Championship. Now going and representing, doing 133 laps at Misano in the rain. Not an easy trick.
So Stephen, so you did the SA Endurance. Just say again, what was that race?
And the GT3s.
GT3s as well. So all the pre-races, and now you're at the real
race.
the main race, the feature race.
You could say that, but we did see this Aston Martin we've got on the screen. We actually had one of them racing in the SA GT and looking phenomenal as ever.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see it back in the virtual sense of it's the same car.
Yeah.
I feel happy now.
I caught you this morning for about half an hour while I was wasting time here, and it went live on Facebook, so I managed to follow and watch the whole thing. And it's great to see a whole bunch of pretty current cars and not old cars in our GT3. I mean, the Mercedes that's there, the Audi they're all relatively new and not, rejects or old pre-model GT3 cars. So the GT3 series is definitely stepping up. The McLaren's still an older version, but it's still quicker.
It's definitely very interesting to see the McLaren going out, and Old Faithful unfortunately not becoming the most faithful in race number 1.
Yeah.
But we've seen the McLaren work very, very well in sim racing. I know in iRacing,
yes,
I personally race the older McLaren. It's always an absolute joy, but it's because of the BOP. Much like our Raceface here, BOP comes into play. It then puts everyone on the same platform or the same level. Doesn't matter what you've got. It doesn't matter if you've got a 2020 car.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if you've got a 2019 car or a 2018 car, such like the Aston Martin that's currently on our screen.
And Bernsey King's been having an up and down as well tonight. But also, just like Jason Isherwood and Dwayne Hall here at Retro, now in 4th place, they're like these little ninjas. They kind of just leopard crawl into the top 5, and then the next thing they're on the grid, on the podium. So, but literally everybody in the top, well, almost the whole field, unless I took notes of it, has received a drive-through at least once at this track tonight. So it's got to be arguably one of the most difficult tracks, and then to boot to that, Bertus decided to make it really difficult and wet.
Because Bertus is not in the car yet, so he has to make it as wet as possible. But I'm also just taking a look. Christopher Radloff in 5th place.
Yes.
He left his teammate Colin Ellison racing and had to find a driver for this weekend for the SA Endurance Series. So Christopher Radloff going, no, I'm not going to race with my soon-to-be father-in-law. I'm going to let him race with some random and go and have a bit of fun at Raceface. So Christopher Radloff, you might want to go and have a chat to your future father-in-law for going and breaking the steering column and having no steering and nearly flying off into the tires.
That's just look. Obviously, he wants to rather race in the feature race.
Obviously.
So I mean,
not the warm-ups.
What do you? Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I mean, let's focus here.
Why would he race in the lower divisions when in the lower, when he can race in a Raceface endurance race? So and running top 5.
This is Stratham and Hall yesterday.
Nose to tail racing, no give, and you can see all over the back of Stratham. Stratham are actually going defensive, goes to the middle of the circuit, just trying to force a mistake at this point. Visibility not the greatest, and I won't lie, if you've got a high-powered PC, you have got a beautiful RTX 3090 or 3080 sitting in your computer. This is worst case scenario between having the sun in your eyes when it gets darker, or having rain, because all those little particle effects that you wanted are now your worst nightmare.
Well, that's how you got windscreen wipers though, Steve.
They floppy when they off.
That's true.
So they better stay. You either turn them on or you get the mechanic to break them off.
Got you there. Right, 2 hours give or take, and we're done with this race. So we've been going almost for 4 hours. Bertus wasn't bad with the power, with the weather variability. We did start wet. We had about just over an hour of racing, and then we had our first dry stint, and that stint then changed to wet on the half an hour. So it threw everybody a curveball on their pit stops for 2 pit stops back. So the usual pit stops are usually on the half on the half hour. But I've been watching the weather and it's just showing rain. And Bertus was saying that the weather settings he did select should have been 70% dry and a couple of other percents wet, and it seems to be going the other way at the moment. So hopefully we're still going to see a bit of a dry finish, but I'm not sure. Oh, Bernsey, another drive through.
Oof.
Sheesh. That's two.
There's off tracks coming into play, and it's so easy to do because you just brake a little bit.
Yep.
You just brake a little bit later, and you are in the weeds. But also at the same time, with the wet being around, you aquaplane as soon as you climb onto those brakes. The guys have set their cars up as a little bit of a hybrid for a little bit of dry, a little bit of wet, so it's not a proper fully built wet setup. And that's starting to show as the drivers have to constantly fight at the wheels to keep these cars in check as they battle their way around the circuit. And fatigue is also starting to come into play, because you can be sure every single one of these drivers have been awake all day and now racing right into the early morning.
Exactly. I mean, who in his right mind decides a race must start at 7 at night? Oh yeah, it was Bertus.
Bertus has left the chat.
I was about to say, Bertus, buddy, pal, amigo.
Compadre.
But it provides a unique challenge.
No, it's good fun, man. It is.
We had an interesting chat with the SA GT and the SA ES, where the guys said driving into the night, or driving from night to day, it provides a unique challenge and tests the different skills of every single one of the drivers. And it doesn't matter if you're in a virtual seat, it doesn't matter if you're in the real seat. It's the same principle. You've got to try and overcome the conditions that's being thrown out in front of you, and you're dealing with not rain, but you're trying to deal with the sun in your eyes.
Yeah.
You're trying to
remember.
You're trying to remember where your brake marks are. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
First of the race, that 50-meter board that you were using, that's gone.
Yeah.
And now you're going to add darkness to it as well. In this case, add rain. Try and remember where that board is.
It's all good. You got to. It can't be easy. You know what I mean? If it's easy, then it's boring. So I understand the guys are a little bit upset that it's continual rain. That's not. We don't have a chance on that. But Bertus, trust us. Bertus is trying to find a very, very fine line, which clearly isn't that easy to find, between having variability. Oh, how's the send there? All going up the inside of Stratum and deciding to pull out of it and give it back to Stratum. That was almost some contact. But
licked it and sent it, and didn't quite work out.
No. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it, Bertus. It's not like a whiteout, like as bad as it was at Mount Panorama. It's the track's now gone wet. It took 2 hours to go wet, so it's not flooded. You know, it's and the guys are used to the conditions now. So
yeah, I mean, I'm okay with these kind of conditions, but still I would have liked a bit more variability in terms of, because now it seems like it's just stuck on this light rain again, where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to have been dry by now, and hopefully dry for the rest of the race. But apparently, I'm pretty sure ACC's weather system is stuck, because we've had races in the past where it was okay, where you can have a little stint of rain and then it goes dry and so on. But it's so difficult to set settings where you can, because you've got no control over it. You throw in cloud, rain, and randomness, and it's like it goes into a pot, it mixes up, and whatever comes out, you're stuck with it. You can't do anything about it. So I would have liked a bit more control over the weather. If I could just have a setting where I could say what percentage of the race it needs to rain for. Like if I could say in a 6-hour race it needs to rain, let's say 25% of the time, then I know it will rain for an hour and a half.
Yes.
That's a quarter of the race.
Yeah, the
it
numbers
will rain.
Make more sense. Yeah,
and then then you know, okay, it's going to rain for an hour and a half. Now, obviously, you know, it doesn't. No one needs to know what those numbers are. I can throw a dice and I can put the settings in, and then
Yes.
you know, no one will know. But I mean, then there's a bit more control to say, okay, this is not going to be. And the other thing is, I don't need to know when that rain is going to happen.
Yeah.
It can be at the start of the race, it can be at the end of the race, middle of the race, or it can be two 45-minute rain stints or whatever. But at least then we know it's not going to rain the whole race.
Gotcha.
Because I think the guys like the variability, but they don't want it wet all the time. But yeah, it's one of those, like, I have so many guys asking me, when are we going to add some variability in the GT3 series or in the sprint series? And yeah, I mean, it's so it's difficult. We've had dynamic weather,
and it's just done nothing.
And then it's just done nothing. Yeah. And we've also had in season 9 we decided to take the actual prediction of what the weather would be like at the track on that day.
Yes.
And then add, based on the cloud cover and the rain prediction, we would that would be the settings for the race.
Yeah.
And all it was I mean, mostly European tracks, so all the temperatures were very low, like 10 degrees, 13 degrees, 16 degrees, but no rain. So we had a very cold season.
And you know what's interesting about this setting as well that I've been watching? There is wind here. We've got 4 kilometers an hour of wind, which normally should blow the rain away, and it just isn't.
Yeah.
So it's not. Yeah, I agree. Look, it's not. You know, instead of next time, just think of it like this: instead of 0.5 for the clouds or whatever you made the 0.5, you make it 0.4 next time, or something like that. You know.
Yeah. 0.05.
0.05. Make it 0.04.
Literally like the least I could go, but I'll make it like. But I think we'll, you know, for the next one, maybe we should. Maybe I should start a couple of practice servers just to see what it's going to do and keep my car in there. And
that's fine. I mean, I said I'd help with that as well.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start a server or 2 or 3 if the community wants to help us. All we need to do is so I'll start different servers with different settings,
and then
we just need someone to be in that server. You don't have to drive or anything. You just need to be in the server to keep it alive. And then every hour we just see what's happening. Is it raining? Is it dry? Is it? And then we can see which setting will work the best. Although even then, I don't think there's any guarantees because of the randomness factor. I think the thing is, if you want, another drive-through. If you want randomness in the race, you have to add the randomness setting. But the randomness means there's
random.
It's random, and
you can't program it.
You can't set it, and the thing is, random, even with everything staying the same, that's still random. I mean, the randomness is, it's the same.
Got you.
So
yeah, this isn't black and white, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna play a little bit to this. Real life is exactly the same thing. Weatherman says it's going to be sunny outside.
It's true, Steve.
You go with your top and shorts, thinking it's going to be great, but when they decide to go and let loose the rain and you get absolutely soaked, you're blaming the weatherman for telling you it's sunny. Anything can happen, but the whole point of this is you've got to drive through it, and this is what I enjoy about the series, and this is why it's really tested the talents and shown guys to really push the boundaries. And I think it's also helped guys set up unique setups instead of going the usual Coach Dave stuff or using race labs or something like that. They've modified setups to suit themselves and make it all work. And I have to take my hat off to the guys for that, because this makes guys know how to set the cars up properly, and how to drive in some really difficult conditions, and has improved the racing. Alan, you've been racing quite some time, and even last season you had some great battles with guys that were a little bit further down the grid.
Yeah.
Where you had some proper side-by-side moments, and they racing in the endurance series at the moment. So guys have really stepped up their game here in Raceface to get better and better and better, and start walking away from the paid setups and start focusing on the thing. But just seeing two drive-throughs, that's Dwayne Hall and William Wentworth getting it
Another one
at the same time.
Yes, it's their second one, I think, as well for Retro. So yeah, this track is just unforgiving. It's not over. In the next 2 hours you're still going to see a pile of these. I mean, just now literally there were 5 or 6 on the screen. So but what the weather also does is it kind of, and I don't know, a lot of people won't agree, but it lets other people actually come to the fore, because some people have better skill in controlling the car being loose than others. So guys who struggle sometimes with outright pace on a dry track actually shine a little bit more when the track's wet, because they have an element of control that's better than the guys that are just hot lap specialists on dry tracks. So it's not always a bad thing, but I hear you about what you're saying about the system being broken. You can, when you click variable, you have no clue, dude. It could literally snow for all you know.
Yeah.
So,
but what I do want to on the positive side is at least it's still realistic. I mean, if you have a wet day in Cape Town, it can drizzle the whole day.
That's true.
And it will be dry for an hour or two, and then it will drizzle again. And I mean, so it's not like what I don't want is where it's dry for 10 minutes and then it rains for 10 minutes and it's dry for 10 minutes, because that's
madness.
It's unrealistic, and it's not. I mean, you can't race like that. So at least,
please don't.
At least we have a, even though it's not like we wanted, but it's still realistic weather. It's not like it's unrealistic. It's not a complete monsoon thunderstorm, and it's not it's not going in cycles every 20 minutes, and we've seen a race before where it happened like that, where every half an hour there was a different setting, and that wasn't fun at all.
Jean-Ray Boert is saying on YouTube, have you tried the weather with randomness and set the ambient to 27? Which seems a little high, but we must have a look.
We've tried different settings, Jean-Ray. We've been at this for a couple of years now. We've tried different settings, and I think it's something to do with one of the updates or something. I don't know if they changed anything, but it's been better before the weather. So these days it seems like it just goes, it cycles for the first hour or 2 or 3, and then it gets stuck on some setting and just stays there. It's the same that happened on the Bathurst 12 hour. We had a wet start, and then it was dry for I think 45 minutes or an hour, and then after that it just kept on raining and raining and raining. So it's the same year now. It was wet, and it was completely different settings, but we have the same result. So just less rain, but also still raining. So I don't know. I give up.
Just do the iRacing style. Forget the rain and just put the
no
track
rain.
to 80 degrees Celsius.
Oh yes.
Just do iRacing style.
The ground's lava.
Yes, the ground's lava. Deal with it. But this is the one thing that's been rather amazing to see throughout the year with Raceface, the community going and trying to give ideas and working at it. And also we got to say a big thank you to you and your team for all the hard work that you do in the background. I know a lot of people don't see it. They don't know how much testing that goes on or how often the servers go on. trying to test all the different things. So from that side, thank you very much. But also big shout out to everyone in the comments joining us, especially it is 11 o'clock at night. So, and Daddy Cyril hasn't even said go to bed yet by turning the lights off. So thank you very much for sticking around.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
everyone.
listen, it did affect a couple of people early on this evening. So some teams couldn't connect, or their drivers couldn't connect. I started the race, and then the load shedding happened, and so mine was at 8, although we started at 7. So it's just it still affects a lot of people, unfortunately, around the country negatively, and it's just rubbish at the end of the day, you know, that we have to put up with this shit. So, but anyway, we do the best that we can. But yeah, I'll back you up there, Burtis. You know, a lot of pats on the back for the behind the scenes, because I've been involved in that, as have a few other people, and it's not easy, you know? So all good.
Well, it's a pleasure on my side. I'm just happy to see a good grid and everyone enjoying themselves.
Exactly.
It seems, and yeah, I know everyone must have with the drive-throughs.
Yeah.
That's not enjoyable.
No.
So, but for the rest of it, it seems like everyone's
I'm warning
having
you though, Burtis, because you know you're going to get one when you're in the car. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's hot potato. I'm gonna head out to my team now in a bit,
Okay.
and then I'll see where we are in terms of track cuts.
Well, Steve and
But
me will
hopefully
watch it, and I guarantee you're going to get one.
Especially if Alan shows the camera on you and says, "Check,
Oh.
there's Burtis."
Yes.
I can
Yeah.
talk from experience.
Yeah. Okay. Well, are we gonna put a chocolate milkshake on it?
Yeah, that sounds about
Steven?
right. Eh?
I've got one.
Okay.
I'll send it down.
Okay. Good.
When are you driving, Burtis?
I'm doing the last stint.
Oh,
so,
right, okay. So
the
just
next
now.
one. Yeah, but I'm gonna leave you guys for now. Thanks, Stephen, for joining, and thanks, Alan, for all the hard work
Yeah.
on the stream
All
and the
good.
skins and everything, as always. And very nice stream so far. So yeah, gents, appreciate it. And yeah, maybe I catch up with you after. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna be racing until the end of the race.
That's
so
fine. We'll catch you afterwards.
yeah, but we'll catch up again. And yeah, everyone else, thanks for joining in. Thanks for watching, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks, Burtis.
Okay, cheers, guys.
Bye. Hey, to Cameron on the YouTube, thanks for joining us, and glad you're here for the last 2 hours, which is, as you can see, currently wet. We did have wet, dry, wet, and we've been chatting about it quite a lot. So it's not over, so it might still go dry. Steve, you never know.
Well, that's the thing. It's all about trying to deal with whatever's thrown at you, and you've got to try and find a positive in it, even though you're getting drive-throughs. And it's the most irritating thing in the world. We had it with the SAES, where the guys were getting drive-throughs. We had 4 or 5 cars all landing up with drive-throughs for a variety of different things. As much as it's frustrating,
Yeah.
you've just got to put it behind you and focus on what you need to do to climb up the field. Bego Krobler up in the front, he's having a great bit of time and leading out, and his team must be keeping a very close eye. Bernard King out in 2nd place. You got Straden, who's in 3rd place on a hard charge, trying to make up some ground. You've got Hall right behind, who was originally in a bit of a dice with him.
Yep.
And also Lichten sent it, but unfortunately the post office was closed and he had to back off. Sean Skitter in 5th place, Christopher Radloff in 6th place, and I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a chat there as well. And he's going to be talking to soon-to-be father-in-law for going and breaking the car, because the car's coming right back to Christopher Radloff and saying, please fix. So he's got lots of work ahead of him.
Did he have an
Unbeknownst to him.
accident, or what happened?
No, it was a bolt that holds the steering column in place that actually sheared.
Yeah.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times on the same day.
Damn, there's something moving somewhere that's causing that to happen. Sure.
It came off very fast, so the guys had to do a bit of work there. But Christopher Radloff he works on Colin Ellison's car,
Okay.
and has been involved in working on a variety of things. Christopher Radloff actually has been around Chevron B19s.
Yes.
He has been around the Backdraft Roadsters.
Okay.
been around Chevron B8, so lots of practice putting things back together. But lying in 6th place, a little bit further down than where he wanted to be, driving that Mercedes AMG. But we've also got Nadia out in 7th place. BMW's coming out in force and showing what they can do. Ellis in 8th place, Kirstein in 9th, and Pillay, who was having a phenomenal season in the Pro Series, and putting on a bit of a charge here into the top 10, and in a bit of a dice with De Villiers. De Villiers all over the back of him. That Need for Speed inspired color scheme all over the back, looking to try go up on the inside. You can see sideways action, and Alan, you've driven in these conditions. It's not easy to go side by side.
No, it isn't. Look, this car's a little bit easier to run versus some of the other more skittish cars, but yeah, St. really been struggling today. Look there. I mean, you can see he's not of sorts as he was in the Sprint Series. You know, we're normally used to seeing the hybrid cars up at the sharp end of the field, and today he's really just been struggling with this car. So I don't know if the setup's not right or if he's got an equipment issue. In the same breath, though, Daniel De Villiers gets a huge tank slapper slide going on there in Tokyo Drift all at once. And he's in a BMW coming across from the Nissan that he's normally frequenting. And he's been doing great, enjoying the drive in the car. As we see, here comes Bernard Bernsey King to come past them all. But yeah, in these conditions, like you say, it's you've got to be very aware of your surroundings. You've got to trust the driver, and you know, just be in as much control as you possibly can be without causing any drama. There were a couple of side-by-sides early on in the evening that we did pick up, and they were kind of saving graces for the people that were getting into an accident or picking up the slide, because the subtle contact on the car that was next to them actually helped to keep them facing in the same direction and carrying on with their races. So there's been very little as far as a usual kind of massive wipeout kind of as we've seen going up the inside or trying to. You know, we've commentated on a few races, Steve, and we've seen some like seriously big 5, 6, 8 car type collisions. There's been none of that this evening. So the quality has got a lot better as far as the racing goes.
Well, and you can see the drivers being very professional in the way they're doing it. But Bernard King, I've got to take my hat off to him. He is faster. At this point, he can just send it up on the inside of the guys and try and get round, but he's actually respecting their race. He's backing off a little bit, let them go. He is losing a bit of time, so he needs to try and get back on that throttle, get past and get going now that there's a bit more breathing room between these two BMWs.
Yeah.
But you know, being a little bit more cautious, saying, listen, I'm not going to ruin your race here. I'll come by and then we can keep going. But this is where it's going to help De Villiers, because now he can keep in the tow, pull himself along and try and catch it onto the back of Pillay. We've seen that work so many times in the past by utilizing the faster guy as essentially a wrecking ball to force the guys offline. But it needs De Villiers to be a little bit closer, and at the moment he's getting that power down and sliding all over the show. He's really battling to keep it in check. If he turns traction control 2 up, it would help, but at the same time that engine's going to bog down and slow him up. So it's definitely like flipping a coin. Another drive-through coming through, and that's for Justin Lotus.
Yeah.
And
they've been struggling, that hybrid car. Jason McGregor started in the pink car, and they're now on their 3rd drive-through already. So they're right down here. You know, this team is normally quite well up in the field. Jason McGregor, I think they were in the top 10 when they started the race, and they've just had a major drama. We were kind of watching the race, and when I went back to them, they were like down in 16th or 15th somewhere, and they never really recovered from down here. So some guys have just struggled all day today, and I can't really tell you why. I didn't see what happened, or they just don't have the setup that they usually have, you know.
One of the drivers we had today, who was driving the Audi, the Chola Ranges,
yes,
said something very interesting, that sometimes you don't have your eye in.
Yes.
For some odd reason, the planets haven't lined up yet. Your coffee had 2.1 spoons of sugar.
Yes, and exactly.
Hasn't worked out.
The day, yeah. Some days you just wake up and things are just not aligned. It's not, agreed. And sometimes you can get in the rig and you can hammer laps in it like Bago Krobler type times, and then other days you can get in and the car hardly goes around the track.
So in other words, Steven type time.
Not that bad, Steve, but he was saying true words. It's something you can't pinpoint what it is, but sometimes everything just works and other times nothing works. It's like, I know exactly what that means.
And something to take into consideration, and these guys have been going around the circuit for quite some time now. The fatigue's kicked in.
Yeah.
They're starting to get a little bit of eye strain as well, staring at the screens. I mean, we talk about guys running at 60 hertz or 60 FPS.
Yeah.
Running at 120. That's little LEDs going and flashing at 120 times a second.
Yeah.
And that goes and hurts your eyes over a duration. You don't think it. You don't even bother with it until you start running an endurance race like this, where it really tests it, and you start to feel it. You also start to feel maybe that bucket seat that you got that looked really cool on the rig is not the most comfortable thing.
Exactly. Or it's not at the right angle or whatever it is. 100%. I mean, look, I shared a timeline on Facebook with Kieran and Chris the other day. I'm not big on Facebook. I've pretty much almost shut it down, but it was the first time that Kieran came round to look at my setup, and it was 3 years ago. There's the drive-through. Lotus, he gets another one. Oh, he hasn't fixed it yet. Sorry.
Yeah. He hasn't gone in yet.
He's
going to have a big problem if he doesn't go in.
Yeah. But it was 3 years ago today, so we've been in this since 2019, September, when I started. There's Peters's drive-through come up now. And he's gone from hand over fist from beginning we were to, being in the top 5 or top 10 in the country where he is at the moment. And that's just a natural thing. It's not like he went for any professional coaching or anything. He just grasped the whole concept a lot quicker than I did, or you did, or whoever else, out there did. So, and it still gets to me that, I can just go and make a whole lot of noise, and he'll walk down here and he'll sit on my chair, on my rig, and do his times with my equipment, and go, see, it's got nothing to do with that. It's just, you need to do things a little bit quicker. And whether it's braking less or turning better or getting on the throttle quicker, whatever it is, that's what they do, and that's what makes them quicker.
Well, it's the same as what I've got with Jan Price. Jan Price is a very, very quick driver. He knows how to put in the faster times. And one of the commentators actually said, he's a pro driver. I'm an AM driver, and I fit into the gentleman side. And
yes,
you're a pro AM driver, so you're a little bit faster of a gentleman. But De Villiers getting all kinds of wrong and gets onto the speedy grass at this point. Let's watch the rejoin though. On the cars coming through.
Yeah, that's good. Was that my camera, Steve? Because I literally just got on it and he did that.
that was some phenomenal camera work. That was literally catching the moment. So well done.
What did Justin Lotus just do?
He didn't pull in for his penalty and unfortunately crossed the line. So they said, well, you don't want to come in after 3 laps of warning.
Oh, is that it?
You're going to get disqualified.
Okay. I'm just checking if it was on this corner again, if he didn't cross the grass here, but I think you've nailed it. I think he did 3 laps with the DT and he just ignored it. I'm on replay now, by the way, so you're watching the replay because I wanted to see why. And yeah, he's going to go over the line now and just go back to pits.
And soon as he does this,
Eesh.
he lands there, and I wouldn't like to be in that Discord right now because we don't have a button that can beep out the
I think that's thankful
messages
though.
coming through.
But that's just weird. I mean, it's not like Hybrid don't know what it means to get a DT. You know,
They're tired.
it's just weird. How did you not know that was 3 laps?
I think at this point they're tired.
Oh yeah,
It's been a long race.
fatigued.
You get so focused on the race, you start ignoring what's around you, and getting that drive through. The only time he's realised that the problem came through is when he crossed the line, and he got put into the pits. So
Cameron on YouTube saying probably forgot about it. I mean, it's not that easy to. I mean, it's got a big DT on your screen. You can't forget about it.
How big's your screen? Sometimes it's too big, you can't see it.
I don't
Or in
know.
my case, sometimes it's too small, it's unreadable. It depends on that.
Wow.
It's,
But you've got a team on Discord that's talking to you. They must have been saying, in my opinion, they just went, listen, we're having a bad night. The car's not running. Let's just can it. And they DQ'd. Possibly.
No,
That's possibly.
It is a possible, but we can only guess at this
Agreed.
point until we can get one of the team members to come and have a chat with us. I'd love to have a chat with them and just find out what's happening about their race and, you know, all of the little discussions going around in the background. But everyone absolutely tired at this point. Hour and 36 minutes to go, and you're going round and round and round. You're battling as hard as you can with these cars, and especially with some very tricky conditions. It's not easy, and you start realizing in sim racing it requires its own form of fitness
Totally.
to the usual stuff, and it's why real world drivers actually struggle a little bit with sim racing, is because it's a different type of fitness. You have to be a lot more reactive to what you feel in your hands and what you can see versus what you can feel through your bum.
I see also one Lambo driver, Kurt Glashagen, is cancelled, terminated or disconnected. So the Lambo's out. We've got Ryan van Wyk still in the other Lamborghini, the K-Pax racing car. So we are now officially down to 17 cars from 23 that started at 7 o'clock or 4.5 hours ago. It's
not to take away from the guys that weren't, you know, whatever the problems may be with load shedding and that, guys still made an effort to be there on the grid.
100%.
I take my hat off. It's very easy to say, nah. It's hard to make the commitment to do, especially in endurance racing. So, well done to the guys that made an effort to be on the grid, and to the guys that are still going. Keep going, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
You can do this.
I mean, the endurance series is plotted and planned over the course of the year for that specific reason. So it gives you sufficient time to make plans ahead and to make sure there's a team that can fill the seats in the car that's needed. You know, we're going to go into December. Hopefully you're going to be around, but that's 24 hours, and we're still working very hard to try and get some financial sponsors on board that will then offer up some possible prize money for the teams that enter, because as we know, the endurance is what it is. It's about the endurance. It's about lasting the length of the tournament from beginning to end and coming out at the end of it in one piece and in the front of all the other teams. And, you know, it's all in the word, endurance. So, but like you say, it's very easy just to go, I'm tired, or we can't do it, or whatever it is. And you know, so the teams that do finish at the end of an endurance series, it should be a well-earned title, and they're deserved winners of that season.
Well, I can see a Noddy Badge award going out to Justin Lotus, and he does feel bad. I give it to him. Writing in the comments, nope, I completely messed that up. I thought I had one more lap.
Shame, man. Oh, that's terrible.
It does happen, mate. It does happen. Heart goes out to you and the team. But congratulations on being awarded the Noddy Badge Award. Enjoy it for that one.
That's bad luck. Cameron, to answer you very accurately, it is in December, and I will tell you the date if I can just find it.
It's during a day and an evening and the next morning.
Details. We go. It's the 10th and 11th of December, mate. So
make a mark on your calendar, go and bring your buddies. Let's make a massive grid, a 24-hour race of pure action. Don't want to miss it. But taking a look, Pillay has now got De Villiers right onto the back of him. So De Villiers has clawed his way back up to go after Pillay.
Yes.
And looking to lay as much pressure as possible to get past. Hopefully he can this time. He's tried over and over, and Pillay has just countered him every step of the way. Now, will this be the point where De Villiers can get by? But also taking a look right behind when the Audi starting to make up a bit of ground and going to throw a spanner in the works as well, because they're going to have to let that car go by at some point.
That Audi, no, it's a lap down, Steve. So he's running. Ethan Lecuona is 153 laps. Daniel and Sunjan on 154.
Okay, well,
all good though.
There we go.
Yep.
That pretty much solves it. But while these two are duking out with each other, he's starting to gain a little bit of pace.
He is.
So take a look. De Villiers lining himself on the inside, putting a little bit of pressure onto the rear.
Yo.
It is gonna be who's on the brakes first. Going through flat out. Pillay's not giving up. They're going to try and fight it out to the end, but unfortunately had to yield, and that has allowed De Villiers to get his way through. But now can he keep it all together? A little bit squirmy.
Yep.
You're going into the corner, you're getting onto the brakes. That tail not sticking around with him. That allowed Pillay to get a little bit closer. But now the hard charge, it has to be to pull away, get out, try and break that slipstream as quick as possible. While Sinjin Pillay needs to focus. What does he need to do to catch up to De Villiers and get past?
Yeah, he's been out of sorts in this race. He was running second on Thursday night and picked up a drive-through here, and I managed to get past him. So, but he had a pace that I couldn't keep up with. But he's just been struggling all day today. Just going back to the endurance series, we are in round 3. Let's not forget about round 4. That is on the 5th of November, so that's not long away, and it's the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. So that's that'll actually be an exceptionally good race, because Watkins Glen has turned out to be a very fast track. And although it's one of the new ones on the American track pack circuits, it's quick, it's fast, it's really, it produces very quick lap times. So it's going to require a lot of skill and effort to come out in the top podium positions at Watkins Glen. And then we go on to Spa at the end of the year for round 5, and that being the full 24-hour. We'll have then done a 12-hour of Mount Panorama, the 10-hour Suzuka, the 6-hour Misano, and the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. So it's a decent endurance series. You can't complain about that. It's just the weather, unfortunately.
Well, you know what? The tracks are mixing it up. Watkins Glen, being one of the new circuits, has put everyone on the back foot, trying to figure out what they can do to get a little bit quicker. It's also one of the most abrasive circuits that you can go to, so tire wear is a major factor to think about. So the guys are going to have to think, what are they going to do, how they're going to set the cars up. And you can be sure teams have already started planning out the next race. Even though this one is not done yet, they're trying to figure out what's going to be better and how the cars are behaving, and monitoring, going and taking that Motec data, looking at what movement's happening in the car to see what they can change going into the next race. They want to try and maximize the points towards the end of the year, because what better way to say that you come in the top 5 or the top 3 or even the top 10 in this Raceface Endurance Series. And got to also say a massive thank you to our sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't be possible, and they've been a crucial part to the series, and also our Sprint Series and our GT3 Championship.
That's true. That is true. Watching Bago Krobler again, and he kind of bounced quite heavily over the sausage curbs coming out of the first sector. We saw that happen earlier on this evening also with I think it was the Radloff car, and whoever was in that car, it might have been It wasn't Christopher Adloff, it was the other driver, and he hit those sausage curbs so heavily that the front of the car, it looked like a wheelbarrow. He was facing earth. The bum was up in the air and the nose was on the track. That's how high it bounced. It was wild. So
a bit exciting.
Sausage curbs are certainly not something to take on, and the Astons and the Mercedes don't like them that much. But again, just also going back to the drive-through issue on this track, and Bertus was saying, you know, it's uncanny that on some corners you have just stuck the outside tires over the line and you get the drive-through. You didn't even have a chance to slow down. It happens instantly. I think this is one of the only tracks where there are one or two corners they must be programmed like that, where you don't have an option. You can literally crawl at 10 k's an hour. You will still get a drive-through because they've set it so strictly that it's not an option that you did it by mistake. You knew what you were doing, and you're gonna get a penalty straight away, kind of thing.
But the thing is, once you get the first penalty, it starts racking up.
And it does.
It always sits in the back of your head, and then you start hyperfixating on it. You start losing time.
Yeah.
You then look at your lap time, and you start dropping a wheel off the circuit. So it's kind of a combination of things that come in, and that's what tests the drivers, and having to keep the focus up, and the team saying, right, forget about it, let's focus on what we need to do and try and
exactly
work on the next attack, the next strategy. So even though it's a very strict circuit in terms of track limits and very challenging conditions, I think every single driver is going to come out of this better and knowing the cars a lot more heading into the next round.
I mean, you've done 6 hours of essentially a bit of wet driving. You'll be a lot better off in the car control. The next time that the track's dry, you're going to be so planted and so much quicker because you've got so much used to it, you know? The lack of grip in the wet versus the grippiness of a dry track. But it certainly helps you. We see Eric Kirstein closing up on the back of Devon Ellis. This is for 8th and 9th respectively. And the track, interestingly, has changed again from wet to damp. So what that says is that the dry line is starting to get dry again. Maybe the rain is going to calm down a little bit. We've still got an hour and a half, but it doesn't often go from wet to damp. And it's gone the other way here. So, and the speed of the wind has picked up. So that might be a contributing factor to hopefully the rain stopping in the next hour and a half. So let's hold thumbs.
Kirstein making quick work of Ellis, and now on a charge to just keep on going. Goes eyes firmly set on Jason Isherwood on the ladder. But unfortunately, Devon having a bit of a trying time there for Team Try Hard Racing. And I just got to point out, okay, ducking into the pit, so they're getting themselves sorted out. But Team Try Hard Racing has actually got two of their drivers from the iRacing division going and representing them in the official iRacing Rolex, I think it's the
Rolex 24
Porsche Cup.
Oh, okay.
The Porsche Cup Series. Jeff Hancock is one of the drivers, and I think it's Paul Herber of Team Try Hard. So they've been chatting to their separate division, which is the ACC division, to just try and get a few tips of how to get those cars going a little bit quicker, because the guys are trying out different things, and a lot of the Team Try Hard guys have actually played around with the Porsche Cup cars and started figuring out the nuances of it.
Good. Well, that's awesome. There's a lot of cross-pollination happening between the different series, and it's something that's obviously good for the sport, but I personally, I haven't done it. I don't own iRacing. I don't think I ever will, or any of the other systems. I'm only an ACC driver myself, and Kieran the same. And all the way back from day one, when we started on AC itself, the whole thing was that, and I said, in my opinion, if you race too many systems that have different feelings, you're never going to be good at one of them. You're going to be okay at a lot of them. And that was the decision factor that changed that for me, Steve, was that I purposely felt that I was only going to race with AC or Assetto Corsa and Competizione, because I didn't want to get an alternate feeling or a different handling or a different car feeling, which, you know, you then can't come back to and race ACC the same, or you can't go to I mean, some people do, you know, the hybrid guys run both systems. They run on ACC and they race at iRacing. You guys, Yanam Price, etc. Some people feel that the characteristics of the cars are better in iRacing than they are at ACC. I don't know, and I can't talk from experience, but I don't want to either. Oh, look at this. Oh, Pele. Wow, there was a huge catch at the end of the back straight. He was completely out of sorts there, and not happy with something on the car, or possibly fatigue, as you've said, Steve.
Pushing a little bit too hard by the looks of it.
Yeah.
As soon as the tail went underneath him, just going and cross-arming to try and get the car back under control. Good thing he never spun it round, but it has cost him some time.
Yes.
But as you're talking about, you know, you don't want to go and swap between too many sims. It's the same as you don't want to swap too many cars. We've had it before where guys have gone from the Porsche to the Aston to the BMW to the McLaren, just swapping between cars, and each of them have their own little quirks that you've got to deal with.
Yes.
And it does impact it. So you've got to get some form of consistency, I feel, in what you want to do. And it doesn't matter which sim you're in. Even in real life, if you're bouncing between so many cars, I can tell you from experience, it doesn't actually help you all too well. You can go from something that has got lots of aerodynamic on it that sticks like there's no tomorrow into a car that has no aerodynamics and is on road tires, and you suddenly finding yourself unable to drive the car because you're used to having something helping you, or the other way around. You're used to having nothing helping you, and now you've got all this grip. And just take a look, big sideways action, able to keep it going. But a lot of the drivers now starting to get caught out.
Yeah.
They're starting to get tired. That is what's being seen here. The teams, there is no fresh driver to put in the car. So that's for certain. They've all used up their drivers. Everyone's now tired. Everyone's keeping an eye on it. And you've got to just try and figure out, how can I do it to cross the line? But I've got to say, the sliding has been quite spectacular.
It has.
It gives you a good angle.
Yeah, I saw that in the background, and I went and hunted to see which BMW it was, and that's why I wanted to go back to the replay, because I saw it in the background while we were watching one of the other cars. And yeah, you can see again William running off in that left-hander. Again, like you say, possibly fatigue setting in, or the car set up. Van Wyk now heading into the pits with the remaining Lambo left, but William just struggling completely there with the handling. Chris, my teamie, and the PWSR car also at the end of that back straight, that double right-hander, it caught him out like 3 times in a row, and eventually it threw him so badly off. He got the DQ because he was in between the tracks, and instead of going back to the one he exited from, he went back onto the other one. So that corner is a tricky corner at best, and with the rain and the fatigue we've seen a couple of guys coming through their full sideways lock, trying to deal with the slides and the car being unsettled through there.
Totally agree. And this is one of the tracks that tests you as a driver to try and push yourself, but at the same time will punish you severely for going over the limits. So you've got to find that very fine line and what to do. And a lot of these sim racers are finding that fine line of I can push this hard, but if you go a little bit more excited, you can see a little bit of sideways action. Little Honda going in, having a bit of fun. Glad to see the Hondas coming in. Reginald putting on a fantastic show. I know he's busy streaming, and just taking a look at his stream, he is focused like no tomorrow at this point, and you can see the bags underneath his eyes as well. That tells me he is starting to feel it
for sure
as he makes his way around the circuit.
This is also a solo drive, fantastic. Steve.
Doing a solo 6 hour, mate. I feel you. 9 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've done that. It's not easy. And especially in the Honda at the best of times is a very tricky car.
It's a very sketchy car. Yeah.
It can either work or it doesn't. We had a conversation with 2 Legions. They both run Honda motors, 255 horsepower. Both of them were racing. Both of them have terrible reliability. But we always spoke about they are like grenade motors, and it seems to be Honda as a brand. They either work really well or they let go in the most spectacular way possible.
Yeah.
And that Reginald at this point is dealing with a car that does not want to work with him, and he is just fighting it the whole way around. He's getting blue flags waved at him. This is not what he wants to have around him, especially while he's getting these tank slappers every time he goes into the corners, and has to try and focus on what he needs to do to keep the car under control, and at the same time try and keep himself going.
Yeah, look, you see, it also comes down to the and honest now, it's various skill levels as well. The PWSR Honda, which is driven by the likes of Kieran and Cody, they are comfortable with the mid-engine and the looseness of the cars. But when you've been driving a BMW or an Aston and the front-engine cars, it's a complete different characteristic in how it drives. So after this latest BOP change and whatnot, we've seen a couple of guys swapping and trying Audis and trying Hondas and trying to drive the quicker cars. I even saw Daniel Rowe in the Porsche the other day after doing the season with the Mercedes. So he's been experimenting, and on Thursday was in the Aston. So people are chopping and changing and just trying a couple of other alternatives from the usual cars that everyone's been using, just to see if they can find some bit of performance out of their racing.
And it happens everywhere. I know you've also been doing a little bit of work, Kieran's been doing a little bit of work trying to figure out what's going to be the most beneficial and what's going to help you throughout the race. I know Janneman and I have also, we've done a little bit of testing, taking the Chev GTE versus the Audi LMP1 car. What's going to be better? Kind of two different classes, but a lot of work goes into sim racing to find something that you're comfortable with, that you feel competitive with, and that you feel that you can last a season with. Because once you pick a car, you don't know how it's going to treat you from down the line, especially ACC with its updates of constant BOP changes, how the tire changes as well, track changes. Whatever the car that you picked at the beginning of the season might not be the car that you're finishing the season.
No, but you see, in this league, you can't change the car. That's the thing.
Exactly. So
otherwise you're going to lose points, and that's the trickery. Just going back on what you said with you and Janneman, I must say that's something that I am a little bit I wouldn't mind trying, would be to have an endurance race with an LMP car. That unfortunately is obviously only in the iRacing environment and maybe one or two of the other ones, but I don't have access to that because I don't own it. But I have seen a couple of streams and stuff, and I've always thought that would actually be quite wicked to try as drive the either LMP2 or LMP1 type sports cars, you know.
Alan, we'll make a plan.
Somewhere one day we'll get something right.
Between you and I, we'll make a plan. You got to have a bit of fun with it. You'll realize that the LMP1's actually easier to drive versus LMP2. So LMP2 hasn't got ABS.
Okay.
It's much like the GTE cars, which is the step up to the GT3 cars, but the GT3 cars are replacing the GTE cars. They don't have ABS. You can lock up the brakes so quickly. But the GT3s have become far more affordable, and in real racing, we've seen it take over DTM.
Yes.
Gone the days of those big banger DTMs.
Yes.
It's now GT3 cars. Your GTEs have been replaced to GTDs, which are essentially GT3s. This is where motorsport's going. It's all about the budget, and in sim racing, we've seen it. We've seen brands going and coming up with some new stuff. We saw Fanatec coming out with something that's more affordable as a direct drive. They then had direct competition with Moza and SimMagic, also bringing out some affordable gear.
And Logitech
now has come in, and Thrustmaster may be late to the party, but they're going to try their luck as well. I think Thrustmaster, you've been bragging for 4 years too late at this point. But this is where things have gone. The guys are upgrading, but also looking at what's going to be a comfortable budget. And especially here in South Africa, whenever you get a computer, you guys start looking at a UPS system, maybe an inverter system, to just try and keep things going because of the uncertainty whether the light's going to get turned off or not. So it all comes down to budget and what you can do, whether you're in the real world or in the virtual world. It comes down to how big your wallet's going to be, how much are you willing to put in. And at the same time, you can buy the best gear in the world, but it's not going to make you the fastest driver.
No.
It takes time, it takes effort, it takes just working through some of the worst times where you feel like you want to take the steering off the base and throw it across the room. You're going to have those moments where you got that one lap time. That is so exciting. This is what it's about.
It's the same in, you know, there's other sports like this. I don't know if anybody or how many other people out there have, for example, tried golf or played golf or got anywhere with golf. You know, it's as frustrating as heck, but you go to the driving range, you spend money on kit and equipment, and you practice, and then one day you collect one in the screws and it just flies, and it sounds perfect, you don't feel it at all on the club, and it, you know, so that's kind of what drives you to then will carry on and see if you can get better at this. All sport is like that at the end of the day. So
my experience with golf is I can throw the ball further than I can hit it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I've got the hand-eye coordination of a gnat, so
okay.
It doesn't. I'll stick to 4 wheels and an engine that makes lots of noise and not hug a polar bear.
Here we go.
But
there we go.
Absolutely amazing to see the guys still going. 1 hour and 11 minutes left of the race. Jason Isherwood lying in 7th place, pushing hard. Jason Isherwood for the Retro Racing team has been keeping that team alive through thick and thin, and I've got to take my hat off to him and the team who have kept it going. It's been one of the staple teams here in Raceface. You can always count on seeing a Retro Racing team lurking around somewhere, and also trying their luck in other sims as well to go and show off what the South Africans can do. The Kinetic Sim Racing also going and showing off what they can do. The KSR team putting in phenomenal time and effort to get these cars sorted. I love the signature type logos on the doors. It's always quite striking to see, and trying out something new, but also drivers trying to push the boundaries every so often. And talking about pushing the boundaries, Sean Skitter going a little bit too far, and the logistical nightmare is having a logistical nightmare at this point. Going to argue with the stewards and COC and whoever's going to listen to him as he pulls into the pit. Remember your pit limiter, trying to go into the wall.
Yeah.
And now the dreaded sitting on the rev limiter and listening to everyone come by.
It's their third, I think, in 6 hours, so not bad, I guess, but it's a devastating penalty, and we don't need to repeat ourselves. This is the track and this is how it's programmed, but there we go. I did see that Radloff Mercedes come in earlier, and he hit that outside barrier coming into the pits quite severely, so there have been some big contacts coming into the pit lane, like you said, but not too many stop-go 30s for speeding in the pit lane. There were a few, but still, you know, it is what it is. It's just a really long pit lane, and you lose the best part of 2 or 3 positions in total from that unnecessary trip through there.
Well, it's also, you've got to talk about the mental mindset, because now it takes you out of that focusing on nailing the apex lap after lap. You're suddenly going a little bit slower. You have to try and get your head back in the game, which is not easy to do considering you're coming into 2 very, very tight corners. You've got to try and figure out what's next, how you're going to do this. Sean Strader lying in 3rd place, so he is in the podium at the moment for his team, and looking to go on a bit of a charge to try and catch up to Bernard King. Very, very close in doing so. Bernard having to go and put his elbows out. You can see that Aston Martin swirling all over the circuit, trying to slow down. And these are the guys that are just doing everything they can to get the cars across the line. I think it's gone from a race to let's just get these cars all, get them all to align. We've got an hour and 8 minutes left, and if we don't do this, I can tell you from personal experience, because I was at the Suzuka one.
Yes.
We called it right at the end because we just couldn't do it anymore. The systems weren't taking it. Steering was packing up. Eventually it gets to a point where enough is enough.
Yeah.
But afterwards, you sit with a terrible feeling of you knowing that you gave up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And none of these drivers want to be in that situation.
no. Yeah, I hear you. You gotta. It's the endurance thing again, Steve. I'm actually not too sure how this happened, because Bernard Bernsey, they were well up the road for a while. So I think they've had one or two major issues recently, or big off somewhere, and this is what's allowed the LNR car to close in on them. Or possibly I'm wrong. Maybe with Sean Stradham in the car, he's just got so much more pace. But there was a big gap between third and second early on, so they've done well to get themselves all the way up here. But I would hesitate to guess that to do that, they've had to take a lot of risks and might be possibly carrying a couple of track cuts with them. I'm talking now about this car we're watching, the Sean Stradham BMW. You know, if they push that one too many corners now to try and close in, or maybe make an overtake on the Bernard King Aston, they might run risk of getting another track penalty. So I'm going to watch this with interest, because we're coming down to the last 60 minutes. We're now in sprint race territory here after 5 whole hours around Misano, and except for the Krobler Daniel Rowe car, which did get one drive through, I think everybody else has at least got 2, if not more. So this isn't over. The weather, unfortunately, isn't showing signs of drying out, but we've got a decent dice on our hands here for the second and third place podiums.
Definitely bringing up the weather, and I'm going to do the dad joke of the night.
Go.
It's raining on everyone's parade.
It is totally, dude. Oh, look at that. Bernsey peels off. So he hands it over to Sean Stradham and decides, right, this is it. This is their last pit stop. And so they're pitting on the hour, literally, give or take 5 minutes and 40 seconds. And that Aston will then be all set to run the final round. So we should see Bertus getting in the car in the next 5 or 10 minutes as well, Steve.
It's going to be exciting, but also taking a look at the time. Sean Skitter in 5th place, going off to Christopher Radloff, 1.1 seconds behind. Slowly been chipping away at it. So
he has.
Skitter's really pushing to get onto the back of Radloff and try and do everything he can to get past. He wants to get into that 4th place and have a crack at 3rd place. But this is where it's going to get interesting. 2 very new cars. The BMW is a 2020 spec, and then you've also got the likes of that Mercedes AMG.
The EVA, yeah.
The absolute beast ahead. Now also a newer spec car, and just seeing how they both handle in the rain with 2 very capable drivers going and putting them to the test. And this is what Raceface is all about. Testing the drivers, seeing what they can do, and to have talent like this going and fighting each other tooth and nail. As I say, that goes on. But thank you for
he just ran on your parade.
That one. Exactly.
Well, there we go. As expected, it's the final pit stops for a lot of the teams. Some of them are run all the way up to the 30-minute mark due to the rain when it started at after an hour and a half. But others will be pitting on the hour, and this will be their last stop. They're going to run the last 60 minutes on one set of tires, which is not bad in the rain. They don't wear as much, but you've still got to be wary that the weather is still saying it's raining for the next half an hour. It might still change before this race finishes, so we'll carry on watching that. But like Bertus said earlier, he personally thinks that the mechanism is broken somewhere. It probably won't change, so we're going to see the race end like this. There's still a lot of racing going on, and we still need to see who finishes in the podium positions. It looks like it's going to be a Daniel Rowe, Bega Krobler first. They're literally like almost over half a lap already back up ahead. Sean Stradham coming into 2nd place now with the LNR car, but they're also going to have to do a pit stop. So Barkhuizen is now in the other Aston taking over from Bernard Bernsey King. And Bernard Barkhuizen's just as fast. We'll see when this car goes into the pits, Sean Stradham, if he stays in the car, or if he's going to give it back to somebody, Paul Fent or Ryan Barrington Smith, who started the heat. And that'll be a good dice then for second and third place for the podium results.
It's all on the line. The guys have to try and figure out what are they going to do.
Yep.
For this last hour. This is where you're planning. This is where you started scribbling on those notes. Yeah, and you're looking back and going, all right, what's going to work? Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, or have we got to make a new one to try and get us across the line? And also, now that it's starting to get within that closing hour, the guys are going to get the alert of 1 hour left.
Totally.
And as soon as you do that, you start sort of relaxing in a way. You start taking your eyes off because you're starting to realize it's to the end.
Yeah, you're almost
by
done.
Just relaxing,
yeah,
you can cause massive
yes.
mistakes.
Oh,
You
yes.
can sacrifice your race. Bago Krobler up in the lead. We got Pillay making his way through. And I've got to say, the Hybrid Academy team going with a bit of a two-toned look. Nice to see the half and half. Actually looks very, very beautiful on the BMW. But at the same time, it goes and it's a very striking color scheme. You know what you're looking at. You know the team. It's much like the PWSR team with your guys. You know a PWSR straight away. And now actually getting to have a chat with you, Alan, you went and had a fantastic run in the championship for both the sprint racing and the Pro-Am GT3, and also to have your drivers finish up in the podium spots for the PWSR. Is there a bit of excitement going towards the next season, which is going to be starting on the 19th here at Raceface? So make sure that you go and take a look and register if you haven't for the Sprint Series and the GT3 Series. But are you guys starting to look at it a little bit more excited and knowing that you have to come back fighting for the title?
Yeah, indeed. Look, Chris and myself, I took the off-mic sabbatical and went and raced in Pro-Am just because I wanted a break and just to go and race a little bit again. And we did well down there, but the problem with that is you either we're of the caliber and capability that we're quick at Pro-Am. We're in the top 5 in Pro-Am, but we're in the bottom 5 in Pro. We're like in that window. But then it might have also been a bit of the car thing. Chris has been having some issues. Kieran and Cody are up and running and charging, and then we've got JC and Christian Fenter, who are also getting very quick and slowly getting their footing. So the next season definitely is going to be the next challenge again. The two aliens, the youngsters, have also gone and raced at one of the international leagues against the international guys, and that's been an eye-opener. Coming from running in the top 5 and winning a lot of the races locally to languishing in 15th to 20th place in the international races. It's an eye-opener to show how much further there's still development is required for them to get at world-class level, the likes of the Jardiers and the Nilses, etc., etc. So they've been racing a league there because it's because of the Raceface break and to help them try and improve their pace and get quicker overall. Chris, as I say that, we see Sean Stratton peeling off, so now we're going to see where they come out in comparison to the Barkhuizen and Aston Martin. But Chris and myself will bump up into Pro now as well for the next season, and we're going to do our best in that category as well. There's still a lot of bumping that happens and contact, which shouldn't be happening, but it happens, and you can you can play your luck a certain way and try and earn a couple of positions early on in the race by the guys still dicing and trying to sort themselves out, and that's what it's about. It's still our league, and we still call Raceface home, and this is we know a lot of the people here and enjoy the camaraderie and the competition, and you know, the little chit chat and all that. So yeah, I mean, it's exciting. Plus we're getting to the end of the year. It's heading towards December, and you know, festivities and the end of another very strange year as it's been. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, Steve.
We're going to be going and wrapping up that year this year with a 24-hour race. I know that's got a lot of people interested and excited to have it. All right, we got Sean Stratham now leading the pits. Barkhuizen going to be closing down, actually making his way through turn 1 into turn 2. Sean Stratham still trying to get out, and stop-go penalty, not what you wanted.
He's sped into the pits.
I think he went and got off the pit limiter too early.
You think so?
He either went into second gear, which shut down that pit limiter just to try get ahead of Barkhuizen, and this has thrown a spanner in the works and changed the race on its head for second place. And you can be sure Barkhuizen and the team must be smiling ear to ear and saying, listen, now it's time to go. Yeah. Don't make a mess out of it.
And these guys are not going to inherit that third place. So the LNR guys are going to be super upset because, okay, not bad. I mean, they've got a car in third and sixth. They've been kind of there or thereabouts the whole evening, but they've just literally thrown away that last podium position. Sure.
It's not what you want, and heart goes out to them. We talked about paint swapping in sim racing. We saw it with the SAGT today, where guys are taking Lamborghinis and Audis and they're pushing each other off the circuit, trading paint and bending noses and bits of 4.5 million rand cars. And it does happen.
Yeah, no, it does.
You know, the competitive nature comes into play.
Yep.
One thing that's in ACC that we don't have, that I'm sure quite a few people are quite thankful for, is the engine detonating. We had a Lamborghini Gallardo having a great race and revved it to about 7,800, and it had its piston and conrods come flying out the back.
Yes.
Also in the year that you can go and purchase for only a very affordable price of, and I say very affordable. Yes, 2.5 million rand with a motor that's built especially by Honda, detonate as well. So that motor costing about 450,000 rand. Brand new for the weekend. Currently leaving its valves in front of a backdraft roadster. So it does happen.
It does happen.
Motorsports, in both a sim racing aspect and a real aspect, you know, whether Lady Luck is on your side or the motor racing gods are looking at you, or if it's just not your day, anything can happen.
St. John Pillay in 10th coming out the pits. That's their pit stop done and dusted and no penalties, so that's them finished as far as the pitting requirements go. Track now down to 17. The ambient and track temperatures are now even. It's the first time it's been the same all day. Obviously earlier it was ambient was 21s and track temperatures 27s and 28s, but track temperature dropping here, and again still, as we can see, it's just got rain. Daniel on the YouTube, Sopnut. It's we've discussed it ad infinitum. You know, Bertus has tried his utmost to provide us with some changeable weather. Oh, St. John running a little wide there. It's close, and he'll keep on trying. We're going to test some other options and see what happens. We've still got 2 more rounds of this endurance series to go. The Watkins Glen 8 hours and Spa 24. You know that Spa is a wet race. There's always rain there. So we need to get it right for a 24-hour period. And that should still then also provide a very interesting race, Steve.
Eau Rouge in the wet. Oh, man.
Yes.
Oh, man. That's just hang on for dear life. Even if you're going slow, you're not quite sure if you're going to visit the marshal post at the end, because it's such a tricky course. Even though it looks simple, to go fast, you've got to be on that razor's edge, and that can hurt. So Stratum in the pits for that stop go 30 seconds, and you can be sure that his team has had a discussion with him. There was a formal discussion.
A formal discussion. Yes. Okay.
Someone owes someone drinks, that's for certain.
Well, it's super close. I mean, there it is. That's the gap. There's Jaco in the BM, and there's the LNR BM. So they're going to go like the wind to close this gap down. It's only 1.6 seconds. I thought it would be a lot bigger. So they got 52 minutes to see if they can claw their way back into third place. Jaco Nordia, meantime, I'm sure still has to pit. So I think that position will swap actually. But let's see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
So you telling me that we've just gone from this is the Raceface endurance race to this is the Raceface sprint series.
Yes.
52 minutes ago we just started.
Exactly.
And we're going to go all out racing.
It's all to play for now. I don't know how Johan Baker-Krobler's been doing. I know he's got a pit soon, and I don't know if Daniel Rowe's going to get back in that car or not. And I also am not sure if he's carrying any current track penalties. I don't think it'll hurt them that much. Daniel Rowe's pit, for instance, earlier, he could pit from first and came out after their drive-through. They were still in the lead, so that's the sizable gap that they've got. But Barkhuizen in second place, that's another story, and they've already had two. So, as I say that, Krobler comes into the pits. So they're pitting for their final stop now, the leaders, and we'll have to wait and see between now and the end of the race if anybody else is going to get a penalty here.
That's it. And this point of the race,
Oh, there
you
it
don't
is.
want a penalty.
Isherwood.
Speak of the devil. Alan, you still got that commentator's curse. You still got the commentator's curse. Isherwood at this point must be kicking that pedal. The brake pedal is being abused at this point.
Right.
That's for certain. Because this is not what you want to have. You don't want to have any penalties, especially this late into the race, because it can compromise your race in a heartbeat.
Totally.
My heavens. If you have load cell pedals, it may take it, but if you've got Logitech cheap pedals, that spring is
You've
about
just
to get
snapped
a
them.
whole lot of pain. Yeah. But we've all been there. Alan, you've been in those circumstances where it just
falls apart,
something goes wrong right at the last minute.
dude.
I can tell you my clutch pedal has received a bit of a beating once or twice during a race for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. You get so sucked into it. You're working your absolute hardest, and it just takes one thing
There it is.
to go wrong.
Yeah.
One slide, and that's it. Deer pulling into the pits now, dropping down the field straight into third place.
He goes back to third.
Ryan Otten's trying to claw his way through, but he's actually getting chased down. So Otten's has got to be very careful.
Yeah.
As
they've also got to pit. I think both of these teams still have to pit, but that's allowed Stratum to get back into third place, which was the drive-through we were just watching.
It's going to be an interesting race right down to the line. And Alan, from your professional opinion, looking at this, how do you think the drivers are going to feel once that checkered flag comes down? Do you think it's going to be excitement, or do you think they're just going to fall asleep in the rigs, or
It depends,
kind
man.
of flop out the side of it?
Yeah, I mean, the Baker Kroblers and the Bernard Barkhuizens are surely going to be excited because they've managed to complete an endurance race and they're still at the top of the log. The Mitterlenis and Wentworths and De Blanches are not going to be that excited. They're going to be snoring away in the rigs or just thankful that they've got it to the end. But we started the endurance series 4 or 5 months ago, and there were 30 or 40 something entries, and there's 17 or 18. So even though these guys are only finishing last year, they're still getting points for the overall results. because a lot of other teams either couldn't make it or they've retired or whatever. But it's yeah, Steve, it's the same old thing. You know, anybody, if you're up in the top 5, you're always going to be a lot more happier than the crowd in the bottom 5 for obvious reasons, and that's what it boils down to. But I think everybody should still be thankful and proud of the fact that they've done an endurance. They've gone from beginning to end. There was no disconnects. There was no dramas. You know what happens in the internet day and age with these races. So they've survived an endurance and come out the other end intact and in one piece and with the result.
It's as you put it, it's a satisfaction of you've done it.
Yeah.
You've survived the entire battle. You've worked hard, and you managed to cross that line. And to hear, well done, you've done it.
Yeah, that's it.
It doesn't matter what position you're in.
No.
It's an achievement of note to survive an endurance race. So to all the guys out there who started and the guys who are still out on the circuit, well done for
definitely,
work,
man,
getting it to the field.
It's like
even
this.
A big thank you to our spectators who have been enjoying chatting to us.
Yeah, 100%.
And interacting. I see Cameron also going in, adding a bit there. Cameron's been quite active. Ryan Barrington-Smith joining in, and we're having our formal discussion of shots owing after that.
There you go.
It depends. Are the shot glasses the normal shot glasses, or are you talking about mugs? Because I think you got to start using mugs after that last one.
Well, look, as I say, that other car, it had to go back in the pits. It has, and Sean Stradham's in the car, and they're back into third place. So their pit stop's done, and I think that's where they'll finish. They're still going to finish on the podium, but like you say, you know, it's just it's to be able to stand there at the end and say I've done it. It's the same for like these people running this Comrades marathons and stuff like that. You know, you slog all the way from Pietermaritzburg to Durban or the other way around, and you get to the end, and you can proudly stand there, depending on what time you finish, and say, you know, you finished the race. And that's what it is. That's what endurance racing is about. Going through all the hardships and the difficulties and getting to the end of it in one piece intact.
Well, the thing is, it's all about thrills and spills, and once you get to the end, the more thrills and spills you've had, the better the story when you go and chat to your mates. You don't want a boring story.
No.
So, having some form of controversy of, sure, we got it sideways there, we lost our position, we've clawed our way back, is a lot more entertaining. And just taking a look, Sean Stradham trying to make their way past the game face car and having a bit of fun out there. Also beautiful to go and see the guys having a huge amount of fun from everyone, and a majority of the guys going and streaming their perspectives. And I've been looking at a couple of the streams. There has been some very interesting wording, I won't lie.
I'm sure.
Not for public consumption.
Yeah.
On a professional sense, but the guys going and saying that this has been a very difficult race, but still sitting there with a smile on their face.
Exactly. I like Ryan Barrington's comments on YouTube about everyone knows Paul. There's nothing small about those shots when Paul's involved. Exactly. Right, so I'm just kind of looking to see where the LNR car is on the track in comparison to the Ryan Artens Hybrid Academy. And that gap is, it's about 6 or 8 seconds by the looks of it. So it's still not, there we go, 25 seconds. And then Niall Bullion, a further 4.2 seconds off the back of the Ottens car. So third, fourth and fifth has been kind of in touch of each other the entire evening, and it's still in touch, as you can see. You have one major moment here, and that gap will be halved, if not eliminated. So these guys still need to keep their focus up. It might be the last stretch, is 45 minutes to go and it's finished and klar, but you've still got to keep your focus. And we still haven't seen Bertus in the car yet. Oh, there he is. He's in 7th. I missed that. Here we go. So Bertus is in. He's driving. That's right. He took over from Corne Strauss and the other guys. So let's see how Bertus goes. He's in unfamiliar territory in this BMW, coming from the big Bentley and now moving across to the Aston. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does some really quick lap times in this car and then wonders why I didn't change to it like years ago.
Well, there's one thing, the BMW is a very forgiving car, as we both know.
Yes.
And you can have a lot of fun in it. The only issue I have with the BMW, okay, and it is the nose. And I'm glad that we can sit in car and not look at that beavered nose. For some odd reason, and I don't know why, but BMW, whoever designs that front grille, needs to be shot and hung from the gallows.
I heard you saying this the other day.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, no, I've got used to it. I mean, you know, I had to adopt this car because I was an M6 driver with Chris, and then he was making all this noise about when the M4 was. And I also, when I saw it, I was like, you have got to be joking. Who designed this thing? But you know what I mean? There it is. It's a car. Just get in and drive it. Watch Reginald Mitteleni having a go here with Bertus. He's all over the mirrors here, and this isn't even for position. This is just Reginald having a bit of fun with the boss of his sim racing league. Sure. So yeah, I've got used to it. It doesn't bug me that much, but I know exactly what you mean.
Well, just taking a look at Reginald on his stream, even though he's not fighting for position, he's really having a go.
He is.
He's just shaking his head.
He is.
Every time he gets close to Bertus, like, just come on, you're holding me up a little bit here. And his heart rate is even starting to spike as he gets into this race. So he's really having a bit of fun.
Yeah, this is woken old Reginald up.
This is definitely woken him up, and at the same time, Bertus is getting to have a bit of fun as well, treating it as a race. But Reginald is looking to try and put a lap on William Wentworth, who's up ahead. So got to keep an eye on that as well, as William Wentworth just tumbled down the grid, not having a great run here at Misano, and he's usually quite a consistent driver.
Yeah, Williams, they had trouble. They've had 3 or 4 drive-throughs, so they currently are 179 laps, and Reginald 181. He is 2 laps ahead of them, but I think right now he's just, look at that, he's all over the Reginald's going to get a drive-through if he isn't careful, let me tell you.
He's just waving to the crowd, you know. You've got to get a little bit closer to make sure the marshals have umbrellas.
That's what he's doing, huh?
We've got to back up our fellow commentator.
There we go.
You know, for making a mess of things. I mean, inspecting parts of the circuit.
You weren't. Were you with me the last round, Steve? No,
I was listening to it.
Reginald fell asleep. He fell asleep in the rig an hour before the end of the race. We never heard back from him. It was myself and Russ Sibbald that were commentating, and all of a sudden it went quiet. There was no more Reg, and the next morning we all finished and well done and had a chat afterwards with Bertus, and Reginald was still in the channel but he wasn't talking. And the next morning when I came online to see and say how's it and what, he was still in the voice channel, still asleep in the rig. And about 11 o'clock in the morning he woke up and he apologized, said sorry, he fell asleep in the rig and blah blah blah. It was hysterical. I was in pieces. So I'm always going to hold that against him.
At least you know he's got a comfortable seat
to
fall asleep.
He fell asleep. Yeah. Yeah. So Bertus managed to pull out a bit of a gap here over the charging Reginald. But no change in the... Yep.
Bertus is 22 seconds behind Jason Isherwood, so he does have a chance to try and close up that gap, and I think that's what the team are going to be keeping an eye out for. Jason Isherwood has been out in the car for quite some time now, so he's going to be feeling a little bit more tired, while Bertus Hugo is a little bit fresh.
Yes.
And he's able to keep up the pace. So let's see whether that's going to come into play. Whether having your eye in a little bit longer and you know the conditions, or getting someone that's brand spanking new in the car to push as hard as he can.
I've got you. I'm just reading Ryan Barrington Smith on YouTube. he had fallen asleep nicely in the load shedding darkness with his teammates stream on and gets woken up by a very loud "Ach nee man." Oh dear.
Gosh. I remember we were doing a race, endurance race.
Yeah.
On the iRacing.
Yeah.
And also I got into the zoned out everything, ignoring everything, got tired, and all I heard was Yanneman go, "Yeah man, what's this guy trying to do?"
Yeah.
I get a bit of a jolt, and he's talking about the cars 4 cars down the way. And my eyes are wide open, that jarring effect.
Yeah.
What happened? What did I miss?
What did I miss?
Did I forget an anniversary, a birthday? What have I forgotten?
Absolute shock and horror.
Testing your heart rate,
Yeah.
making sure you don't have any cardiac problems. But this is what it's all about, having a bit of fun, the community aspect coming into play, and also just going and testing your limits here. And I can say that Reginald going for 6 hours is not an easy feat.
No, dude.
So I take my hat off
Agreed.
to do it, especially in the rain on a tricky circuit. This is an easy way to get heartache and want to climb out your rig and not look at it for a week. But he's sticking it out there, he's doing everything he can, while the other teams are sharing 2-3 drivers, having a lot of fun. And you've got to remember, you're putting your trust into your teammate to bring that car home, to do everything possible to keep the car where it is, to utilize all your hard work, and that's its own trick to it. So don't count out the teams. They also don't have it too easy out there, and as we've seen, your teammate can make an absolute mess, or they can be your saving grace.
True.
Depending on which side of the coin gets flipped.
But that's called being part of a team and the teamwork. You know, you roll with the blows, and you sometimes you're successful, other times you're not. But that's the important part of being a part of the team. Looking at Warren Sheehan, who is closed right in on the back of Guillaume Mouton. So all the way down to the last 35 minutes of this race, and this dice, even though it's for 9th and 10th, or to be listed in the top 10, and you can be sure these guys are not just going to like roll over and just let it happen. So I think we're still in for some close dicing, and I think we still might see 1 or 2 drive-throughs happen as well, Steve.
Have you got a wooden desk by any chance?
Yes, I do.
Okay, make sure you hold it, because I think you just went and let loose the commentator's curse. There is a possibility, as you pointed out. Oh, Sheeran having to go see some evasive action, and I'm sure changed the color of his simmering seat at that point. Well, Mouton looking in his rearview mirror, just seeing this green behemoth nearly taking him off the circuit. So both these drivers really putting in an effort to try and get past, knowing that it is a sprint race at this point. The two BMWs evenly matched. Now it's down to setup and drivers, who's more comfortable and who has got just enough in the tank from their own perspective, not the car, but for themselves, who can push a little bit harder. And there we go, drive through. Alan, you got to go and apologize. You caused that one.
Oh, wow. Jeez, it's just, this track is unforgiving, man. Seriously, I don't care how good you are. I guarantee Bago and Daniel Rowe's car, they might be carrying 1 or 2 cuts as well. But you need to, you've got to then work out, if you're not in a dice, maybe back off on the pace a little bit just to make sure the car stays on the track. But I noticed and saw it happen throughout the whole evening before you joined us. They were coming thick and fast, drive-throughs. I mean, the first one, Chris got a drive through my own teammate after 20 minutes, and then somebody just after him. So the guys are struggling on this track. This track is just unforgiving, and that's what's about Misano. It was a great track to choose for the endurance race, because it's not an easy track, and you know we're seeing what it does. It does mix and match up the results. Sheehan's still all over the back of Mouton, and we're just going to hang around here because this is going to happen, and when it happens, we'll see what transpires. But the Otten's drive-through, he's 27 seconds off the back of Stratum, etc. So that's going to drop them from 4th probably to about 6th place, because 4th, 5th and 6th are not that far apart.
You talk about pain. Ryan
Yes.
Ottens is about to get it from his teammates,
Yeah,
and
so,
also going to be kicking himself for that one. But it's so easy to do.
No, it is.
As you mentioned, the track limits are so unforgiving, and now that we're getting to the later parts of the race, the guys are getting tired. They're pushing hard. They're trying to figure out. You've got to start thinking of the bigger picture and what's going to do you a little bit better, going and fighting for that 0.2 of a second, or is it going to be duking it out for just going and keeping it all together?
Yeah.
Daniel de Villiers saying, don't you dare jinx us. Sorry, Daniel, which car are you in again?
Exactly. Which car is that? Yeah, we were joking.
If you give us a number, we will make sure not to talk, but we'll just show it on the screen. Don't stress.
We did say that we felt that look at the whole pack of BMWs midfield, all of them almost. We did say
shows
that
how dominating the cars are.
Well, they were. I'm not going to say anymore. That's why I've let BMW. But we did say earlier, by the way, that Bertus was going to get one. So Bertus currently in 7th place. I guarantee you he's sweating buckets to try and not run off track and get any track cuts. Yeah.
It seems like we've got the comment section working against us, as Ryan Berrington Smith also not saying anything, more in fear of cursing our teams. Daniel de Villiers also jumping in saying, I'm not going to say a thing, going to keep quiet. But, yep, there we go. Daniel de Villiers going and letting the cat out of the bag for 4:04. And hopefully they're not going to have any problems, but duking it out, and they nose to tail in this race.
They are.
Is this Warren Lee Xian really battling in that team Try Hard Racing, and definitely trying hard to get that 9th place, which is right in front of him. It also must be so frustrating. Taking a little bit too much of the corners once,
I'll tell you
twice,
what,
and
jeez, there was a lot of track cuts right there, those 2 corners. Look here.
There's going to be a discussion in the Discord saying, please don't. Both these teams are going and whispering sweet words to one another.
Yeah, Warren Sheehan definitely cut a few going through there. I'm sure if Daniel's on comms with him, he's probably going, hey man, hey, what's up?
Hey, Alan and Stevens, we're talking about oh no, don't do that.
Exactly.
But some great racing right to the end. But take a look, Bago Krobler actually putting in a fast time and clawing his way through. So Bago really working hard, and that team has been running really well here for the 6 hour. They've got to try and keep it all together though. It isn't over until you've crossed the line, you've crossed that checkered flag, you've parked your car on the trailer, and that you're driving home. That's the only form of certainty that you have in motorsport and in sim racing, is once you cross the line, you park it in the pits and you turn the system off. That's the only certainty that you have.
Apparently,
anything before then, you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, sorry, Steve. Apparently, some people say that after you've put the car on the trailer, somewhere in the far distance, you can hear a woman singing. Apparently.
It depends whether you've got 4 wheels, 2 wheels, or maybe you've got a wheelbarrow, which was originally a car. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah. The fat lady sings, you know, that saying.
Sometimes the fat lady doesn't sing loud enough and at the right time. That's the problem. A lot of these drivers are starting to wonder when she's going to start warming up those vocal cords, waiting for the checkered flag, waiting with bated breath at this point. every lap going by, making sure, is it out yet? Is it out yet?
Yeah.
Every marshal post looking what flag is out there. And the crowd's going and waving flags in the rain, definitely not helping, because you're looking for that checkered flag just to have an excuse to say, I'm done, I'm finished, it's all over. You got to also think, these guys are running all sorts of pedals. We talked about load cells. Guys running 70 kilogram load cells right up to 200 kilogram load cells, and you've got to put 70 kilograms of force or 60 kilograms of force just to slow the cars down. That starts to wear on you. That left leg starts getting some cramps in it. That right leg constantly on the throttle, and these are things that the drivers are starting to feel. Those body aches starting to come in, and as we head through. But also, Alan, and to everyone, good morning. Welcome to a Sunday morning. Don't forget, we've got a GP later.
That's true.
Today.
That's true. Yeah, I was just going through the cars from position 2 while you were talking, just looking at the gaps, and they like big gaps. Otton's 15, 16 seconds off the back of Niall Bullion, who's 20 seconds off the back of Sean Stradham. So our top 5 have all kind of opened up. Even Isherwood 20 seconds off the back of Ryan Otton's. So the only close thing that's currently going on is this car 404, the Warren Sheehan car, still pushing like heck to get onto level pegging terms with Guillaume Mouton just ahead of him. And these guys having a flat out full sticks, gloves fight going on all the way right to the end. And hopefully they don't run out of track and go off track, etc., etc. So I'm not saying the words anymore. I'm just saying closed ice happening right here, and this is the closest race left on the track at the moment. That's still for a position.
I just want to also take my hat off to Team Try Hard Green, utilizing a number that a lot of us using computers know all too well.
Yeah, true.
Error 404.
Yeah.
Hopefully no errors at this point. And constantly putting on the charge. What's amazing is Mouton is just soaking this pressure up. He is concentrating on his race. I think he's folded his mirrors in, turned the middle screen off. He's got Spotify playing at this point. Anything to ignore what's happening behind him. And you see, we went in car and saw the review mirrors, but I think that on his perspective, he's staring at the leg, the passenger side, maybe the decal on the side. He does not want to look in his mirrors, because check how close they are. There is no gap. One mistake on either side can be the race. And now that we've got 25 minutes and 28 seconds left of it, it is going to be a rough one. Putting the pressure.
It's a good race, man.
That inside. You can see Sheehan's constantly pressurizing, looking left and right. And Mouton in that need for speed color scheme. And I've got to say, fantastic guys. Thank you very much for going and bringing that old color scheme. I feel ancient looking back at it, because it's from the old Need for Speed underground days.
I had to ask what that's about. I didn't even know what it stood for. Need for Speed Most Wanted. I mean, jeez, you must know how old I feel.
It's the old school games, but if you first glance at it, maybe it's not safe for work, or maybe that's just the language at this point, because it's what can I do to get this guy off my tail, or in the case of in Sheehan's case, is what do I need to do to get past him, because these BMWs have gone as wide as a bus at the moment, and Sheehan trying everything he can. He's being aggressive, but at the same time he can't push as hard as he would like, because the car is just not underneath him as yet. Mouton going to the middle of the circuit, going defensive, trying to hold everything in bay, goes out wide, and you can see he swings back to the middle of the circuit, outbrakes himself, and that's exactly what Sheehan needed. Right past Mouton, losing out that position. And all it was is just rejoining, getting onto the wrong line, standing on the brakes, outbraking himself, and now has to try and catch up to the back of Sheehan. But it's a long way to go, And looking at Luton, he's going to have to dig deep if he wants to score this. William Wentworth is scoring a drive-through penalty in the remaining parts of this race. He's not going to be a happy camper.
No.
That's for certain.
That was actually a very well planned move, because he got so much into Mouton's head that he outbraked himself with that double right-hander and ran super wide, and it allowed Warren Sheehan to just, you know, take his normal racing line. So that was actually very well played out, and a great bit of driving by everyone involved there, actually.
That was some proper nose-to-tail racing.
Sure.
And that's what we love to see here at Raceface. Guys really respecting one another, but at the same time not afraid to get a little bit elbows out and do some fantastic racing. Oh, one of the cars actually pulling into the pits. Was that William Wentworth who's gone into
I
the
think
pits?
so.
Was that someone else?
That's them doing their drive-through.
William.
Yeah.
So William serving his drive-through penalty, and right towards the end of the race like this, that's the last thing you want to have. He's a little bit further down than where you would like to be as a team, but that's just adding salt to the wounds, and not just a pinch. That's taking the whole bag and dumping it.
Yeah. Daniel de Villiers reacting on YouTube. Shame, man. Yeah, listen. Very great job by 9-5 Liveries, by the way, on the paint job, but he was seriously well worked. Oh, look at that, Skuman. Oh my word, it's not over until it's over, people. Oh, Werner Skuman and the Kinetic Team Tryhard Racing. It's a Eric Kirstein car, and they picked up a drive-through with 20 minutes to go. So that's going to get Sheehan even further up the grid now.
What's the saying? Don't count your chickens until they hatch.
Something like that. But what came first though, Steve?
The takeaways. That's the only way I can put it. I've tried figuring out that question. It's the same as, why did the chicken walk across the road? Well, it became a fillet for the Nando's.
Oh. Oh. Right. Skuman drive through. He's got to complete this in the next 3 laps. I'm sure he'll literally bring it in. So Bertus Hugo just up ahead of him, who's having a little bit of a how's your mother with another Team Tryhard Racing green car. I did say he was going to get one, so I am expecting one.
Are you starting to pull out your tiki doll and
no.
laying the spells, drawing symbols?
Cameron saying, why does it seem that Mouton got front damage? Let's go and have a look again. I don't think it wasn't from that incident. The car is certainly looking a little bit bent and battered.
Second hand. I think he lost it somewhere and unfortunately collected the wall. And yeah, BMW looking a little bit second-handed, probably handling as delightful as ever.
Yeah.
It's just, that must be absolutely challenging to try and keep it on track. And a punch in the gut. They were doing so well, but unfortunately, like what most people did to that car in Need for Speed Most Wanted, they stuck it in the wall so they can try and get past it, and it looked exactly the same. But
maybe it did hit the wall somewhere, because Daniel's also saying they hit the wall. I mean, they were literally right next to each other at that overtake. Then they just ran a little bit wide. But the next time from the aerial view, when I went back to them, they were like 5 seconds down the road. So maybe when he was off track and we were watching Warren Sheehan go through, Mouton did lose a little bit of control and the car went left, like a tank slapper, or bounced off a curb and then hit a barrier.
Oh, that's it. Just going and losing out, unfortunately.
Daniel's saying we lost it just after 4:04. So it was that. He lost control and picked up 13 seconds worth of damage. Don't man.
That is not.
Okay.
That is just
bad luck.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And that hurts, and my heart goes out to them, to be honest. It's not nice, and especially towards the end. But what I can say is the guys are looking to keep going.
Oh, totally.
Through this.
Yeah, you got to get it to the end.
So
There's only 18 minutes left. Nothing I mean, they're now in 10th place, and they're a lap and some up ahead of St. John Pillay, who's in 11th. So they're not going to lose another position going backwards. They just got to get it to the finish.
That's so losing some time, unfortunately, and now has to try and limp the car back. Oh, heart goes out to them, but still some fantastic racing from the guys, and still keeping within that top 10. I mean, that's not an easy feat at this point. They've put enough space in just to try and hold on to that top 10. And not too far behind Warren Xian. They're 8.9 seconds. It takes Xian to make one mistake.
Exactly.
One lose it properly, and that's it. That can change the entire race once again, as we've seen. And it's been before. It's happened time and time again, where what you think is going to happen doesn't. There's always a change that goes out and mixes things up. We had it with the SAGT and also with the SAES, where the guys got penalized on the last corner on the last lap. First and second got penalized because they passed under yellow, and it gave it to third place.
Sure.
We had the two
Big
Angel
drama.
House Ferraris, who usually do so well. They know how to set those cars up. They know strategy. Both father and son ran out of fuel on the last lap.
Unreal.
They stopped. So
complete under calculation.
Well, that's it. They used that 0.3 on 1 or 2 laps, and its impact. And we can actually see it here. The guys have planned out the fueling, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see guys starting to come off the throttle just to try and get the cars to the end.
Yeah.
They're running so close to everything. It does happen. We've seen it in sprint racing, and I don't know how many times you've gone and seen the stuff, Alan, and given the Noddy Badge award to the drivers for it. I can tell you, I've been party to that miscalculation of notes, and unfortunately it does bite you. And the last thing you want to have is 6R, because if you don't cross the line in the 6R, you don't count as a finisher.
Yeah. No, I have been, it hasn't happened to me. I tend to over calculate, but I have seen it before where guys have been a little bit under. Even the almighty Daniel Rowe ran out of fuel in the sprint series not too long ago, and got passed on the last lap by Cody Sherritt, literally between the last corner and the finish line, you know. So it's just underestimating or miscalculating or not working it out properly. It's but it happens to anybody, and you can say it happens to the best of us. I saw it happen to Daniel, so you know, no offense and nothing meant at all. I mean, I have huge respect for him as a driver and as a person because of what he does and how quick he is, but it can happen to, it could happen to Bertus. If it could happen to Daniel, it could happen to Bertus, could happen to me or you, you know.
I had it with Janneman. He all looked well. We worked out the strategy, and Janneman got this amazing pace all of a sudden. But then at the same time, 0.4 liters per lap started coming in when we calculated 0.2 liters. It does happen, and it's something we don't want to see in the, you know, towards the end of this race. I mean, 14 minutes, 46 seconds left of a 6 hour, which is an achievement by itself to be participating in, and all the drivers putting in some fantastic work. Reginald been doing a solo drive 20 seconds behind Van Veek in that Lamborghini, so looking to try and close the gap and move into 14th position. It's going to be a lot of hard work. Kleinans in 13th, he's 10 seconds behind Bertha. So the guys are still reasonably close to one another. Mutan 10.3 seconds, but just taking a look, Daniel de Villiers saying we're on our last warning, so
yeah, there you go.
They're trying to do everything they can to keep the car in check. Isherwood getting all kinds of sideways. He's 28 seconds behind Ryan Ottens. He's pushing as hard as he can, but not. You've got to be so careful not to push it far too hard that it goes out of your limits at the moment. Being tired, you tend to forget, or you tend to overlook what your limits are. You think you can go faster than you actually are, or everything feels slow because you've gotten into a rhythm and now you're all of a sudden pushing harder and harder and harder, and the car's getting more and more upset, especially if your fuel's now getting lower and lower and starts gliding across the circuit.
Just looking at Bertus here in 7th, who's looking ahead of Bernard Skuman, who's a lap down on him. He can afford to let him go because it doesn't help him getting into a fight and holding him back if he's not on the same lap, but that won't have an effect on the race result. So yeah, 13 minutes, we're talking pretty much 6 or 7 laps and we're done here. 6 laps to go. Anybody who gets a drive through now, Steve, then there's going to be some blue language flying around in those Discord channels.
You would hear user kicked from channel. There wouldn't even be any words.
That's true.
It would just disappear in a hurry. Cameron saying, quick, someone pour oil on the circuit. Nah, it's not going to, I think there's enough water on the circuit.
I agree.
It will just wash off at this point. If you add a bit of sunlight, I'm sure that you can clean the circuit as well. Bernard King joining in the chat saying, evening gents, almost over the finish line, and I'm sure Bernard, fantastic driving out there. You guys have been having a great one, but I'm sure looking forward to climbing into bed. And if anyone just joining us on the stream here, good morning, welcome to Raceface.PRO. Glad to have you guys here for round number 3 of the 6 hours of Misano. And you've got your main commentator who has been soloing for quite some time, Alan Patterson, and big thank you to Alan for going and broadcasting, and from start to finish has been in his own little endurance race. So Alan, thank you very much on behalf of all the sim races, mate.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's all good. I did promise to Bertus that I would do all the endurances. It's all good. I don't know, next year I think I'd like to drive a little bit more and possibly be part of our team a little bit more. I went ahead and threw some more money at this hobby and bought a direct drive in Germany and had it sent over. So I do have one, and I kind of feel that I am getting slightly quicker. I wasn't far off Daniel Rowe the other night, but I think he was messing around and testing things. But I got a good second place to the guys on Thursday. But yeah, the idea is to, I haven't raced as much, and I've been talking, what's more so. So that was the whole point of taking a little bit of a siesta and a break and getting another team involved. And thanks to you and to Doe and to Yanneman for stepping up and helping there, because, as I said earlier, I've invested also a substantial amount in this setup with UPSs and everything, and my steering wheel and driving system. But I did that because I want to also race. So I've now had the opportunity, and I can get a little bit quicker. So that's the whole point. I'm going to keep on racing a little bit more, and I'll keep on doing the long distance commentary, because I'm okay with it. I'm comfortable behind the setup. I can deal with what's going on. And we know everybody, and we know the teams, and we get on well with them.
That's it. And congratulations on the upgrade. I know for a long time you were running on the G29.
Exactly.
And making some parts for it as well. Same here. I've recently, well, it wasn't a planned upgrade, if I can put it that way. My computer decided to go bang in the most spectacular fashion. So thanks to my teammates, I'm going to hopefully be running a little bit more than 20 frames a second in my racing.
Alright, good.
Focusing on the single seater racing aspect. But getting back to our racing here, 9 minutes and 23 seconds ago, Jason Ishwood in second place, trying to keep it all together. Ryan Arkinson's in fifth place, Bullion in fourth place, Stratum in third, Barcase in second, Vega Kobla in first. They representing our teams. Bertus Hugo's in seventh place, trying to keep it all together. Skuman and Xian 8th and 9th, and Mutan in 10th place, still running with that damage and really doing everything he can. Also looking across the chat, Daniel de Villiers going in, complimenting you, saying you did improve a lot. It's glad to see you guys giving a bit of feedback there.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, man.
And to everyone busy watching, we've got quite a few people taking a look at the channel currently, and I know the guys are going to be watching the race afterwards, just to see if they got on camera or not, or yes, point out the mistakes if their buddies have lost it properly, or to even point out their buddies, they play a drinking game of how many drive-throughs happen in a race at this point.
Yep.
So to everyone that's going to watch in the future, thank you very much for all the support from the Raceface side, and a big thank you to our admin team also for making this possible. That's been supporting Bertus Hugo in this endeavor.
Yeah, I agreed. Big pat on the back for everyone, and to all the guys and the teams and the drivers. I mean, I said it earlier about the leagues in the country. Raceface running structured, organized racing, and 4, sometimes 5 complete categories worth of various skill levels. That doesn't happen anywhere else in the country. You know, we've got to be very lucky with what we've got and what Bertus provides us with. And yeah, well, there's a little bit of nigglies every now and then. There's a little bit of screaming and shouting, but you know, it shows the passion of the people involved in the hobby, and that's good at the end of the day. If there wasn't passion and people just packing the thing up and just, you know, walking away, then you're all sitting with all this equipment and we've spent a shed load of money on it, and you know, you can't use it anywhere else because, well, you can, but Raceface is like your local home. You know what I mean? It's your other family, it's your other bunch of mates, and that's what's important about it. And Bertus has done a good job, and we got to just, you know, let's be mindful and respectful of everybody else involved, and you know, enjoy the fact that we can have the sport and hobby with each other. And you know, we don't have to pay anybody for it. It's not like it's something you've got to subscribe to, etc, etc. We're going off track a little bit
too well.
Yeah,
but just taking a look, it's been an interesting race from start to finish. Guys battling with drive-throughs, guys having some proper nose-to-tail racing, sideways action, even having some moments with one another. And this is what the 6 hour has tested all the drivers, and I think everyone is going to be smiling to cross the checkered line, and that's what they're doing, cheering each other on at this point, hoping to just get across that line. I don't think we're going to see the excitement right now this morning, but we may see it a little bit later on when everyone starts waking up and after having a second or third cup of coffee. But it's honestly been quite an exciting race. I've had this stream open off to the side while I was with the SAGT and SAS, just to keep an eye on what the guys are doing, and the racing has been phenomenal and proper nail-biting.
Yeah.
Majority of it, the guys keeping still so close. I mean, you take a look, Muton, he's driving with damage, he's keeping it together, and that
5.5 minutes to go.
Bernard Barkhuizen is abusing his brake pedal right now.
He's doing it straight away as well.
His teammates must be going and giving him stick off note.
They're not going to drop a position though, let me tell you. I'm just checking where Sean Stratham is. He's just about to get onto the back straight, so they're going to be out before Sean Stratham gets there. So I'll tell you what, Bernard Bernsey King almost just changed the colour of his underpants when he saw that happen, I can tell you. But they're going to be safe. They'll stay in second place.
Staying in second place, but
there we go. Look how calm and collective he is.
It's amazing what Tex can do. I'm sure Mr. King, you might want to go and tell Bernard to go and check his glasses to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes like this.
Yeah.
Bernard at this point got an earful of don't do that. We cannot have it.
Well, the other Bernard also contributed to him getting it, because he would have also had a couple of track cut warnings on his stint. So it's part of the team dynamics, and it's good. You know, they ran enough of a pace that they could actually do this and not lose a position. So that's the pro at the end of the day, out of the discussion, that they got away without losing a position. I mean, we made a lot of noise, but look, it didn't do anything. So there we go. 3.5 minutes to go, back to normal.
For now. Touch wood.
This
Hold
man
that
is
wood
closing
in.
in. Let me tell you, I've been watching this from 10 seconds back. It's now down to like 3 point something seconds. Kleinan's closing in on 6.3 seconds. So he's been hauling in on the back of Buerta, Jean-Ray Buerta. Here he is in the blue flat-out car, heading down to the corner, and there's the Audi in the background. So that gap is closing down hand over fist every lap. But I think the Audi's going to run out of time here. Luke Addison, hey you boss.
Close.
It's the sauce man himself.
There we go. And take a look, Bernard King saying hashtag got lucky.
Go ahead, big time.
Bernard, there was a brilliant statement said by one of the race drivers today that I think you can take it. I'm not in the car. It's not my problem. If he busts it, I'm not the one to blame. I can blame the guy who busted it.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, in this instance, it doesn't work like that. It's, you know, the guy who was in the car for the first 2 hours, he contributed to getting some of the drive-throughs. That's how you got to look at it. Yeah.
Oh,
all good.
Great.
Shot, Luke. Yeah, we're good, man. Did you have your 24 hours already, or is that still coming? Oh, there we go. We're talking about the same thing. Or are you in it right now?
Is this the 24-hour on ACC?
I don't know where he's racing. He is in a Team 24-hour event. It's the first one that he's partaking in. I saw it on his channels and stuff, so I wasn't sure if it was this weekend or not. Oh, Bertus! Oh, Bertus! Steve, with 1 minute and 53 seconds to go.
You asked, and now you shall receive.
Bertus is going to hammer me, you know that.
No, we're going to hammer Bertus because you made a mistake right at the end.
Yesterday. He knows that we're talking about him. We've got to put him on camera now because he knows. Alan told me about this. Blah, blah, blah. It's Alan's fault. So Luke's busy with it now. The 24 hours car alarm. It's happening as we speak. How's it going though? Are you going well?
Oh, hold on. Just seeing Bernard King. Barkhuizen has lost his wheel. Something's given up the ghost.
No, he hasn't. What are you reading?
Literally in the chat. So
Barkhuizen just lost his wheel.
Maybe he's got a little bit of a force feedback issue. We've seen it happen before, and he's just driving to keep it going. You can see the car's not as clean in its driving. He's battling a bit there. Bertus Hugo going to be doing the drive-through while our leader Bego Krobler is on his last lap after 210 laps completed.
Yeah, here we go.
It's going to be a phenomenal one. Big smiles on the face and running a faultless race. Well, sort of faultless race to get it across the line in first place. It is going to be a phenomenal achievement. There we go. Bernard King saying that Barkhuizen has zero force feedback. He is driving, looking at the screen. Not easy to do, and that's heartbreaking. But Bertus Hugo, if he doesn't do his drive-through, okay, he's doing his drive-through. I was going to say, if the leader crosses the line and he has to finish, he's going to get slapped with a 30-second penalty on top of everything and drop way down the order. So good thing he's a bit ahead of our leader, who's making his way through, going through the double right-hander and keeping it all together. 210 laps completed on this 4.2 kilometer circuit. 6 hours of Misano.
Well
Not
done, Daniel.
An easy thing to do.
Yeah. Daniel Rowe and Johan Bego Krobler, literally, it was a show that we can actually see Bernard slowing down, so he doesn't need to do another lap. Clever stuff.
Finished the race.
Yeah, well done. So Barkhuizen actually slowed down, so he didn't need to do another lap. He was only, I think it was something 30 seconds. There's third place, so the gap wasn't that far. Look at the gap, actually 10 seconds at the end. So first, second and third over the line, all done and dusted. 6 hours, here we go. I guarantee you we're going to have a chat with Mr. Hugo. We'll wait here and wait for him to come on board, and he can come and tell us how it went.
But a phenomenal effort by every single one of the drivers coming across the line. 6 hours of racing
Yeah.
into the night, into the early morning. Not an easy thing. And Bernard King saying, geez,
That was
that was
close.
close.
Yeah, big.
So just realizing how close they were to losing out that second place just by backing off of the leader.
Sure.
But well done to the Krobler and Daniel Rowe team, Bernard Barkhuizen and Bernard King, second place. Third place going to Sean Stradham and his team.
That's
Bogdan,
LNR
who's
with
also
this car. Yeah, they've got both their cars into third and fourth place. That's a great result for LNR.
There we go. Now able to do a donut. There's not enough grip in any case. You got Ryan Ottens and his team of the Hybrid Academy going and finishing up in fifth place. And what a race it has been.
Yeah.
An achievement for every single one of these teams. And Alan, from your side, any last thoughts?
I'm good. It was good. We had some excitement. What was expected would happen happened, but all in all, a successful race. Unfortunately, a little bit wet. I can feel the guys being a little bit upset and peeved about that, but let's just wait for Albertus to come in, because guaranteed he's going to want to come and say how's it and tell us about their drive-through and blame me and blame you. So I'm going to just take us off the game feed, and we'll just go to the our static. Actually can't do that because then we lose our microphone. So let's just wait. Bertus, where are you? You need to come and say hello, sir. Yeah, overall, great racer.
After his teammates having a chat to him, and it's a close one for the Noddy Badge Award. Originally, I thought because you thought you had one more lap and to serve the penalty, but when you score a drive-through penalty in the last 2 minutes of the race,
exactly,
you may be in contention.
He'll come around. We'll wait to see and hear from him. But overall, well done to everybody. Guys on the YouTube, thanks for joining us. Don't go anywhere. Let's just get Bertus on board. I do want to hear what he's got to say. I'm not going to stop the stream yet until we hear from him, so don't worry too much about that.
We're striking. We'll stay here as squatters. But yeah, a big thank you to all the sponsors that made this possible. Bravo to Alan for all the hard work, and Alan, you've soloed quite a bit of the stream.
All good.
So a big thank you to your broadcasting and bringing it to everyone on YouTube. Big thank you to all our spectators, both on YouTube and also the teams that are going to be watching it after the race. I know the video is going to get viewed, and guys, what a phenomenal race. And just taking a look, we've got Daniel de Villiers in the interview room.
Go grab him, mate.
So let's see if we can grab him and bring him down, if I'm allowed. I don't have the user right channels. I'm not important.
All right, stand by.
There we go. We got Daniel de Villiers in the box, and also Bert Hugo. But we're going to start with de Villiers, who was chatting to us quite a bit. Daniel, a bit of an exciting race for your team, and proper nail-biting stuff. Unfortunately, ending up with a bit of a bent nose and limping the car across to the line.
Yeah, it was a tough race for us, but we'll take P10 anytime, any day. We did well. We didn't expect to be up high in this grid, so yeah, we'll take that anytime.
Absolutely phenomenal, and a 6 hours never an easy thing to do. How are you guys feeling? Any discussions after it, or has everyone gone to bed?
My teammate went to bed now. Nah, he was working very hard on his last stint, trying to keep Warren behind him, and Warren drove extremely well, keeping pressure on. And I'm telling Guillaume, just focus in front of you. The car behind you has to overtake you. Just focus in front of you. He was doing very well, and then just the small margin of a mistake. Yeah, it happens.
It happens.
But yeah, I'm very proud of him and everyone that completed the race, and those that couldn't make it. Yeah, it was a good race.
Awesome. Well done, Daniel. Good stuff, buddy.
Thank you guys for everything. Bertus, thank you for everything.
Yeah, lekker. Well done on your race.
All right, cool. Have a lekker aand.
Cheers, man.
Cheerio. And
Cheers.
regards to the team. But in
Okay.
the box, and a person that has to explain himself at this point, Alan,
Ah,
would you like to talk? Considering
No.
you have called it, you've foretold the future.
you you can send me your address and I'll send you the chocolate
Yeah,
milkshake
it sounds good,
for
dude.
that drive-through.
Sorry, Bertus.
Oh, Alan, thanks.
Awesome, dude.
No, it was
Last,
yeah, with 2 laps to
I
go,
know.
that flippin' drive-through. I saw, like, obviously I knew I was going off the track,
Yeah,
so I lifted before the time. But obviously, I don't know. I lifted. I didn't gain time at all. But
doesn't help,
yeah,
pal.
this track just it's relentless. So yeah. But I mean, I think I'm not 100% happy with my stint because I lost a bit of time at the start, getting used to the conditions and the car and the the wet track. But yeah, I mean, we had issue in front of us. And we were he must have gone over the line with on fumes, because I think they did 51 laps in their last stint, and we were expecting them to pit again.
Okay.
So I was just my main aim was just to not get a drive through, because I was driving with 3 track cuts all the way through. So yeah, but then in the end it didn't even matter, because they managed to finish their stint without having to pit again, and so I wouldn't have been able to make up a position, and at least we were far enough ahead of P8 to stay in P7, even with the with the drive through. So yeah, but all in all, a good race, and yeah, thanks to you guys again for streaming, and uh, everyone who competed. I think we had a good grid. We had a nice mix of all the guys from pros, pro ams, even a couple of gold drivers in here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It was a
yeah,
good
it
mix.
was, and some good battles all the way through up to the end. So yeah, very happy.
Lekker. Cool. Well,
honestly, fantastic stuff. Alan, anything in closing from your side?
I'm good, man. I think it was a good, successful stream. Thankfully, no dramas, no internet issues. Good racing. Yeah, bad luck, a little bit of bad luck with regards to the weather, but hey, we had variable weather, we had changeable weather. It was better than a plain race one way or the other. So we'll work on that together. Bertus has given us some ideas. He's going to run some servers. And yeah, we'll test this together, Bertus, and see what we can do, because Spa is not a wet or a dry race. It's a definitely swappable race. But
Yeah.
we'll make a plan for that amongst us. But otherwise, yeah, all good from me. And thanks for joining, Steve, and Bertus. Thanks for having me. And lekker, we had a good evening, man.
Yeah, thanks to you guys. Okay, I'm gonna head off. Stephen, your last words. You can close out.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you very much for having me in the com box. Yeah, it's always fantastic to be here at Raceface. And got to say a big thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So a big thank you and a big shout out to you guys, the spectators, the drivers, the teams, the families. And for everyone, good morning. If you're watching this in the future,
Exactly.
good afternoon and good evening. We'll see you next time. Don't forget, we've got our sprint series starting on the 19th. And we've also got round number 4 of our endurance series starting soon. So make sure that you're there. And don't forget to mark on the calendar the 24-hour race. And that is on the 10th and the 11th, if I'm correct in saying.
Yes.
So mark that down on your calendar, guys. That's not to be missed here at Raceface. So we'll see you next time right here at Raceface.
Cheers.